Hello everyone, good morning to all of you. Welcome once again to this live analysis. करते हैं आज का इस सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे इंडियन मार्केट जस्ट ओपन ही होने वाला है। कमोडिटी मार्केट इज ऑलरेडी ओपन। नेचुरल गैस हल्का सा गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ है। कल एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था क्लोजिंग होते होते, वहीं पर थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई है। बाइंग में कल एक मार्केट में अच्छा मोमेंटम आया था। गैप अप ओपनिंग दिख रही है निफ्टी और बैंक निफ्टी दोनों में ही। तो थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे, देखते हैं मार्केट एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पर ओपन होता है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग फिर सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। ठीक है, डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं कर सकते अब। So we need to wait 1 minute 30 seconds are left now. बाकी आज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, तो 1:30 इंडियन मार्केट में मोमेंटम और एक्सपेक्ट हो सकता है। 1:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन रहेगा। देन शाम को 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन। 7 बजे यूएस का कोर सीपीआई और सीपीआई का डेटा है। 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन। सो ऑल दोज डेटास आर शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। एक गैप अप ओपनिंग है इंडियन मार्केट में। लेट्स सी। इंडियन मार्केट ओपन, हल्का सा गैप अप ओपन हुआ है, ज़्यादा नहीं। यहाँ पर देख पा रहे हो, ये फ्यूचर का चार्ट है बाय द वे, तो कंफ्यूज मत करना, दिस इज फ्यूचर चार्ट। पर भी देखोगे उस पर थोड़ा सा इंक्रीज हुआ है। रीजन बिहाइंड दैट, ट्रम्प ने वार्निंग दी है 25% टैरिफ ऑन गुड्स फ्रॉम ईरान। बिजनेस पार्टनर जो भी ईरान से बिजनेस करते हैं उन सभी पर 25% एक्स्ट्रा टैरिफ लगाएंगे, लगा देगा यूएस। ओके, देखो ये ओपन हुआ है, ठीक है। इसको एक बार रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं निफ्टी के चार्ट को। इसको भी रिफ्रेश किया जा सकता है, कोई इशू नहीं है। ठीक है, देखते हैं कुछ ट्रेड बनता है, अभी तो नहीं है, थोड़ा वेट करेंगे। गैप ओपन हुआ है, रीजन बिहाइंड दैट वेरी सिंपल। निफ्टी फ्यूचर में हम हैं तो रेजिस्टेंस के अराउंड ही। मुझे लगता है थोड़ा कैंडल को नीचे आने क्लोज होने का वेट करना, डायरेक्टली लेना सही नहीं है यहाँ पे। शॉर्ट के चार्ट में आपको थोड़ा बड़ा गैप अप दिखेगा, बट उसको मत देखना, फ्यूचर के चार्ट को ही देखना, ठीक है। तो ये हम रेजिस्टेंस पर ही ओपन हुए हैं। थोड़ा सा मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ प्राइस वापस 25,830 के नीचे फ्यूचर में क्लोजिंग कर दे, फिर सेल करेंगे ज़्यादा बेटर है, क्योंकि अभी ये रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन हुआ है, हो सकता है ब्रेकआउट के लिए ना चला जाए। आज सीपीआई का डेटा भी है, तो उसको भी थोड़ा ध्यान रखना है। तो इट इज़ ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, बट एज पर माई व्यू वी नीड टू वेट। ठीक है, तो निफ्टी फ्यूचर में हम हैं सपोर्ट पर ही, रेजिस्टेंस पर। वी आर एट रेजिस्टेंस इन निफ्टी फ्यूचर। रेजिस्टेंस वैसे नहीं बने, एक दो रिटेस्ट भी हैं ऊपर निफ्टी फ्यूचर में, तो देखते हैं। देखो निफ्टी आ गया है रेजिस्टेंस के नीचे वापस, जोन के नीचे वापस, तो इट इज स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस, अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस पे ही मान के चलेंगे। कल यहाँ पे काफ़ी देर मार्केट ने थोड़ा बहुत कंसोलिडेशन किया था, स्टिल होल्डिंग, तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि अभी भी ये लेवल मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत होल्ड करेगा जब तक अब ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता 25,937 के ऊपर। तो इट इज़ बेसिकली ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा साइडवे जा सकता है इसी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे अब प्राइस। प्राइस क्लोज ओपन हुआ था एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, होल्ड करके बैठ गया है। तो वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट या तो मार्केट अब साइडवे जाना चाहिए या फिर इसी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आनी चाहिए। जोन पे मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ मार्केट थोड़ा साइडवेज टू बेयरिश ही रहना चाहिए अब जब तक प्राइस इस लेवल के ऊपर नहीं जाता है। तो मैं यहाँ पर पुट लेने के लिए तो नहीं बोलूँगा आपको, अगर यहाँ पर आप ट्राई कर रहे हो तो कॉल शॉर्ट कर सकते हो, ज़्यादा सेफ है। क्योंकि साइडवेज गया तो पुट में कुछ प्रीमियम मिलेगा नहीं उस केस में, इवन दो मोमेंटम बड़ा हो सकता है। ठीक ठाक मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्टेड है। बाकी अगर ऊपर निकलेगा तो नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस यही है, और सपोर्ट कल का लो, फर्स्ट वन। लोअर एंड पे सपोर्ट स्ट्रांग ही है अभी भी। तो कॉल ही शॉर्ट करना मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, रादर देन पुट बाई करना। ठीक है, पुट बाई करना मैं सजेस्ट नहीं करूंगा, ध्यान रखना। और ज़्यादा रिस्क भी नहीं लेंगे, डे हाई आपका रेजिस्टेंस हो गया है। हल्का सा पुल बैक, सेल, कॉल ओनली। पुल बैक आएगा तो सेल करना, बट अगेन पुट मत लेना, कॉल ही शॉर्ट करना इस लेवल पे। ठीक है, मुझे थोड़ा सा साइडवेज भी लग सकता है, प्राइस हो सकता है थोड़ा साइडवेज चला जाए, टारगेट बड़ा रखा हुआ है इसलिए। डोंट बाय द पुट ऑप्शन इन निफ्टी फ्यूचर निफ्टी। बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो सेल द कॉल ऑप्शन विद दिस मिनिमल एसएल, इससे बड़ा एसएल मत लेना। बाकी इसका एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर दिख रहे हैं मुझे 26,350 से 26,400, बट वो लेवल काफ़ी दूर है अभी, वहाँ तक जाएगा नहीं जाएगा कह नहीं सकते, इंट्राडे में तो स्पेशली। बट या वहाँ अगर पहुँचता है इन अपकमिंग फ्यूचर, कल आई थिंक यूएस सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डिसीजन भी आ जाएगा, तो उसके बाद पॉसिबिलिटी रहेगी कि प्राइस अपनी डायरेक्शन पकड़ ले कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या डिसीजन देता है। ये रेजिस्टेंस भी स्ट्रांग है ऊपर 26,210 के अराउंड. That is also good resistance area right now in 15-minute future chart. रखना, इससे बड़ा एसएल नहीं ले सकते, तो इससे बड़ा एसएल रखना ही मत निफ्टी फ्यूचर में. कॉल शॉर्ट करी है या फिर फ्यूचर सेल किया है, whatever you did in this level. टोटल टारगेट रखेंगे इसमें, बट ये फर्स्ट टारगेट रहेगा 25,700 के अप्रॉक्स। इसके नीचे सस्टेन करता है तो फिर सेकंड टारगेट कल का लो आप कह सकते हो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। तो इस ट्रेड को टू पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करके रखियो, ठीक है। कि अब ये लेवल भी टेस्ट हो गया है तो इस पर दोबारा सेल नहीं कर सकते अब, ठीक है। फिर से सेल नहीं करेंगे, ध्यान रखना इस लेवल पे निफ्टी में। अगर अब ये एसएल अगर उड़ाता है, छोटा सा एसएल है, अगर ये उड़ाता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस 26,100 के अराउंड देखेंगे। बाकी यहाँ पर एक एफईजी भी है, ध्यान रखना, ये छोटा सा एक एफईजी भी दिखेगा आपको। तो हो सकता है प्राइस थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर रुकने की कोशिश करे, ठीक है। देयर इज एफईजी एरिया ओवर हियर। वैल्यू गैप है। पर एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करना है, टारगेट बड़ा है लगभग 400 पॉइंट फ्यूचर में। लगभग कितना हो गया, 2%, 1.5%। तो ऑब्वियसली ये पूरा एक साथ तो नहीं जाएगा इतना नीचे। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ही ट्रेल करना, ठीक है। और जैसे मैंने बताया, आई होप कॉल ही शॉर्ट करी होगी, पुट नहीं लिया होगा। बाकी इसने लिया है तो भाई ध्यान रखियो, अगर ऑप्शन में ऑप्शन बाई करके बैठे हो, मतलब पुट बाई करके बैठे हो, मार्केट साइडवेज गया तो कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। सो बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट इन दिस पर्टिकुलर एफईजी एरियाज एंड रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी को ट्रेल कर लो, अगर फ्यूचर शॉर्ट किया या फिर कॉल शॉर्ट किया। फाइनल टारगेट नीचे ही है, लोअर एंड पे जहाँ पर रखा हुआ है 25,500 के अराउंड। ओके। बाकी कमोडिटी में तो अभी कुछ खास खास दिख नहीं रहा है कमोडिटी में यहाँ पर, इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया पे अगर बात करोगे तो। नेचुरल गैस भी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के अराउंड ही है, यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग प्लान कर सकते हैं वापस से। स्ट्रॉन्ग ही लग रहा है स्टिल अभी भी मुझे रेजिस्टेंस। वॉल्यूम तो थोड़ा सा डाउन है बट कह सकते हो रेजिस्टेंस है इंटैक्ट ही, अभी भी कल रेजिस्टेंस पर ही क्लोज हुआ था। एक थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम शिफ्ट आप कह सकते हो काइंड ऑफ। तो एक सेलिंग इस पर्टिकुलर जोन से इन नेचुरल गैस एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम रखना एक बार इसमें, टारगेट का थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा कितना मिल सकता है, बिकॉज नीचे कल बहुत ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन होके प्राइस ऊपर गया है। बहुत सारे सेलर्स कैसल हिट करा के ऊपर गया है, तो चांसेस हैं वो सारे कंसोलिडेशन प्राइस को फिर से एक बार यू नो रोक सकते हैं उस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। ठीक है, तो कल वैसे इसी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे था, कल सेलिंग एक करी थी, बट अगर नहीं करी है तो आज भी कर सकते हैं वापस से इसी जोन पे। बाय द वे ध्यान रखना, सीपीआई का डेटा भी है, इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, बार बार रिपीट कर रहा हूँ। यूएस में इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा, कल इंडिया का इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा तो आ गया, अच्छा था, कम ही था जो एक्सपेक्टेशन थी उससे, बट आज यूएस का देखना इन्फ्लेशन कितना है यूएस में। यहाँ से वैसे देखोगे तो एक बार सेलिंग आ गई है नेचुरल गैस में, दिस इज सेकेंड टाइम। प्राइस वैसे कल फॉरेक्स में देखोगे तो रेजिस्टेंस को हिट ही करके गया है, तो इंटैक्ट अभी भी मैं मानूंगा, ये रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड करके अभी भी इंटैक्ट ही है, दिस होल एरिया इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, बिकॉज यहाँ पर भी देखोगे ना एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बना हुआ है नेचुरल गैस में, देयर इज अ पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इन नेचुरल गैस एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर एरिया। यहाँ पर एक नेचुरल गैस में पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, पुल बैक आ सकता है, ध्यान रखियो यहाँ से। थोड़ा सा फंस गया है मुझे लग रहा है मार्केट, हाँ। ये एक रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, प्राइस मुझे लग रहा है इसी रेंज पर रहना चाहिए कुछ देर के लिए फाइट करता हुआ। इसी एक साइड के एसएल जाएंगे तभी बड़ा मूव करेगा, स्पेशली सेलिंग में, इतना इजी नहीं है नीचे आना। तो 300 पे एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट गया है, ठीक है। यहाँ पर 300 पे एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, पुल बैक आ सकता है, बट ऊपर भी रेजिस्टेंस है, तो बेस्ट के सिनेरियो की दोनों जगह फाइट हो, फिर एक जगह निकल जाए एसएल, देन मार्केट अगर मूव करता है विल बी बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो। हुआ क्या था ना, यहाँ पर काफी ज्यादा कंसोलिडेशन हुआ था, फिर सबका ब्रेकआउट हुआ था लास्ट ट्रेडिंग 1 से 2 घंटे के अंदर। पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट निकाल देता है प्राइस डाउन साइड पे, तभी और गिरेगा, ध्यान रखना, नहीं तो ये प्राइस को यहाँ पर होल्ड कर सकता है बहुत ब्रूटली, जाने नहीं देगा इतना इजीली नीचे। नेचुरल गैस फ्यूचर, ध्यान रखना। पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ब्रेक होता है तभी प्राइस थोड़ा नीचे जा पाएगा, फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ। अगर ऐसा होता है तो फिर हम वापस कल का लो देखेंगे, अदरवाइज इसी रेंज में फाइट, फिर किसी एक साइड पे ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन। बाकी जैसा मैंने कल भी डिस्कस किया था, देखो नेचुरल गैस में नीचे जो सपोर्ट थे वो 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के सपोर्ट एरिया थे, तो मार्केट ने अच्छा सपोर्ट लिया है। तो थोड़ा सा मार्केट बेरिश होने के चांसेस कम ही हैं वैसे तो। रेजिस्टेंस है तो एक सेल करने का ट्रेड लगाया हुआ, अदरवाइज यहाँ पर तो फाइट ही होने वाली है डेफिनेटली, बहुत ही ब्रूटल। ओवरऑल मुझे थोड़ा सा 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग लग रहा है पुल बैक पॉसिबल है, डिफरेंट टाइम जोन पे देखोगे तो। ज़्यादा बेयरिश मत रहना नेचुरल गैस में। में एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना, हाँ उसके बाद ही ट्रेल करना गाइस। निफ्टी में बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। एक एफईजी है, प्राइस रुक सकता है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे, इवन दो कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं नज़र आ रहा है, बट या पुल बैक इज पॉसिबल। लग रहा है नीचे आता है ना प्राइस 25,700 टू 670 के अराउंड भी, वहीं पे मुझे लग रहा है इसमें निकाल देना चाहिए प्रॉफिट निफ्टी के ट्रेड में। वहां पर भी एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बना हुआ है। ठीक है, एफईजी को हटाओ, ये एफईजी के नीचे भी यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट भी है एक्चुअली में, there's a point of interest as well. रेजिस्टेंस पे आने वाला है प्राइस, वापस से एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी। बट ध्यान रखना, जैसा मैंने पहले बताया, पुट बाय मत कर लेना यहाँ पर। ठीक है, पुट बाय इज नॉट गुड एट दिस लेवल। ठीक है, बेस्ट है कॉल शॉर्ट करो या फ्यूचर। बाकी एस एल अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 25,990 तक देखेंगे, इसके ऊपर नहीं जा सक इसके ऊपर तो नहीं देखेंगे, इसके ऊपर बहुत बड़ा एस एल हो जाएगा। सो दिस इज द एस एल मैक्स लेवल वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट। इसके ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए प्राइस क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे। पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट तक भी नहीं आया। टोटल कितने पॉइंट का एस एल बनेगा यहाँ तक? 104। ठीक है, तो लगभग 100 पॉइंट का एसएल मान के चलो। अगर 100 पॉइंट भी अगर ये यहाँ पर एसएल में देता है, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली बता रहा हूँ, 100 पॉइंट भी अगर एसएल में देता है तो लगभग एट दी मनी का अगर कॉल भी सॉर्ट करके रखते हैं तो 50 पॉइंट का समथिंग एसएल बनता है। ठीक है, हो सकता है ज़्यादा हो किसी के लिए, हो सकता है कम हो, बट या एटलीस्ट इतना तो मान के चलो, लगभग 50 पॉइंट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली एसएल तो बनेगा ही बनेगा। ऑप्शन में एट दी मनी में, वो भी आउट ऑफ दी मनी में जाओगे हो सकता है थोड़ा सा कम हो जाए, अदरवाइज लगभग 100 पॉइंट का एसएल फ्यूचर में बन रहा है। तो एट दी मनी की कॉल सॉर्ट करते हैं तो लगभग 50 पॉइंट एसएल बनता ही है यहाँ पे। इससे कम लेना भी सही नहीं है, इससे कम लेंगे तो टू लेस। ठीक है, वैसे तो एसएल 25,977 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली मैक्सिमम लेना चाहिए, विच इज़ अप्रोक्सीमेटली 75 पॉइंट फ्यूचर, तो 35 पॉइंट, लगभग 35 to 40 पॉइंट इन एट द मनी का जो भी कॉल सॉर्ट करोगे उसमें। बट एक राउंड नंबर के लिए मैंने 50 पॉइंट रख दिया, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं लेना। ठीक है, कुछ भी हो जाए, 50 पॉइंट से बड़ा एसएल नहीं ले सकते एट दी मनी में, बोल रहा हूँ मैं। ठीक है, फ्यूचर में जाओगे तो थोड़ा सा बड़ा ही दिखेगा, बट या एट दी मनी में इतना ही है। इसको थोड़ा सा और डार्क कर देते हैं। ठीक है, बाकी एक्सपेक्ट ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि साइडवेज ही जाएगा शायद मोस्टली। ट्रेंडिंग तो होने के चांसेस अब कम ही है, इवन दो रेजिस्टेंस है, बट नीचे यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, आया नहीं वैसे तो वहाँ पर उस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे, एंड साथ ही साथ वहाँ पर एक एफईजी भी बना हुआ है। तो प्राइस उस दोनों ही लेवल पे, एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट प्लस एफईजी पर प्राइस को रोका हुआ है। एक एफईजी है प्लस नीचे एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट भी है उसी एरिया पे एग्जैक्टली। ठीक है, बाय द वे वो ना एफईजी पे आया एग्जैक्टली ना पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे, बट है वहीं पर, ध्यान रखना। तो प्राइस हो सकता है साइडवेज प्राइस सेक्शन दिखा दे थोड़ा सा। इसलिए पुट ऑप्शन लेना नॉट वर्थ इट। ठीक है, ट्रेंडिंग नहीं हुआ तो फायदा नहीं है कल की तरह। बेस के ऑप्स कॉल सॉर्ट कर दो, मोमेंटम आया तो भी प्रॉफिट, नहीं आया तो भी थोड़ा बहुत तो ठीक है, हो ही जाएगा। एटलीस्ट उसमें थोड़ा ऐसा कम ही रहता है। कि देखो निफ्टी में अगर ये ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन करता है ना इसी लेवल पे, तो फिर ये लेवल के ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे। अगर इसको जाना है नीचे तो थोड़ा सेल ऑफ जल्दी आना चाहिए, ज़्यादा देर कंसोलिडेशन में जाना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि सेलिंग इज़ ऑलवेज फास्ट, सेलिंग में प्राइस ज़्यादा देर रुकता नहीं है। ठीक है, और ऐसा ना हो कि इसी लेवल पे फिर कोई नया सपोर्ट बना दे प्राइस कल, एंड देन प्राइस मूव्ड अपसाइड और फाइट ज़्यादा हो जाए। अभी तो कोई नया सपोर्ट है नहीं, लोअर एंड पर ही है कल का लो सपोर्ट। तो बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो यही है कि प्राइस फटाफट से मूव करे। गैस भी नहीं आ रहा है रेजिस्टेंस पे, नीचे पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है इसलिए रुक रहा है, थोड़ा वेट करना पड़ेगा नेचुरल गैस में भी। रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा ऊपर ही है, यहाँ पर पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, या तो मैं सपोज कर रहा हूँ पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पहले ब्रेक कर दे डाउन साइड पे नीचे आके कुछ इस तरीके से, और फिर अगर ऊपर जाता है और प्राइस एक्शन सही बनता है तब सेल करें, rather देन यहाँ पर ऊपर जाए पहले सेल करेंगे, फिर नीचे भी आने के स्पेस बहुत कम रहेगा। तो बेस्ट यहाँ पर जो ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बना है, प्राइस नीचे आके इसको ब्रेक कर दे, देन मूव करे अपसाइड, प्राइस एक्शन बेटर रहेगा तो यहाँ से सेल करें ओवर हियर। ठीक है, वो मुझे ज़्यादा बेस्ट लग रहा है एज कम्पेयर टू कि यहाँ से प्राइस धीरे धीरे करके ऊपर आता रहे, रेजिस्टेंस पे सेल करेंगे, क्योंकि फिर टारगेट ही नहीं मिलेगा कुछ, बहुत ही स्मॉल सी रेंज के अंदर फंस जाएंगे, विच वी डोंट वांट इट राइट नाउ। तो नेचुरल गैस में बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो नीचे पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पहले ब्रेक हो। देखोगे तो फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही ट्रेड हो रहा है नेचुरल गैस एमसीएक्स में। पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, हाँ देखो ऐसा भी हो सकता है पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ब्रेक होके प्राइस गिरता ही रहे, उस केस में कल के लो पे फिर सपोर्ट मिलेगा, दैट इज ऑल्सो फाइन। बस ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट निकल जाए तो बेटर है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, तो ट्रेड करने के लिए उसके बाद ही बाई करें तो ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा। देन वी विल सी अ रेंज फॉर ट्रेडिंग ना, एक रेंज बढ़ जाएगी बहुत, कल की तरह ना हो जाए लाइक मार्केट में ट्रेड तो बहुत सारे बन रहे थे कल, बट वो रेंज इतनी कॉम्पैक्ट हो गई थी, वी कांट ट्रेड ऑन दैट काइंड ऑफ रेंज, दो दो पॉइंट चार चार पॉइंट के लिए रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते। जहाँ पर थोड़ा टारगेट तो बड़ा हो, एटलीस्ट 1:3 1:4, इससे कम हो तो फिर फायदा नहीं है। इवन 1:2 आई एम नॉट सजेस्टिंग टू गो फॉर दैट, एटलीस्ट 1:3 1:4 मस्ट होना चाहिए। नीचे पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ब्रेक करे, यहाँ तक आ जाए, यहाँ से बाई कर लें, बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो। बाहर नहीं निकल रहा है नेचुरल गैस अपने 15 मिनट की चार्ट रेंज से, स्टार्टिंग की फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही ट्रेड हो रहा है। ऑलमोस्ट 2 घंटे का ट्रेडिंग सेशन निकलने वाला है। निफ्टी 50 फ्यूचर साइडवेज लग रहा है बिल्कुल। नेचुरल गैस 2 घंटे ऑलमोस्ट होने वाले हैं ट्रेडिंग सेशन में, स्टिल इन अ रेंज। नीचे पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, चाह नहीं रहा है ब्रेक करने, या तो नया रेजिस्टेंस बनाए, नहीं तो थोड़ी सी हम रेंज ब्रॉडर में ही ट्रेड करना पसंद करेंगे। तो नीचे सपोर्ट लोअर एंड पे कल के अराउंड 289 से 292 के बीच में, और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस 313 से 16 के बीच में ही मेंशन करना। इंडियन मार्केट भी प्रिपरेशन में ही है, सीपीआई का डेटा रिलीज होगा उसके बाद ही शायद मूव करेगा। मुकेश जिन वन, क्रूड ऑयल ट्रेंड पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव, इन विच टाइम फ्रेम सर? इंट्राडे में तो वैसे ट्रेंड की कोई इतनी इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं होती है। अगर इंट्राडे ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा आपको ट्रेंड देखना चाहिए, मैंने कई बार बताया है। इंट्राडे में ट्रेंड की कोई वैल्यू नहीं होती। ठीक है, जहां आपको सपोर्ट दिखे बाई करो, रेजिस्टेंस दिखे सेल करो, ट्रेंड कुछ भी हो, क्योंकि हमें सिर्फ कैप्चर करना है मूव स्मॉल सा। हाँ, अगर आप स्विंग ट्रेड कर रहे हो, लॉन्ग टर्म बाई सेल करना चाह रहे हो क्रूड ऑयल को, तो बात अलग है, तब फिर आपको ट्रेंड देखना ही पड़ता है। बट फॉर इंट्राडे पर्पस, इंट्राडे में ट्रेड कर रहे हो 1 मिनट में, 5 मिनट में, 3 मिनट में, 15 मिनट में, 30 मिनट में, या फिर इवन लास्ट 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे इंट्राडे ट्रेडिंग, वहां पर ट्रेंड कुछ होता नहीं है, तो मैं नॉर्मली इंट्राडे में ट्रेंड देखता नहीं हूँ क्या चल रहा है। हाँ, वीकली जरूर देखता हूँ, वीकली में क्या चल रहा है, क्या एक्सपेक्टेड रेंज है, वो मैंने एनालिसिस परसों की वीडियो में किया हुआ है, एक बार आप जाके जरूर चेक कर लें। क्रूड ऑयल का भी किया हुआ है वहाँ पर एनालिसिस। बाकी वीकली और डेली में देखोगे तो मार्केट है साइडवेज ही, मैं ऐसा लगा देता हूँ चार्ट, कुछ हो नहीं रहा वहां पर इसलिए लगा रखा है, ये लेवल ध्यान रखना, अभी कुछ और बन नहीं रहा है नेचुरल गैस में। निफ्टी भी साइडवेज हो गया, जैसा मैंने बताया था, कॉल ही शॉर्ट करके फायदा होगा, पुट लेके फायदा नहीं होने वाला। मार्केट वही पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे अटक गया है। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल का भी चार्ट दिखा देता हूँ, वैसे मैं कुछ हुआ नहीं है मॉर्निंग से देखोगे। ये भी अपनी फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही ऑलमोस्ट ट्रेड कर रहा है, बाहर अभी तक निकला नहीं है क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे। ओवरऑल देखोगे डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे, जैसे वीकली में साइडवेज है, डेली में भी प्राइस, ठीक है, ये डेली का चार्ट है, रेंज के अंदर ही है काफी टाइम से। ठीक है, तो ना ये ट्रेंडिंग है डाउन ट्रेंड में, ना ये अप ट्रेंड में है, इट इज कम्प्लीटली इन अ साइडवेज ट्रेंड, या फिर कंसोलिडेशन कह सकते हो ना, डेली टाइम फ्रेम एज वेल एज वीकली में भी वही हाल है, ऐसा नहीं कि वीकली में बुलिश है या बेरिस है, वीकली में भी देखोगे बहुत टाइम से मार्केट रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है। थोड़ा सा हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे, लाइक मंथली टाइम फ्रेम, बेरिस दिखता है वैसे प्राइस, हाई लेवल से देखोगे कंटिन्यूसली मार्केट लोअर लो बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। तो एक ये डाउन ट्रेंड चल रहा है मार्केट का, बट अभी भी प्राइस ने 4700 के नीचे निकाला नहीं है, तो जब तक इसके नीचे नहीं जाता तो ये एक्ट कर रहा है सपोर्ट की तरह, बट मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, तो मंथली थोड़ा सा बेरिश ट्रेंड में है, वीकली साइडवेज, डेली साइडवेज। इंट्राडे तो डिपेंड करता है क्या न्यूज़ वगैरह आ रही है या फिर क्या प्राइस एक्शन बन रहा है, फिलहाल के लिए इंट्राडे में देखोगे तो मार्केट एक स्मॉल से अप ट्रेंड में जरूर दिखेगा, बट ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, मैं इसके भी लेवल बना देता हूँ, वैसे इसमें कोई ट्रेड बन नहीं रहा है, लेवल लगा लेते हैं एक बार फिर भी। डेली में साइडवेज ही दिखता है अभी के लिए। क्या सीपीआई का डेटा आने वाला है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, मार्केट मोस्टली उसको वेट करता है जरूर, उसका ध्यान रखना इवनिंग पे, इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग शाम को 7 बजे सीपीआई यूएस का इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा आएगा, दैट विल डेफिनेटली इम्पैक्ट द मार्केट ओवरऑल। So guys, don't forget to like the stream जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया। ठीक है, बाकी एक चांसेस हैं निफ्टी, सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल में 5450 को एक बार वापस टेस्ट करने जाना तो है प्राइस में, अभी भी वहां पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है इंट्राडे में देखो तो एक पॉसिबिलिटी है उस लेवल को मार्केट एक बार टेस्ट कर दे वापस से। नेचुरल गैस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट को ब्रेक कर रहा है, नीचे आता है तो एक बाइंग बन जाएगी, एक्सपेक्टिंग यही है, ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट निकल जाए प्राइस का यहाँ से।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. Key Republican lawmakers are speaking out against a grand jury investigation of Fed Chair Jay Powell. On Sunday night, Powell said the Fed had been subpoenaed by the DOJ with threats of a criminal indictment. Powell said the action was related to his congressional testimony in June on renovations of the Fed's headquarters. But he also said this should be seen in the broader context of the Trump administration's threats and ongoing pressure. Well, immediately, Senator Tom Tillis, a key Republican on the Banking Committee who is not running for re-election, vowed to oppose any Trump nominees to the Fed until this matter is resolved. At the same time, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said the allegations against Powell better be real and serious. Here is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall.
It does appear that Powell is talking with these senators in real time. Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican from Alaska, confirmed she spoke with him earlier this morning, and she's now suggesting that Congress could launch its own investigation into the Department of Justice's investigation. And Joe, I'll leave you with this one. The House Financial Services Chair, French Hill, saying that this is an unnecessary distraction, in his words, appearing to take the side of the Fed chair.
That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Meantime, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, said tonight she did not seek a sign-off from her bosses at the Department of Justice before issuing a subpoena to the Fed. In a post on X, Pirro also said she does not plan to back down from this investigation. And she said the word indictment has come out of Mr. Powell's mouth, but no one else's. At the same time, this probe has elicited objections from GOP lawmakers, while recent comments from President Trump suggest he's trying to distance himself from this matter. In company news, Meta Platforms is planning to cut around 10% of workers in its Reality Labs division. This is part of a broader strategy to shift money away from some virtual reality products and into other AI wearables. We are told these layoffs are set to be announced this week. Citigroup is set to cut about 1,000 jobs this week. This is part of CEO Jane Fraser's plan to keep a lid on cost and improve returns. And BlackRock is cutting hundreds of jobs across the company. We are told these cuts total about 1% of BlackRock's total global headcount. That will amount to around 250 employees firm-wide. We go to Iran next, where the government says its security forces have full control of the country after 2 weeks of violent unrest. At the same time, President Trump said the U.S. is mulling potential options in response to reports of deadly crackdowns on Iranian demonstrators. Here is White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
One thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Now, in a post on Truth Social today, President Trump said he will impose a 25% tariff on any country that trades with Iran, effective immediately. The Danish energy firm Ørsted can resume a wind farm project off the coast of Rhode Island while the company challenges a stop work order from the government. This is after a federal judge concluded the order may have been arbitrary and capricious and in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington.
The Trump administration had ordered a 90-day suspension of 5 East Coast wind farm projects, citing national security concerns. During a meeting with oil executives on Friday, the president says he's not a fan of windmills.
We have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers.
The judge ruled the Revolution Wind project, intended to power hundreds of thousands of homes in Rhode Island and Connecticut, would be irreparably harmed unless work was allowed to continue during the legal fight with the Trump administration over renewable energy. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
In sports, Brooks Koepka is returning to the PGA Tour just 5 weeks after leaving Live Golf. Koepka has agreed to a one-time program for elite players that comes with a financial penalty. And that is news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner, and this is Bloomberg.
What is your message to the 3,600 or thereabout participants here at the GCC this year? And what's your general outlook for business in China for your bank?
Well, actually, it's also great for me to be back here. Last year was a quite, important year for China. I think that we saw a huge interest coming back on the Chinese markets. Stock performance was great, and we see it today. I mean, we have almost 3,600 participants. You go through across the board from corporates, institutional clients, family offices. Not coming from also all over the world. We see also more interest from overseas, which is indicating the momentum of the Chinese market. So I think that we believe this is going to continue. The secular trend supporting China in terms of growth in innovation, in technology, in biotech is here to stay, and investors are realizing that.
What kind of deal flow, though, are you starting to see as we are starting to see China get some momentum? You talked about the stock market, the CSI 300 up about 17% last year. So it's gaining some steam, but also outbound deal flow seems to be growing quite a bit, whether it's investing in factories in Europe or in the global south. It seems like capital is not only coming into China, where foreign interest is obviously looking at that rebound, but also the capital is moving abroad.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a good mix of businesses, but, when you look at, for example, the underweight of international investors to China, almost half, from around 2.5% in 2024 to 1.3% or so in 2025. So this is a significant change on a year-on-year basis, and this is the main driver. We continue to see a lot of activity around IPOs, particularly you saw the record IPO issues last year in Hong Kong, which are probably going to stay with us also in 2026. We see a lot of activity across Asia. Inbound and outbound M&A in Japan is up threefold. So in general, I would say that you will continue to see momentum of Chinese investors investing abroad, but also capital coming into the country.
What's going to be your priority onshore for 2026? Last year you got the full 100% securities license. Yeah. What's going to be the priority?
We are working on all of this. We also last year we also made a capital increase in our local entities, and I think this year we are now planning to launch a Panda bond. So I think that we want to continue to foster our presence in China. We have been in China for mainland China for 35 years. We have been in Hong Kong for 60 years. So this is really part of our core business. I mean, if you think about, we are managing in the region more than $1 trillion of assets, 800 plus in wealth management and 215 in asset management. So we want to continue to reinforce that position, but at the same time, our leading position in the investment bank across the board, and where we are a leader in the region and in China, mainland China particularly, and also in asset management through our very successful joint venture with ICBC.
What can you tell us about the arranging of that Panda bond, the size and timing and the likes?
This is still to be determined, but the decision has been taken to issue a Panda bond.
So you still have some personnel issues on the cost reductions from the integration with Credit Suisse. That's separate from what you're going to plan to hire across Asia and in China.
Yeah, look, when I look at Asia, in general, the integration is over. Is done. So I think that we completed the integration in 2024, mainly in Asia across the board. The investment bank has been closed and asset management the same. So as I just mentioned, we are hiring both in China, but broadly speaking also in Asia, in Japan, for example. We have been expanding our capabilities and leveraging really the complementarity of Credit Suisse and UBS together, where we not only have a broader footprint in terms of capabilities, but also of geographic footprint.
How would you assess how your businesses in Asia are doing versus other regions, whether it's Europe or the United States?
Asia has been growing, very fast in the last years. It's probably the biggest engine of growth in nominal terms. Is accounting for around a quarter to 30% on average in the last 5 years of our profits. So as I mentioned, we manage more than $1 trillion of assets out of the $7 trillion we manage globally. So it's a growing, steady growing business, which when you look at the engine of growth is, GDP growth is definitely going to help. 4.5% in China is quite important, but it is a driver for growth in the entire region. We are selectively gaining some market shares in areas where we want to compete. And last but not least, this monetization, this IPO calendar is very important to our wealth management business because this is really helping us to drive net new money, net new assets into our wealth management franchise.
Well, speaking of that IPO pipeline in Hong Kong, it's been quite strong. A lot of the new economy companies, but there are also concerns of the new economy companies, whether it's Minimax or others, that profitability, just like the AI companies in the United States and Western markets, that the sustainability is not necessarily, it doesn't have a lot of visibility. But what's your views on whether we're in a bubble and how long that potentially could still last?
I don't know if we are in a bubble or not, but of course, when you see this kind of multiples and performances, you have to ask yourself, is this a repeat of what we saw in maybe in another time?
2001?
Exactly, the TMT bubble and so on and so forth. I would say that in general, first of all, our advice is very clear. Diversification, no concentration of risk around this sector. The technology and is here to stay.
Yeah.
What we should not really mix the two issues. From an investor standpoint of view, it's very important to diversify, not to get into a trap of trying to pick up the winner or the loser. But the truth of the matter is that the first wave was probably around the technology sector. Now we're going to see how embracing and implementing AI can help other part of the economy become more vibrant and more efficient, and that's probably going to be also the next side of the story.
You also you can't discount the fact that most of the deal flows right now are in China. The interest is in these new economy companies. Yeah. So could you kind of quantify the type of deal flows, whether it's underwriting or other types of businesses or services from your bank that are tied directly to what has been a priority of central government policymakers here?
Well, look, but this is something that is not really new. The priorities for the central government around innovation, being technology or pharma, biotech, and so on, has been there for a while. So, from our standpoint of view, what we are helping is in local clients, but also foreign clients to really select the winners. I think it's quite impressive how the Chinese companies are able not only to be a fast followers, but in some cases setting new standards for incumbents in the U.S. So from my standpoint of view, this is a big story to stay with us, where we're going to see probably Chinese companies, creating new frontiers of innovation rather than being a follower.
You've mentioned Japan twice already in the last 6 or 7 minutes. What do you like about the Japanese story right now? Obviously, the market's doing really well. There are some pro-growth policies from Takaichi-san, the new prime minister. What in particular do you like about Japan?
Well, I have to say, before year-end, I was in Japan, and after 30 years of, I felt for the first time a renewed sense of optimism across the board, and corporates, institutional investor, governments, regulatory bodies looking in a much more positive ways about the future. So I think Japan is the third largest wealth management market in the world in terms of savings. and it's quite clear to me that now that rates are coming up, and there is a new paradigm that is there to stay with us, and I do believe that also there you will see Japanese corporates probably looking to deploy more assets outside Japan, but also a renewed interest from foreign investors into Japan.
Where specifically would you like to grow in Japan, and what kind of hiring? You were talking about maybe 100 new positions here in China. What about Japan?
Well, across the board in our core businesses, I mean, outside Switzerland, I mean, de facto, the three core activities, in wealth management, we have a very successful joint venture with Sumitomo Mitsui Trust Bank, and that is growing, and we want to foster more in the investment bank, of course, in the investment banking, in ECM and M&A, right. Reinforcing our presence in equities.
What is your message to the 3,600 or thereabout participants here at the GCC this year, and what's your general outlook for business in China for your bank?
Well,
CPI coming later on. We've got US bank earnings as well. Is it that traders focus on the bank earnings more than the CPI? We shall see. And then at 7 p.m. London time, we'll hear from the president himself speaking at the Detroit Economic Club. Of course, ostensibly, this is about car factory openings, but we shall keep an ear open for any commentary on the Fed and geopolitics. It's a busy one ahead. Let's set you up for the day. We begin with our top story. The Trump administration's actions against Fed Chair Jerome Powell have triggered a backlash that could derail the White House's plans to tighten control over the central bank. Fed officials and US senators from both parties have pushed back on the investigation and reiterated the importance of an independent central bank.
Throughout that time, he has been completely dedicated and committed to the Federal Reserve's mission to support the American people. And throughout that time, he's proven himself to be a man of impeccable integrity and a man who has been calmly leading the Federal Reserve through times of heightened uncertainty and led us very effectively.
That's what this probe is. It's a pretext. It's a way to try to knock the legs out from Jerome Powell. I'm no Jerome Powell supporter, but I am a supporter of Fed independence. And the weaponization of the Department of Justice is fundamentally wrong.
Bloomberg senior editor Alistair Bull joins me now for more. Alistair, this is another obstacle in Trump's path. We know that he would like to get rid of Jay Powell. He's said that he's nothing to do with the DOJ investigation. But could this slow down the replacement of Powell? Good morning, Alistair.
Morning, Lizzie. Thanks for having me on. So it could absolutely slow down the replacement of Jay Powell. The most important thing, you showed a couple of clips from Democrats, but it's what Republican senators have been saying, particularly Tom Tillis, who is a senior Republican who's not standing for re-election. He's on the Senate Banking Committee, and he came out on Sunday night and said, until this legal matter is cleared up, I'm going to block any Fed nomination, any Trump nomination for the Fed. And because the split on the Senate Banking Committee is 30-11, if he crosses the aisle to the Democrat side, it deadlocks the Senate Banking Committee. It means that no Trump nomination for the Fed can move through the Banking Committee to the floor. And furthermore, Powell himself, although his term as chair ends in May, he has a governor's term that runs until January 2028. So if he decides to stick around, he can stay on the board and further thwart Trump and kind of lead a resistance against the president, going completely against Trump's goal, which is to lower borrowing costs and force the Fed, browbeat the Fed into cutting interest rates even if they don't think it's warranted by the economy.
OK, so in fact, this could have the opposite effect of what the president would like. He would like rates to be lower, but in fact, this could change the reaction function of the Federal Reserve.
Well, I'm not sure they do anything they didn't think was warranted by the economic data. I think that's pretty clear, and Powell has said that time and again. But what it does do is it undermines investor confidence in the integrity of US monetary policy. And that's going to make them require, or they're going to be inclined to require a higher return for holding US assets. That's going to drive up US borrowing costs. Now, you saw a little bit of that yesterday as markets reacted to the Sunday news. 10-year Treasury yields inched up. They've kind of stabilized a bit, but they certainly haven't gone down. And the 10-year Treasury is very important for the mortgage market. And this goes to the crux of what the Trump administration wants to do. They're pushing, they know they're fighting a tight election, midterm election at the end of this year. They're making affordability and housing affordability a central part of their message. And driving down mortgage costs is not going to happen if you're undermining people's confidence in the integrity of the Federal Reserve.
OK, Alistair, thank you so much for that. Alistair Bull, Bloomberg's senior editor. Now, let's take a closer look at how markets are digesting these attacks on the Fed. I'm joined by Paul Dobson, Bloomberg's executive editor for Asia markets. Paul, when we spoke yesterday, the Sell America trade was in full effect after this renewed threat to the Fed. And then later in the session, the S&P hit a fresh record. How worried is the market then about this attack on the Fed?
Yeah, good morning, Lizzie. So the way that it played out yesterday, those fears weren't fully expressed, as you explained already, with the fact that equities managed to find themselves at another record high, admittedly with very small gains. I think there's two ways that you can maybe look at it. One of them is perhaps the idea that actually market participants have come to the conclusion that the process is not going to have strong legs because it doesn't have that support. You heard the voices and the criticism of it, and we even heard the Besant, the member of the U.S. administration, who would be sort of dogmatic about some of these things, was saying that he doesn't really support it, and standing up for the value of Fed independence as well. And even Donald Trump has sort of distanced himself a little bit from it in some respects, and so maybe there's that consideration that actually this is a bit of a rogue probe, won't get that far. But I think that the other thing that is important to note is, although stocks did manage to eke out gains, although bonds paired some of their losses, the dollar did remain weaker. And if you look at the performance of equities all around the rest of the world, including today in Asia again, there's a lot more outperformance. So even if you're not in a full sell America kind of frame of mind, you are still thinking a lot like we were last year, that the rest of the world is maybe offering better opportunities than putting all of your eggs into the US basket.
OK, and we also get that US CPI report out later today, Paul. What are you looking for in it, and how crucial is it? Because last time, of course, we had that Swiss cheese CPI report, full of holes, deeply flawed. Can we trust this one?
Exactly. Well, certainly we can trust it a lot more than the last one. I don't know that everybody is completely convinced that the data will be totally complete, and it may take a while for everything to catch up and normalize again. What we're expecting to see from it is only a modest increase from the very low numbers that we had in that Holy report. And so that would, be taken by the market, I think, as good news. The idea that inflation is gradually cooling, and then people will be passing through the details to see where those elements are and which parts the Fed is paying attention to as well. I think on the bigger picture, though, everybody backed away from the idea that the Fed is going to cut in January. A lot of the banks changed their calls and pushed them further into the year. The market is priced for two, one in the first half, one in the second half. It would take quite a big change in the inflation numbers to really disrupt that sort of market pricing at the moment. So it would be more kind of mood music. If we do see a cooling of inflation, then probably equities would take that as relatively good news. If we saw a very strong reading, then maybe people would be more concerned. But otherwise, I think that it will be very hard to get a large market reaction off the back of those numbers.
OK, Paul, thank you so much for that. Bloomberg's Paul Dobson there. Well, as he says, Japanese stocks are surging today with the yen weakening, as reports suggest that Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi intends to call a snap election. Let's get more on the market side of things with Winnie Xu in Hong Kong, because, Winnie, it seems that the Takaichi trade is back in action. Good morning.
Morning, Lizzie. Exactly. We are seeing that Takaichi trade back to life. As you mentioned, cross-asset, it's really showing that trend with the topics in the Nikkei, both benchmarks up more than 2% to fresh record highs after markets coming back after a holiday. And on the other hand, you're seeing weakness coming through for the Japanese yen. We're talking about the weakest level since July 2024 as the yen continued to inch towards that 159 level against the dollar. And similarly, the weakness in the bond space as well, with yields steepening and also 10-year yield here up about 7 basis points. And it is also still really being driven by the overall expectation for further stimulus and also Takaichi's fiscal expansionary policy. Now you flip the board and take a look at what sectors are moving on that Takaichi trade. Clearly, we are seeing that defense sector, for example, Kawasaki heavy here, and also AI-related names as well as nuclear-related names, all surging because these are her key strategic focus areas. And also similarly, we're seeing some gains when it comes to the exporters rising on the weakness of the yen. And speaking of currency weakness, we also want to take a look at another currency in our region that has been weakening. As you flip the board and take a look at how the Korea won is doing, actually weakening for a 9th session and headed for its longest losing streak since 2008, and that's really being driven by how local investors are putting money into other markets outside of their home country. And when it comes to the stock market of South Korea, actually rising to another record high, with the Korea Stock Exchange planning to extend its trading hours from 6.5 hours per day to now 12 hours as part of that reform. So still a lot of excitement in markets like South Korea and Japan in our region. Back to you, Lizzie.
Winnie, you'll never rest. What will you do? Winnie Shu there in Hong Kong, thank you so much. Well, I want to dive now more deeply into the politics of that Japan story, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Alice French out of Tokyo now. Alice, why all this speculation around an election, and why now? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, you join me after a rather eventful return from our 3-day weekend here in Tokyo, and that's, as you say, because we've been having multiple reports now suggesting that Prime Minister Takaichi is moving towards dissolving Parliament and calling a snap election, perhaps as soon as next month. Now, the expectation is that, Takaichi's approval ratings are up pretty high, some polls suggesting they could be even more than 70% in favor of her cabinet, and so it's a pretty good time to try and kind of bolster her mandate. Of course, we know that her ruling Liberal Democratic Party is in a minority in both houses of Parliament currently, but that hasn't stopped her from moving forward with her expansionary fiscal policy. She unveiled Japan's biggest fiscal package since COVID a couple of months ago, that 21 trillion yen package, and that's been boosting sectors, as Winnie was talking about, from AI to defense to quantum computing over the last couple of months, and we've really seen a reignition in that trade today on expectations that if there were an election, Takaichi could get even more seats in Parliament, and we would have even more fiscal expansion for longer.
And so what about the other potential market implications of an election? The Takaichi trade very much in swing today, but what could happen beyond that election, Alice?
It's a good question, right? And of course, it's worth saying that even if there were an election, there's no guarantee that the LDP would necessarily get a majority, and that could even upset, the political stability even more so, which is likely to weigh particularly on bonds. We know that JGBs have come under pressure in the last few months because of these worries about Japan's expanding fiscal burden. That's only set to continue as this Takaichi trade plays out. And of course, the kind of big news today has, of course, been the yen, which is now down at around its weakest level against the dollar since summer 2024, and we're edging closer to that 159, 160 level against the dollar, which people here are starting to talk about the possibility of government intervention. We know that Finance Minister Katayama this morning came out and said that she's already spoken to the US about concerns around those one-way currency moves. And whilst a weak yen is a tailwind for exporter stocks, at least for the time being, volatility volatility in the currency is not going to be a good thing, and there's a possibility that, extreme yen weakening, if it does continue, could end up, weighing on people's outlook for the economy. Of course, we have inflation already here. People are really feeling that rising cost of living bite, and so it's definitely not all kind of rosy, but at least in the immediate term, that Takaichi trade and that kind of excitement around that fiscal spending and those sectors that benefit from her government spending policies are seeing tailwinds today. But it'll be interesting, as we get more reports and we get more details about this potential election and how it might play out. The assets are all moving in sort of different directions, and whilst the stocks are up, as we've been saying, at record highs again today, of course that does mean that they're more expensive, and people might be getting more cautious.
Okay, Alice, thank you so much for that look ahead. That's Bloomberg's Alice French out of Tokyo there. Well, still ahead on Daybreak Europe, a crucial appeal beginning for French far-right leader Marine Le Pen. We're going to discuss what it means for her presidential ambitions with Cardiff University politics lecturer Marta Lorimer. That's later on in today's show. But first, President Trump ramps up the pressure on Iran with new tariff threats. We'll be speaking with the Iran project director and senior advisor at International Crisis Group next. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks to AI, Samsung's photo editor is much more powerful.
Generative Edit lets user reimagine surroundings, lighting, texture, and even the perspective.
The best idea comes when we think from the user point of view, not from the engineers.
Our goal was to create a powerful AI tool that lets users express their creativity safely and effortlessly.
It's always exciting.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York. On everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it, on The Pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:17 a.m. here in London. Well, US President Donald Trump says he's imposing a 25% tariff on goods from countries doing business with Iran after weeks of mass unrest across the country. The action ramps up the pressure on the government in Tehran, while also having the potential to disrupt major US trading relationships around the globe. Joining me for analysis now is Ali Vaez, Iran Project Director and Senior Advisor at International Crisis Group. Ali, good morning. Thank you so much for making time for us. I wonder how much of a threat the protests, which, of course, the Iranian foreign minister claims is now under control, actually pose to the regime. Is Iran just trying to stave off US intervention by projecting control here?
Well, this was one of the most serious threats to the rule of the clerical regime in Iran in many years. But I think the reality is that because the regime faced that existential angst, it brought down the iron fist it resulted in a bloodbath in the past few days. We're still in a complete internet shutdown, and it's hard to get an accurate image, but it appears that probably thousands of people have been killed. And as a result of it, I think the protests have fizzled out for now. But in this mighty battle between the state and the society in Iran, I think the regime might have won this battle, but it is not going to win the war.
Okay, interesting. So this round is theirs, but how united is Iran's leadership right now? How in control of the security forces is the regime?
Look, we didn't see any defections or any cracks at the top during these protests. I think at the end of the day, the Iranian leadership understands that they're all sitting in the same boat, and if it sinks, they will all sink with it, with their vested economic interest in the status quo. But so is, unfortunately, at the other side, the opposition is still not united, is leaderless and organizational-less, and this is one of the reasons that it once again has not succeeded. But you know, the reason I'm saying that protests will emerge again is that the regime is very good at suppressing protests, but it is not good at addressing the underlying causes of them. So it's basically just buying time until the next round of confrontation.
Well, to that point, President Trump says he's imposing a 25% tariff on Iran's business partners. How much will that economic pressure add to the likelihood that more protests will emerge in Iran?
Well, we have to see if that threat is really implementable, because Iran's biggest trading partner is China. And of course, the U.S. has a complicated relationship when it gets to imposition of tariffs on China. Second most important trading partner is the UAE, again, a close ally of the United States. And it's hard to imagine that these countries would be willing to really cut off all their ties with Iran overnight. But the Iranian economy is already in a downfall, and any threat would probably make the markets in Iran less hopeful about any kind of economic reprieve anytime soon, and that would just continue building up the pressure on the Iranian people from the outside and also from above, obviously with the regime's repression.
Well, as Washington debates its next steps, is there actually a risk that the White House does too little here, Ali?
Well, to be honest with you, already it's too late, because as I said, I think this round is probably over, or this movement is in decline. And the options in front of the president, honestly, are not very attractive. If he takes kinetic action, it risks turning into a regional conflagration that he certainly doesn't want. And if he pursues non-kinetic options like cyber attacks or enforcement of sanctions, then it's probably not going to move the needle that much.
Just finally, yes, this may be a round that's passed. It's too late, too late for the US. But given the weakening of Tehran at this point, how weakened are Iran's proxies as a result?
Well, the Iranian proxies have been weakened as a result of Israel going after them in full force since October 7th. And the loss of Syria meant that Iran basically lost its logistical route to provide support for groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's never been a question of money. It's more a question of logistics and facility. And the reason that these groups have been weakened is really Israeli military action against them.
Okay, Ali, great to have you on. Ali Vaya is the Iran Project Director and Senior Advisor over at International Crisis Group. Thank you so much. We're just checking in on oil off the back of this tariff news, and we have Brent up 0.5% at $64 a barrel here. Of course, Iran is the fourth largest OPEC member. Trump saying that he'd impose a 25% tariff on the business partners of Iran. So it's hit the highest level since November. You can see it there at $64 a barrel on Brent. But coming up on Daybreak Europe, the race for rare earths. G7 finance ministers meeting to discuss how to secure crucial supplies as they look to pivot away from China. We'll bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York. A multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance. Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people, the transactions, and the technology. Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Good morning if you're just joining us. To some other stories that we're following this morning now. Finance ministers from G7 nations met to discuss a path forward to, quote, address vulnerabilities in critical minerals supply chains. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that critical mineral supply chains have become vulnerable to disruption and manipulation. Critical minerals and so-called rare earths elements can be found in many nations around the world, but much of the processing occurs in China, which has given the country leverage in trade talks with the US. Elsewhere, Bloomberg has learned that the Trump administration is close to a trade deal with Taiwan that would lower American tariffs on goods from the self-governed island. It would also significantly expand TSMC's planned investment in chip production on US soil. Duties on Taiwanese imports would fall to 15% from the current level of 20%. And German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has met with India's Narendra Modi on his first trip to Asia since taking office, urging New Delhi to urgently conclude trade talks with the EU. Merz says the world should brace for more uncertainty with the return of what he calls global power politics. The two countries signed agreements covering areas such as critical minerals and traditional medicines. And China's Commerce Ministry has welcomed a move by the EU to consider replacing steep EV tariffs with minimum prices. The change would protect European automakers while allowing Chinese companies to retain profits. It comes as ties between Europe and the US fray over President Trump's threats to seek control of Greenland. And Bloomberg has learned that China is examining how Jane Street Group and other foreign firms participate in its $859 billion ETF market. Sources say regulators are seeking information on activities carried out by brokers. Well, that's a roundup of some of our top stories this morning. Coming up here on Daybreak Europe, French far-right leader Marine Le Pen's make or break appeal. We'll discuss what it means for her path to the presidency with Cardiff University politics lecturer Marta Lorimer next. That conversation coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Thanks to AI, Samsung's photo editor is much more powerful.
Generative Edit lets user reimagine surroundings, lighting, texture, and even the perspective.
The best idea comes when we think from the user point of view, not from the engineers.
Our goal was to create a powerful AI tool that lets users express their creativity safely and effortlessly.
It's always exciting.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, Powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
Whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg. Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. Fed fight pushback. The Trump administration's probe into the central bank triggers a backlash in Washington, with key Republicans warning Fed independence is being eroded. The yen weakens and Japan's stocks surge to record highs after a report that Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi plans to call a snap election for next month. Plus, President Trump threatens new tariffs on countries doing business with Iran, a move that risks upending America's fragile trade truce with China. A very good morning if you're just joining us. It's 6:30 a.m. here in London and your markets look like this. Asian stocks surging this morning. As I say, we have Japan at a record high, and this on reports that Takaichi, the Prime Minister of Japan, is going to call a snap election. You've also got futures pointing higher here in Europe as traders look for opportunities outside the US. Futures pointing lower a touch on Wall Street, but we did have the S&P recovering yesterday, notably despite the Sell America trade earlier on in the day because of the threat to Fed independence. Now, let's take a look at the front pages this morning. We have the Financial Times leading on UBS boss Sergio Emotti planning to step down in April of 2027. It comes as the Swiss lender is fighting the government over the threat of more stringent capital buffers. So we'll have more on that later on in the programme. But for now, let's turn over to the Wall Street Journal. They have the blowback for the Trump administration potentially that could be caused by this Fed probe into Jerome Powell, both in the Senate and the markets. And this includes how it could affect the president's nominees to replace Powell. The paper saying that those worried include Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Finally, let's flip over to the Times here in London, and we have special forces in Britain being lined up to storm Russian shadow fleet vessels. This after the UK Defence Secretary John Healey said that he'd like to detain President Putin and hold him to account for war crimes. Those are the front pages, but you can get a roundup of all the stories you need to know to get your day going today in our edition of Daybreak, which, of course, as always, Terminal subscribers can find by going to DAYB Go. Well, coming back to our top story here in Europe, Germany's foreign minister says that he's optimistic of Europe reaching a compromise with the US over Greenland after a meeting in Washington with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. European diplomats are scrambling to diffuse tensions with President Trump's administration as his threats to seize the island escalate. Let's get the latest now with Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook. Ollie, good morning. What have we learned so far from these talks, and what can we expect from other meetings that are taking place in Washington this week?
Yeah, well, Lizzie, if the status quo is option number one, and that is not acceptable to the United States for Greenland, and something needs to change there, and option number two, which is a full annexation of Greenland by the United States, is unacceptable to the Europeans and to the Danes, we have yet to find what option number three would look like, what a compromise would look like. And that is precisely what the German foreign minister was pitching yesterday to Marco Rubio in Washington, D.C. Johann Vadeful there standing next to Marco Rubio, giving a statement afterwards, but basically pitching this idea of a joint NATO Arctic mission that would be joined by a number of NATO allies, potentially the United States, and that is the sort of proposition that he's put forward to sort of Marco Rubio to see whether or not that gains some traction in Washington, D.C. Marco Rubio didn't make any statements after that meeting with Johann Vadeful, so we don't know really how that went down.
home and away. When there's so much uncertainty, it's helpful to know where you're headed. What is the goal of the United States government right now, as far as you can discern it?
It is not regime change. It is not democracy or human rights. I think the goal of the United States, at a minimum, is access for American companies, American oil companies, to Venezuela's oil sector, which is large, but not quite as large as the statistics lead people to believe. Yes, you've got 17, 18% of the world's supply, but a lot of it's hard to get to. A lot of it's not the greatest quality crude. It's in terrible disrepair. But anyhow, I think that's priority number one. Whether there are other priorities, for example, to stop Venezuelan support of Cuba, even though as much or more comes from Mexico, but there's that. Whether to wean Venezuela from Russia, China, and others. Obviously, to keep them out of the drug trade. So I think there may be secondary or subsidiary objectives, but the principal objective, and the President talked about it, 15, 20 times at the Saturday press conference last week, was the oil access.
When you were in the State Department with Secretary Powell, you were head of, as you say, policy planning, not policy prediction. So it's hard to predict what's going to happen, but in order to plan, you have to think about a range. What's the range of possibilities right now in Venezuela? What's the best it can be? What's the worst it can be?
The best it could be is what we just described actually holds. That you have a situation there where you have more continuity than change, and the United States does not have to get more involved, more intrusive with boots on the ground or anything like that. There's not massive violence, and we develop a growing economic relationship. The bad news with that is you obviously don't have democracy, or particularly human rights. The average Venezuelan person might be slightly better off, but it's much more continuity than change. The bad scenarios are things unravel. Essentially, conditions of instability. It may not be as you had chaos in Iraq within a year. So I'm not predicting chaos, but you asked me for the menu. At the other end of the menu is a real breakdown of order, that rival groups essentially start to slug it out.
Now we hear, it's a little unclear, the United States is sort of going to take some of the oil, a fair amount of the oil, sell it, put it into an account, and then maybe give some back to the Venezuelans, sort of like an allowance. How is that going to work?
Well, I think one of the interesting parts of that, because I've read the same stuff, is how do you put it, what's the sharing arrangement, David? How rich is this allowance? And this is exactly the sort of thing at some point. Nationalism hasn't disappeared in the world. Nationalism's a really powerful force. So at some point, the people challenge the Venezuelan government saying, hey, why are we giving this generous or sweetheart deal to the Americans? Why are we not keeping this here? That's exactly the dynamic, by the way, that decades ago led to all the nationalizations, not just in Venezuela, but around the world. Deals with outsiders, with the international oil companies, were seen as way too generous to them, and countries basically said, hey, this is our sovereign wealth. Why are we giving so much of it away? So the idea that argument would not surface sooner rather than later, I kind of think it will.
What are the likely consequences beyond Venezuela? Start with Latin America, for example. Certainly Colombia's come to people on the president's mind, as well as Cuba, maybe Mexico.
All of the above, and there's Canada and others, and then we get a little bit farther afield to Greenland. I think Cuba is probably the one that most worried because it's not doing well. It's not a failed state only because of external support, so they're going to have to probably find some substitutes. They've got Mexico. I don't know what Russia would be prepared to do. I think they're probably the most nervous. The president has attacked the president of Colombia, which is too bad in some ways because Colombia was one of the great success stories of American foreign policy. People often criticize versions of nation building. Well, we kind of got inside Colombia, and it wasn't a change of regime, but with the existing regime, we helped them deal with their civil war. We helped them deal with the drug issues. Mexico is a funny issue because it's not where the government is part of the problem, except they're indirectly part of it because they're either unable or unwilling or both to deal with the cartels. They're not meeting their sovereign obligation to make sure that their territory isn't used as a drug production and trafficking thing. So the question there is what might at some point we do about it. There's been periodic threats that we would use military force against the cartels. I think Canada is more just a scratchy relationship. I don't sense any enthusiasm, shall we say, for it to become a 51st state. ironically enough, Venezuela is slightly closer to becoming the 51st state right now in a de facto way than is Canada. And I think the other big question mark is Greenland, farther afield geographically. But there's been so many pronouncements by the administration, both from a strategic argument as well as from a resources argument, that I actually take this seriously as a possibility. Though what's baffling to me, and here I am, an old-fashioned diplomat, if the United States wanted a more intimate strategic and economic relationship with Greenland, I think it's there for the offing. That's why God invented diplomats. You send somebody there, you negotiate the terms of it, you make it generous to them because it's important that. How it's been allowed to come to this, I truly don't understand, David.
Greenland is another territory, not country, but territory in its own right. It is under the protection of Denmark.
Yes, sir.
The sovereignty is with Denmark. You said to me when the national security strategy first came out, wow, look at this because of the Monroe Doctrine. Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, even Canada, you could say that's Western Hemisphere.
Right.
Greenland's not, last time I checked. And it is theoretically subject to NATO protections.
100%. So you're right. It's kind of, what it reflects is not the Western Hemisphere focus of this administration, which Venezuela can be explained by. It's more the commercial and economic focus of this administration. And that's where I think it makes sense. This administration essentially sees foreign policy more in terms of homeland security and economic welfare. So they're worried about drugs, they're worried about immigration, and they're into the business of promoting business. And I think Greenland falls a little bit into all that, but it also shows something else, a lack of concern, I don't have a word for it, David, for Europe. I mean, the two great theaters of history for the last 100+ years are Europe and Asia. And this is an administration that's dialing a lot of its attention towards this part of the world. If you connect the dots, it looks like we're moving towards a world what you might call of spheres of influence, where the United States is preoccupied here, Russia and Europe literally slug it out in their part of the world. We'll see China has something of a free hand in its part of the world. And we've gone voluntarily, which is the strangest part of this to me, as someone who studies history, from being a truly global power to being something more of a regional power.
The United States is pulling back from Europe, as you put it, at a time when Europe could be seen as being under contest from Russia, given what's going on in Ukraine. President Putin must be watching this. What does the Venezuelan development say to President Putin?
Yeah, whatever narrow setback he's experienced in Venezuela because of the Russian connection, whatever humiliation he might feel there, I think is offset. He's got to like the larger thing here. He's got to like the fact that we're demonstrating that great powers have the right to act with a pretty free hand against leaders they believe are illegitimate. He listens to that and he goes, where have I heard that before? He's got to like the fact that this separates us even more from the Europeans. He's got to like the fact that the United States is more preoccupied with the Western Hemisphere. So I think for Vladimir Putin, this is all good. One of the implications, by the way, since you raised it, David, this has, though, for this negotiation about Ukraine, the war, ending the war, which I think the chances of which are remote, I think they've become more remote. Just think about it. If you're President Zelensky, American security assurances in the current context, hard to imagine you would place your country's fate in America's word that we would be there for them. I think you're going to want a lot more than that if you're President Zelensky, and whatever he's going to require is going to be way too much for Vladimir Putin to accept. So I'm afraid, we're about to mark the end of 4 years of this phase of the war. My unhappy prediction is we're about to go well into year 5.
Up next, bailing out America's farmers. Why are we looking at another round of subsidies? And is there a better way? This is a story about thinking the unthinkable. Last month, President Trump proposed another $12 billion in federal aid for farmers hit hard by low crop prices and by the fallout of his trade policies.
I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance.
It's become almost impossible to think of U.S. farming without government payments supporting it. And the U.S. is far from the only country that intervenes in agricultural markets.
But it turns out that there is one country, New Zealand, that has gone a very different way with some unexpected results.
The government wiped those subsidies in 1 year, and the net result of that has been staggering.
America started down its path to paying its farmers back in 1933, in the midst of the Great Depression, when President Roosevelt announced the Agriculture Adjustment Act.
With the whole world in turmoil, even the united efforts of the farmers themselves would not have been sufficient without the cooperation of the government of the United States.
In a recent report covering 54 countries, the OECD found that, quote, agriculture support policies generated on average $842 billion per year in transfers towards agriculture between 2022 and 2024. Dan Glickman was Secretary of Agriculture during the Clinton administration.
Well, first of all, there's a huge amount of agriculture subsidies in the United States. I mean, it's billions and billions of dollars. I think that first of all, farm programs are complicated, and nobody understands them except people in farm countries. So, you know, you have people who have to deal with them all the time, are largely the only ones that have been involved in the writing of them. But look, farming is a precarious, tough business. These people have to deal with drought, disease, floods, tariffs, geopolitical issues. To a soybean grower, China was kind of the salvation. We were exporting, you know, millions and millions of tons of soybeans to China. And when the president announced his tariffs, they were kind of off again, on again. But the impact of that was for the Chinese to kind of cut us off and go to Brazil and Argentina. And it just created a lost market for America, and it was hard to make that up. And that instability that occurred as a result of that meant that a lot of grain elevators were full and the grain couldn't be sold, or the uncertainty of production in the next year or two. So it was really, you talk about a dagger in the heart of American agriculture.
Yet across America and around the world, businesses in all sectors are forced to adapt to changing macroeconomic conditions without the promise of government assistance should things go south. What makes farming different? In the Depression era, national food security was critical, but America now produces far more food than it consumes.
There was a time that we thought that free markets helped discipline conduct in all sorts of places. Is there a risk with farm subsidies of basically becoming less efficient in farming?
That is a very good question. There's no question that farm subsidies kind of skew the economics, the market economics of agriculture. After all, if we're supporting a crop with government subsidies, then no longer is the market alone determining the price or the location or what you produce. And that is a problem. And also it skews the differences between the commodities. You may be supporting corn more than soybeans or wheat more than corn or those kinds of things. And so that does create inefficiencies within the marketplace. On the other hand, we will probably never get rid of farm subsidies.
But what if America, or any country around the world, did get rid of farm subsidies? It turns out that there is one such country. In the early 1980s, New Zealand's economy was in trouble. Its main export market, Great Britain, had just joined what would later be called the European Union, and public spending was at an unsustainable level.
We were within months of being bankrupt.
Lockwood Smith is a farmer himself and a former agriculture minister in New Zealand. In 1984, he'd just been elected to Parliament for the first time.
By the early 1980s, the level of support across our three main livestock industries, if you like, dairy, beef production, and sheep meat or lamb, the average sort of producer subsidy equivalent across all those industries got up to 30%. But it differed among the industries. For beef and dairy, it was only about 13%, less than 20. But for lamb, the producer subsidy equivalent got up to 90%. Basically, 90% of the revenue coming into sheep farmers' pockets was from subsidies of various kinds. And of course, they responded to that because they got more subsidy if they had more sheep. And our sheep numbers climbed progressively up to 70 million. By 1984, we had 70 million sheep. And we couldn't export all the product of those 70 million sheep. We ended up turning thousands of frozen sheep carcasses into fertilizer. because we couldn't, we didn't have the markets to export that stuff. And so the economy was in crisis, saw the writing on the wall. I mean, we were within months of bankruptcy, if you like. And in 1985, they decided action had to be taken, and they abolished. In 1 year, they abolished all those subsidies. They wiped many of the tariffs protecting other industries. They abolished all of the subsidies for agriculture, wiped them in 1 year. I wouldn't recommend that anyone else should try to do that, but that's what happened here.
The immediate aftermath was tough, and some farms went out of business.
Probably the biggest protests I've ever seen on the front steps of the New Zealand Parliament were that year in 1985. I remember the newspaper headlines, the roar from the hills as farmers, gathered on the steps of Parliament and all the surrounding streets protesting against the removal of those subsidies.
Peter Jex Blake is a retired farmer on New Zealand's east coast. He's since handed his farm off to his daughter, but remembers it all too well.
Yeah, I remember I was a part of a protest group that we, the Prime Minister David Long, a few of his ministers arrived at Gisborne Airport one day, and a whole lot of us went out there with placards and started banging on his car windscreen because he wasn't having a bar of talking to us, so we went to every intersection that he was stopping and waving our placards and saying, well, holding up our bank statements showing, 18-20% interest rates is impossible. He said, well, change banks. I mean, they had no sympathy at all for farmers.
I was probably too young. Through the 80s, I was only a baby. So, no, I couldn't remember any of the hard times, but I always remember, even right through, Mum and Dad always trying to save money in every way and never overspend.
The immediate aftermath was tough. Although farmers did agree that there was a need for subsidy reform, they felt it was too swift and that they were unfairly targeted.
What happened was they sort of took the subsidies off before they did any other economic reform. So farmers wore the brunt of it for a few years. Basically, your income halved, land prices halved, interest rates went through the roof, inflation was trucking along 15-16%. So because none of the other parts of the economy had been reformed, pretty tough going. Fertiliser use dropped in half. So basically you just toughed it out, where everybody of my generation were living on a smell of an oily rag. Yeah, it took from the time from 1984, which is when the really hit the fan, it was 10 years really of not making much progress at all. You just you're able to gradually do some improvements, but things didn't really turn the corner until the mid-1990s.
But things did eventually turn a corner.
The result has been quite stunning, actually. It was hard initially, but the improvement in productivity since then has been stunning. Because you either changed what you're doing, or you did lose your farm, you went out of business. And so, they started introducing new genetics into our sheep flock, because it was the sheep industry was affected the most because it had the highest level of subsidies. They brought in new breeds of sheep like Finnish Landrace and a breed developed in New Zealand, Perindales, to improve the fecundity, or the number of lambs that a ewe had, from being just one lamb to 2 and more. Today we have more than about 150% lambing percentages compared with less than 100% back then. They introduced new terminal sires to improve the growth rate of the lambs being born in the flock. They improved our pasture management practices, so we got better utilisation of our pastures, because in New Zealand here, of course, all our livestock farming is conducted outside, just out in the natural environment, just grazing pasture. And the net result of that has been staggering. Today, our sheep numbers have come down from 70 million in 1984 to less than 26 million today. Yet the amount of lamb or sheep meat that we produce is pretty similar, not much less than we used to produce when we had 70 million sheep. And it's quite a stunning story. The productivity improvement in our sheep industry has been, since 1990, when the things settled down after the changes, productivity improvement has been 170%, which is, if every other industry in New Zealand had done that, we'd be a wealthy country.
Agriculture is still a major part of New Zealand's economy, accounting for around 70% of goods exports. But it remains largely unsubsidized, and its farmers wouldn't have it any other way.
We're not getting any assistance from other than what we generate on farm to mitigate emissions, etc. And that, everything we do is a plus for the environment. And the fact, you put fertiliser, you build up the organic matter in the land. Pretty cool when you see other farming systems around the world how reliant on grain and subsidies.
So could the New Zealand model be applied elsewhere? We spoke with farmers in Iowa last summer about the role of subsidies in their work.
Biggest thing, I guess for me as a farmer is I want to make sure we have markets. I don't want direct payments. I would rather not have direct payments from the government. If we can have markets that will buy the grain and stuff from us, not have to depend on the government for and develop those markets.
We don't want to rely on government payments. That's the last thing that we want to do. We've worked to try to eliminate that, and we want to try to create demand through domestic markets, through exports, to offset that.
It's easy to think about a world where farmers don't rely on direct payments from the government, where we create products for the market instead of creating markets for the products, where we encourage innovation through competition. Dan Glickman says that what might be thinkable as a matter of economics may well be unthinkable as a matter of politics.
Every senator has a large amounts of farm country and farm products and farmers, and they're a huge part of their constituency, and they have equal power. So the senator from North Dakota has equal power to the senator in California. That's the dominant factor. Then you have other factors like the fact that Iowa has been the first caucus in the country historically. That's changing. But Iowa is, people go there and they talk about corn. Even Bernie Sanders talks about corn subsidies and doesn't really rail against them. And it doesn't matter what your political party you're in, Republican or Democrat, liberal or conservative. For the most part, everybody kind of talks about markets working, but it looks like we're going to have subsidies of some sort forever.
Coming up, self-driving taxis. Elon Musk promised they'd be here 5 years ago. Are they finally going to arrive this year?
Thanks to AI, Samsung's photo editor is much more powerful.
Generative edit lets user reimagine surroundings, lighting, texture, and even the perspective.
The best idea comes when we think from the user point of view, not from the engineers.
Our goal was to create a powerful AI tool that lets users express their creativity safely and effortlessly.
It's always exciting.
This is a story about overpromising and underdelivering. We've heard about robo-taxis coming our way for 5 years now, and they're always just around the corner. But are they really coming? And when will they get here? Our colleague Ed Ludlow tells us the tale.
Is 2026 the year of the robo-taxi?
I would say 2026 is the year of the Zoox robo-taxi.
I think it's going to be in 2026 where this really starts to take off.
If I just zoom out, today in 2026, most of the autonomous activity in the world is happening in China and in a handful of cities in the US.
You're here. It's the buzziest topic in Silicon Valley, and the public is going crazy for it.
It's an experience. I'm looking forward to it.
But enthusiasm alone isn't enough to get us to a robo-taxi world. 6 years ago, Elon Musk confidently predicted he'd have 1 million self-driving Teslas on the road by 2020. One of many predictions that proved to be too optimistic. After hearing that robo-taxis are here for several years in a row, we're told 2026 will be the year of the robo-taxi. The number of vehicles on the road is set to more than double, to 18,000 this year, from 8,000 in 2025. For our purposes, a robo-taxi means on-demand, point-to-point autonomous ride-hailing. It's dynamic and not fixed route.
We will continue to see a growth in
autonomous taxis in 2026, it will not be a dramatic change.
Mark Fagan is a lecturer at Harvard University's Kennedy School. He also runs an autonomous vehicle lab.
This is not going to be a year in which we see 20 cities with 25 to 50% of ride-hail rides being in robo-taxis. It's all coming, but I don't believe it is a hockey stick.
For a nascent industry and business without much of a track record, there are already many players. Waymo, owned by Google parent Alphabet, takes existing cars and retrofits them with its self-driving system. It also works with car makers on purpose-built robotaxis like its vehicle with Zeekr, even though it still has a steering wheel. Right now, Waymo is the only company running fully driverless paid robotaxi services in the US without a safety driver. And it does plan to make 2026 the year that it publicly launches across America, from San Diego to Washington, D.C. Tesla and Amazon-owned Zoox are also piloting their first driverless programs, while May Mobility and AV Ride have launched in cities with safety drivers at the wheel, and in some cases, there isn't even a wheel.
The Zoox vehicle is bi-directional. It has inward-facing seats and no driver controls, no steering wheel,
Correct.
no pedals. And that has been the plan from day one.
Our robotaxi has been on the road for about a year plus. We've learned a lot. We've been transporting ourselves and members of the public. We've been practicing the service, getting feedback, making adjustments. We've expanded our geofence a couple of times.
Aisha Evans is the CEO of Zoox. It designs and builds its own robotaxi from scratch, runs its own app, and wants to control everything end to end. Zoox plans to own, operate, maintain, and manage its entire fleet itself.
Why not do what others are doing and start by retrofitting consumer vehicles?
We kind of look at what happens at scale, right? And then you work backward from there. And we felt that, in a way, even though at the beginning it would be slower and more difficult, at scale, it's going to be easier and more ubiquitous and more consistent. And we are giving them the personalization, we're giving them the experience. And we felt that starting that way made more sense. And yeah, it's been more difficult. It's been slower, but we're seeing now with regular people using it that it was worth it. And we believe it will allow us to scale faster.
How much is this going to cost to scale the Zoox platform and offering to the visions you've just outlined, but also to sort of bring a return on everything that's already gone into this project?
It's going to cost a lot, no question about it. This is a capital-intensive endeavor, but I think the returns are going to surprise people.
Then there's Tesla. Its vision is a robotaxi service made up of three things: a purpose-built cybercab now entering production, used Teslas the company takes back and controls, and privately owned cars. In that last case, owners would let their Tesla go out and work as a robotaxi for the day, essentially renting out their car, like Airbnb on wheels. A lot of companies are investing a lot of money on making the dream of robotaxis become a reality in the near future. But for that to happen, at some point it has to be a business, and that means distributing the substantial capital costs across a lot of units. Sarfraz Moredia leads Uber's autonomous mobility team.
When you talk about the unit economics of autonomous vehicles, it's actually quite simple because you can start with the reality that everybody is losing money. If we were to price those rides, or any of our competitors were to price those rides sort of to break even, they really would not be competitive with any other ride you would take on Uber. And what we expect is over time that cost will come down, not just for the vehicle, but for the compute. And so as that cost becomes more competitive, I think you'll see the unit economics improve, but that's going to take several years.
It's very capital intensive, and the capital comes in two forms. One is the development of the technology itself, the software code. Think about this. You and I have spent decades of learning how to drive. So we know when it's a rainy, miserable day in New York, you're going to be more cautious. All of that has to be coded into the software that's operating the vehicle. The other side of the capital investment is the more traditional kinds of capital you think about. You're going to need to get relatively high utilization of the vehicles in order to pay off that capital cost.
In other businesses, the leader of the pack is the one who makes the numbers work. Robotaxis can be different. Competitors work together to harness the parts of the operation they do well to try and get to scale.
I think it is a dating situation where, we're all kind of interested in each other because, look, think of the data that we have, right? We know about pickup and drop-off locations. We know how to get through into a gated community, for example.
David Risher is Lyft's CEO.
We know when people take rides every single day, in every single jurisdiction in the United States. On the other hand, the robotaxi companies know a lot about how to drive cars with no human driver. We don't know anything about that. So it's actually one of those really nice things where at this time, we're all trying to sort of date and learn from each other and figure out what the models are going to be going forward.
While robotaxi pioneers in the US hunt for scale and for partners, China's racing ahead, with Goldman Sachs projecting a fleet of 1.9 million robotaxis in operation there by 2035, accounting for 25% of all ride-hailing vehicles in the country.
If I just zoom out, today most of the autonomous activity in the world is happening in China and in a handful of cities in the US. In 2026, I think you're going to see that change because you'll see more cities in the US and you'll see what is nascent operations in the Middle East. A market like Abu Dhabi, where we, with one of our partners, offered the first fully driverless ride outside of the US and China in the last couple of weeks. There, they've been very supportive of bringing autonomous tech to their city and more broadly in the UAE.
Their phones and choose to take a lift. Sometimes today they're in a human driving car 99.99% of the time, but over time, increasingly, that'll be in a machine driven car. And that's great, right? On the other hand, when you want help with your luggage, or maybe you want someone to chat with at the end of the day, or maybe it's your grandmother and you want to make sure that someone actually walks her to the door at the end of the ride, that's when you're going to choose a human driver. So I think the two of them are going to complement each other really well.
Annoying glitches are one thing, but there have been much more serious problems with some robotaxis as they've gone into operation.
In 2023, there was a very unfortunate incident in San Francisco where a woman was hit by a conventional vehicle, was knocked under a Cruise autonomous vehicle. The irony of this is we probably lost 100 people in the United States to car-related fatalities. We don't like when technology kills people.
We need to demonstrate with our partners a superhuman safety record that's not just miles driven, but also that the rides are going to be safe in different use cases, that they're going to be able to address edge cases.
So maybe, truly, these robotaxis are about to arrive in a city near you. They're high-tech, they're all the rage, but it turns out...
I don't know what that means, but it's flying the situation.
Even if you take away a driver, you can't take away user error.
Hi, this is Aisha. I'm in a ride. Are we departing soon? What's the hold-up? He's not buckled up. Oh, he is buckled up.
Maybe it can detect.
No, I know that. Yeah, it can detect. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I get it. Thank you. All right.
We try to game the system.
This thing is okay. Aha. Off we go.
It's amazing.
Up next, the thrill of summiting the highest peak in the world and making money doing it. This is a story about making and spending money at the top of the world, that is. For as long as there have been humans, we've pushed beyond the horizon. From the great explorers to learning to fly to landing on the moon, we strive to do what has never been done before, and then we do it again and again to the point
The move is a dramatic escalation of the Trump administration's attacks on the Fed.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
Well, Donald Trump insists that he had no knowledge of the DOJ's investigation into the central bank. For more on this, we're joined by Bloomberg senior editor Alistair Bull, who covered the Fed in Washington for many years. Alistair, thank you for joining us. So first of all, how serious a threat is this to the Fed and its independence?
Good morning. It's an unprecedented assault on the independence of the Federal Reserve. This hasn't happened in the history of the modern Fed. But I think you need to ask two questions here. What's the Powell Fed going to do? And what happens once he stepped down as chair? His term ends as chair ends in May, and then it'll be handed over to whoever Trump nominates to replace him. It's quite clear from the tone of Powell's statement that he's not going to flinch. The Fed, under his watch, is not going to back down. They're not going to be lent on by the administration. But that's going to leave investors with a lot of questions about what happens once he's no longer leading the Fed. Francine.
Alistair, the Republican Senator Tom Tillis also says he won't confirm any Fed appointees while this is ongoing. So does this present a wider problem from the Fed's functioning?
It doesn't present a problem for the Fed functioning. It does present a problem for the agenda of a Trump administration to stack the board with Trump loyalists. Tillis basically is the swing voter on the Senate Banking Committee. That's split 13 Republican senators, 11 Democrats. If he crosses the aisle to the Democrat side, it's locked at 12-12. It means they can't move anything through committee to the Senate floor. To break that impasse, they need 60 votes from the Senate. They don't have them. So if Tillis stands his ground, it means that Trump won't be able to move any nominee forward onto the Fed board. That's assuming there's a vacancy on the board. If Powell doesn't step down from the board when his term as chair ends in May, there won't be a vacancy unless Trump succeeds in his efforts to fire Lisa Cook, who's a Fed governor. But her case is before the Supreme Court and won't be heard until later this month. And, legal opinion is pretty divided on whether the administration is going to prevail on that. So Tillis's position basically locks things for the Trump administration to stack the Fed board. And in the meantime, you have to look at the market reaction, which has not been favorable and does not aid Trump's goal of lowering borrowing costs or boosting the housing market. Treasury yields are higher since this news broke. That's bad for mortgage rates. Francine.
Thank you so much, Bloomberg senior editor there, Alistair Bull. Now let's take a closer look at how markets are digesting these attacks on the Fed. We're joined by Banu Baweja, chief strategist at UBS Investment Bank. Banu, as always, thanks so much for joining us. What a huge day, because this took everyone by surprise, including the Fed, from what we understand. At the heart is Fed independence. What does it mean for, functioning of global markets and U.S. markets especially?
Look, let's start with market pricing. So far, nothing really is priced in terms of the Fed losing its independence. There's been a lot of chatter in the narrative and so on, but if you look at inflation break-evens, if you look at five-year inflation swaps, they're trading in line with or below long-term expectations. So the market is not pricing in a serious risk to Fed independence. And as Alistair just said, it is actually hard to completely change the constitution of the FOMC. 12-member board, 7 governors and 5 regional presidents. It's really hard to change the entire... And even if you get Trump loyalists, remember, Powell was a Trump appointee, Waller was a Trump appointee. So even if you get Trump loyalists, it's not clear that everybody is going to bend and break. Nonetheless, this kind of pressure, again, it's unprecedented, and it does begin to tell on the way FOMC members vote. It was quite interesting that if you looked at the last couple of SEPs from the Fed, even though the FOMC members didn't change their mind on inflation forecasts and growth forecasts, they still took the dots a little bit lower, which means there's a change in the reaction function, which means that there is a little bit of political pressure that comes to bear. Now, I don't think this is priced in inflation. I think this definitely means higher term premium. And the curve has already been steepening. There's a chance that it steepens further, that you get term premium going up. And of course, as Alistair seemed to imply, that actually means that you actually, unfortunately, see higher rates rather than lower rates, because ultimately what we're solving for is not the front end. This is what I think many investors don't grasp, that even if the Fed was to cut more aggressively or the reaction function changes, if the market feels that this is higher long-term inflation or, in Trump's case, also looser fiscal, that could mean long-end rates and credit risk premium can rise, which means the cost of equity can go up rather than down.
But so what's the right way? When you think about it, and there's a million questions, we have people writing in saying, does it mean that, the president is also just being prepared to fire Jay Powell? Does that go to the heart of the independence, or are the markets also looking through that? It's unclear to me what it would take for the markets to actually understand that things have changed.
I think it'll change. It'll take a big change in the reaction function of the current members of the Fed, right? Because, again, whether or not Lisa Cooks get fired or whether or not Jay Powell can get fired is a legal question, right? That's not entirely up to Trump. He cannot just go and fire. So, again, I think Jan 21st is going to be a very, very important day, because that's when we're probably going to hear about Lisa Cook. And if the Trump administration doesn't prevail in that, then I think the market will take some solace in this idea that perhaps the current constitution of the FOMC can maintain. Nonetheless, the pressure continues, and that does make for higher long-term rates.
And what does it mean for the next Fed chair?
The next Fed chair is going to be a dove. Look, the Fed, the irony is, Francie, that the Fed itself, including Jay Powell, is a very dovish institution. It's just not as dovish as Trump would want. They don't want to take rates to 1%. I think the next Fed chair will probably speak about a new productivity miracle a la sort of 1990s Greenspan, 1996. As a result of that, the supply curve moving out, the supply in the economy improving, and therefore inflation coming lower. Now, ironically, this is happening at a time when inflation is actually likely to go up, because we're going to get Tuesday, we're going to get the inflation print, and we think the core inflation print is going to be strong. We think it could be like 44 basis points month on month. So it would be a very strange time.
But, this inflation going up, is this an overhang of actually the tariffs, the fact that they're coming back, but at the same time, we're probably importing a bit of deflation from China?
So it's a couple of things. So first, this is a give back to the November print, which was very weak. So the government shutdown is over, and now we're going to get inflation going higher. But you're absolutely right. It's also about the Trump tariffs. And that, we think, is slowly coming from margins onto prices. And that's going to mean that over the next 3 to 6 months, inflation is going to be high. Not a good time to be talking about Fed independence. Ultimately, inflation is going to come lower after that, and probably come lower quite hard. But this is a bad time to be worrying about Fed independence for the market. Again, I think we have to think about what is the cost of equity, not the Fed rate, but the 10-year, the 30-year plus risk premium, all of which the risk premium has been so tight. So I think the one common theme, the motif for this year seems to be, may you live in interesting times. The one common theme, to me, seems to be not just a weaker dollar, but more than that, equity vol going higher.
What do you make of oil? And again, does oil feed back into the kind of equity vol going higher as we try and understand exactly what foreign policy looks like in the U.S.?
So Iran is to the global supply currently is about 5 times as important. Venezuela produces 0.8 million barrels a day. Iran produces about 4 million barrels a day. Used to produce about 6 million barrels a day at its peak. So if that was taken out, that's a big if, right? The Straits of Hormuz do not close easily, and they don't close for very long. Even in the Iran-Iraq war in the 1980s, they barely closed for days, right? So if oil production is hit, then you could see.
And this would be because of a regime change, right? Which suddenly is something that people are talking about. We're not making a call, but it's something to watch out for.
People are worried about that. And again, whether or not that happens, it's very possible that in 12 months' time, not much has changed, but I think the Straits of Hormuz shutting down is hard. So where I'm going with this is I think the upside in oil is going to be reasonably limited because the market is already in a surplus, right? The market is in a surplus to the tune of about 1.9 million barrels a day. It's strange that the curve is not in contango already. The curve is pretty flat to slightly backwardated. But I think the spike in oil should be reasonably limited here, given the surplus.
What's gold today?
Higher, and it's like so.
But it's also it's a hedge against everything.
It's at a time when bond equity correlation has been positive, at a time when many international investors, not just in the public sector, so not just asset managers or supranationals or central banks, but also private companies are thinking about how we diversify away from not just U.S. assets, but also developed market assets. Because remember, the primary trigger for gold to rise in 2022 was Central Bank of Russia's reserves being sanctioned, because that's when everyone sat around the table and said, what is money? If gilts are not, if bunds are not, if treasuries are not, then what is money? And that's what led gold higher. Recently, you're beginning to sense a little bit of froth in precious metals, silver, platinum, palladium, primarily white metals, but again, gold is on the piggyback. Nonetheless, these kinds of events, Fed independence, Iran, it'll be very hard to prevent gold from going higher out here. So you could see some near-term consolidation. We were looking for 47.50. It seems we're going to get there very, very quickly. This has been sort of the fourth year running that we've been long gold. I think the skew is still to the upside. So it's not symmetric around 47.50. I think the risks are clearly to the upside.
But I know you're a great thinker, and we've spoken in the past about productivity. You've just talked about the cost of equity. What are we missing? Because every day there's a big piece of news that actually changes everything in that industry. Yeah. But what's the overarching concern that we should look at?
So, Francine, for me, the big question for this year, other than, so we're dealing right now with oil, we're dealing with Fed independence, but I think the biggest question this year is going to be whether, I think everyone acknowledges that AI is going to be transformational. Whether AI is going to be profitable is the big question, right? By which I mean, to me personally, one of the biggest surprises last year was that DeepSeek had no impact on the market. Right? I mean, it had no impact on margins in semis. It had no impact on margins in software companies. As you get more models coming out, as you get more models with lesser compute required coming out, will the margins for AI companies survive, both on the hardware side, both on semiconductors and also on the other side? I think that's the question for 2026. And we're going to be watching sales per employee of non-tech companies, right? The ones who are the consumers of AI, not the producers of AI. So what kind of consumers of AI? So commercial and business professional services, so lawyers and these folks. Yeah.
Is there a danger that actually the labor market suffers because of this? Because first of all, there's a big investment in trying to get this AI, and you need less people, and that's not being counted.
Joel's data is telling you that there's very limited hiring intentions. So we've been worried about the housing market, the labor market for some time as is. The labor market is weakening, the unemployment rate is going up, and this is where more boring stuff, that the dog that didn't bark last year, which is tariffs, could lead to lower disposable incomes and also move in that direction. Tariffs is a near-term thing, but AI's impact on labor market is very relevant for the longer term as well.
Banu, thank you so much for joining us. As always, Banu Baweja, Chief Strategist at UBS Investment Bank. Now, coming up, we'll be joined by the Director General of RUSI to discuss the prospect of U.S. military action in Iran and Trump's threats to take Greenland by force. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, President Trump says the U.S. is looking at potential options in response to violent crackdowns in Iran. Analysts say 544 people killed and more than 10,000 imprisoned, though Bloomberg has been unable to verify these figures. Well, Donald Trump also says Iran's leadership has reached out to seek talks and a meeting and is being set up, but the U.S. may have to act before the meeting.
We're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Well, let's speak to Onur Ant, Bloomberg's managing editor for the Middle East and North Africa. Onur, what do we know? Are the protests different this time?
Well, the protests have so far claimed more than 540 lives, Francine. That's according to a human rights activist group based in the United States, and which also says that over 10,000 people have been arrested during the protests that are entering their third week. We know that this is one of the most serious, if not the most serious, challenge facing Iran's administration since 1979. That's when the Islamic Republic was founded, following a popular revolution against the previous regime of the Shah. So far, in addition to the deaths, we have seen that the U.S. President Donald Trump, that we've just seen, has been pursuing his unpredictable diplomacy. On the one hand, threatening with very serious military confrontation, intervention in Iran if the protesters come under violence by the Iranian government. But at the same time, he has also said that Iranian administration has reached out to him to talk about nuclear issues. So that kind of sums up both the seriousness of the situation and the possible path forward, judging by U.S. President Donald Trump's comments.
Onur, how would it likely to play out internationally? Again, we look at the oil markets, which are huge in Iran. If there's some kind of regime change, which, as you say, it's the first time that I hear rumors or murmurs about it in the region in a very long time.
Yeah, I think the impact on oil markets, yes, it was significant, but it's somewhat limited as well, because obviously there's still an oil glut in the market, supply glut in the market. But the international reaction to a possible U.S. military operation is somewhat trickier to navigate at this point. On the one hand, you have a bunch of countries surrounding Iran, including some that we could describe as its arch rivals or historic rivals, and even then, even they would be wary of a sudden destabilization of the government, especially if they don't know what comes next, and it is far from being clear at the moment, except maybe for Israel, which has its own very fundamental existential differences with Iran. On the other hand, though, there's a question of how the Iranian people react to a possible military intervention. We have seen back in June, when there was a war between Iran and Israel, that the Israeli and American military involvement there did have an impact on the Iranian population, which rallied around the flag, so to speak, when there was clearly a foreign intervention, which is probably part of the reason why so far, especially Israeli authorities, have been refraining from talking publicly about getting involved in the Iranian protest movement. But at the same time, there is clear public widespread discontent with their current rulers. So it's very far from being clear how exactly the Iranian population would react to such a military operation.
Onur, thank you so much. Onur Anther, Bloomberg's managing editor for the Middle East and North Africa. Now let's continue the discussion on geopolitics with Rachel Elahus, Director General at RUSI. Rachel was previously at NATO as the U.S. Secretary of Defense representative in Europe. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I mean, the previous guest said, may we live in interesting times. We certainly have that at the moment. I don't know whether you see actually the possibility of the Islamic Republic being overthrown. I mean, this would be a seminal event that would transform geopolitics and energy markets.
It absolutely would. I mean, we've seen cycles of unrest in Iran since 2009. I think what's different this time is that there are broad segments of society involved in these protests, and it's a combination of those internal tensions as well as external factors in the region driving these protests. So I think it's certainly a possibility, probably not particularly helpful for the U.S. to be threatening strikes that could possibly offer the regime a scapegoat factor there, saying that these were driven by external factors rather than the internal tensions in Iran.
Is there a danger that actually, the Trump administration does something to get access to oil? Like, what do we understand the foreign policy of the U.S. being right now?
Well, I think if you look at Ukraine, Venezuela, the pressure on Denmark and Greenland, certainly the common theme there is the grab for strategic resources by the U.S. administration. So there is definitely that risk that the Iranian regime could play this in a way that suggests that the U.S. isn't interested in democracy or regime change or the welfare of the region, but just a grab for their strategic resources.
I mean, what would be the consequences of a strike in Iran?
Well, the threat of a strike in and of itself can create some pressure on the regime and possibly restrain some of their worst instincts in terms of cracking down on the protesters. But I think, as your previous guest said, there could be knock-on effects in the region, not just for Iran, but Iraq, Israel. I think you'd see everybody getting involved if this isn't contained.
Rachel, the fact that the U.S. action in Venezuela was so swift and actually taking a head of state from, a sovereign country and bring him to the U.S., does that set a precedence really for around the world? Are countries now trying to organize themselves to make sure that doesn't happen to them?
Well, it's really mixed. I think initially people were quite optimistic that removing Maduro, who was not democratically elected in Venezuela, would bring new hope for democracy in Venezuela. But I think what we've seen since is that intervention alone is not going to create stability in Venezuela or anywhere else. So the hard work in terms of reestablishing the power of central government institutions, taking away the power from criminal organizations that have typically been entrenched and intertwined with state institutions, that's something that's going to take time to rebuild. So countries around the world could see a precedent where the U.S. goes in, creates some sort of early peace deal or intervention, but then really doesn't take it further and do the hard work to create that stability and prosperity.
But if you're Russia, if you're Vladimir Putin, does this embolden you because you think you can do the same with Ukraine, or are you scared that the U.S. does the same to you?
In terms of Russia, I've actually been surprised at the muted response from Russia. They were an ally of Venezuela. They are an ally of Iran. They were an ally of Syria, if we look back a year ago. Certainly, they really haven't done much to come to the rescue of their so-called friends and partners. So I don't think Russia has anything to fear in terms of the U.S. getting involved in its near abroad, with the exception of Ukraine, where we do continue to see a lot of engagement from the U.S. administration in trying to work with the Europeans to come to some sort of a peace settlement.
What do you think happens in Venezuela from now? I mean, again, there's been a lot of talk about there's now a threat against Exxon, who said, look, if I get in, it's going to be quite difficult to make it work. So is it going to be much more unstable than we even imagined?
Well, it's positive that what's left of the government is making the right noises in terms of trying to cooperate internationally and create some sense of stability. I think it also matters how Colombia, Cuba, and other regional partners are handled by the U.S. administration. If we can focus on Venezuela and getting things right there and creating a climate for investment and some sense of future prosperity for the people of Venezuela. I mean, when Maduro came in, they lost nearly a third of their wealth. And so I think there is a bright light out there if we can just focus the Trump administration on the hard work after the intervention.
What happens with China?
Well, I'm sure China is watching its interests in Venezuela very closely. A lot of economic interests, a lot of long-term investments. So I think they won't go. Although they're being quiet now, I think you will see Chinese influence come up as we try to make deals on the ground and move forward with extracting that oil from Venezuela.
Rachel, if you look at 2026, how unsettling do you think it will be in terms of foreign policy? I know you're going to be busy, but how do we end up at the end of the year?
Certainly a good market for think tanks, even if not a positive one. This is a continued year of disruption. And I think if we look at U.S. foreign policy writ large, we can see that the U.S. that we knew for many decades, that acted not just in its own self-interest, but for the collective good, and often subsumed its own interests for the collective good, that United States is gone. And we're seeing much more unilateral behavior, much more mercantilist foreign policy. We're even seeing the U.S. in some cases act above the law, both U.S. law and international law, and imposing its own will on other countries. So I think we'll see a continuation of that, the assertion of U.S. interests unilaterally rather than in the collective good. And I think around the world we'll continue to see the erosion of international rules and norms that have constrained the worst behaviors in foreign policy and interventionism over the last few decades. And what you're seeing in Iran, what you're seeing, on the African continent, is a reflection of that instability and that disruption, for good and for bad.
Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. Rachel Elahos there, Director General of RUSI. Coming up, Friedrich Merz says the geopolitical uncertainty is reason to strike up closer ties with India as the German Chancellor makes his first trip to Asia. We'll be live in New Delhi next, and this is Bloomberg.
I truly believe we're in a once-in-a-generation build cycle in the energy industry. At Duke Energy, we're rebuilding that entire system, not over 80 years, but over a decade. We're investing $200 billion over the next decade to modernize the system and expand the capabilities for AI, advanced manufacturing, and to serve population growth. Our massive capital plan is estimated to have a $370 billion impact. Not only are we delivering power for our customers, we're also igniting the communities we serve.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacroix here in London, and these are your top stories. Fed Chair Jay Powell vows to stand firm as the Trump administration threatens criminal charges in a dramatic escalation of tensions. President Trump says the U.S. is considering some very strong options in response to the deadly crackdown in Iran. Security forces there say they've regained control across the country. Plus, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is set to sign deals on tech, defense, and critical minerals during his first visit to India. Now let's get more on that story. And Friedrich Merz says the world should brace for more uncertainty with the return of global power politics and is urging closer economic ties and security ties with countries like India. He made the comments alongside the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his first trip to Asia since taking power last May. Let's bring in Nazreen Syria, Bloomberg's managing editor for South Asia, and our Oliver Crook, our chief Europe correspondent. So thank you both for joining us. Nazreen, what's been agreed between the two leaders?
Well, we've seen today 10 agreements being signed, spanning a range of sectors from critical minerals to defense. The two countries have pledged stronger economic and security ties. We've also seen talk on ongoing negotiations regarding the European Union and India's free trade agreement. Both sides have pledged to speed that up, and we're looking at possibly a deal later this month. That has been key. I think for both Germany and for India, it's important, given the geopolitical changes that we are seeing, to forge these and to showcase these stronger ties. We heard Ms. talk about growing power politics in the world and the need for these two countries to forge these closer ties. I think Germany sees India as a strong partner. India is the most populous country in the world. It also is the fastest growing major economy in the world, and Germany sees India as a key economic partner. So a lot of business deals, a lot of security ties on the table in these talks.
And Ollie, Merz has been under pressure at home and is also struggling to reduce Germany's dependence on China, for example, for raw materials. So how important is this visit for the Chancellor?
Yeah, not just on China, but also the United States now a sort of unreliable partner for Germany in much of the world, certainly on issues of trade and potentially on issues of defense. And for Friedrich Merz, in his first trip to Asia there in India, talking really about expanding defense ties with India, but also economic ties. We'll give you an example of one of the main deals that we've been watching, that we've had reporting on, an $8 billion submarine deal that the Indians might be buying from Germany in a sort of joint venture by ThyssenKrupp Marine, in one of the biggest orders that the Indian government has ever put forward. And this really highlights a couple of things for Germany. Germany is trying to find new export markets now that, the Chinese economy has really grown substantially and is potentially tapped out, trying to maybe push some of the Western industry out, is trying to find new markets of growth. For example, when you look at Germany and China, they do about $200 billion worth of trade every year. If you look at India and Germany, it's about $30 billion. So there's a lot of scope for growing that over the next couple of years. And that is going to be a big focus for the Chancellor of Germany, who's trying to find new export markets, and particularly why India is so attractive is it's a nation that is also industrializing at a fast rate. For a lot of these companies in Germany and across Europe, they build a lot of the machinery that goes into some of these factories. So there's a huge opportunity there as far as the Germans are concerned for an economy that, as you know, Francine, we've been talking about for years now, has really stalled out.
Nazreen, how does this visit actually play into India's relationship with the U.S. and Russia?
So with the U.S., I think Prime Minister Modi, what he's been trying to do is to build these partnerships with other countries in order to offset the sort of weakening relationship that we've seen between the U.S. and India. The U.S. has slapped 50% tariffs on India. We've seen India's exports to the U.S. really take a hit. The U.S. is India's biggest trade export market, and so we are seeing India trying to develop these other trade agreements with countries to diversify its export basket. The European Union is key to that. As mentioned, they are discussing finalizing this free trade agreement that will really unlock investment and trade for both countries. Aside from that, we are seeing the security relationship also improve. As Ali mentioned, the submarine deal that we wrote about last week, this will be key. It's not just the manufacturing of the submarines, but it's the technology transfer that will take place in this deal. It will be the first of its kind, and it will be a real game changer for the relationship there. On Russia, it's a little bit more complicated, and India does have long-standing historical ties, political and economic ties with Russia, and we're not going to see that changing anytime soon. But I think what Germany is trying to do is making the argument to India that we can provide the defense equipment to you. You can slowly reduce your reliance and your dependence on Russia in that way.
Ali, Merz is also pushing on behalf of the EU for a free trade deal with India. Is it any closer?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he made a few comments, a couple of minutes ago saying that urgently they need to conclude that free trade agreement between India and the European Union. A little bit of history on that. That is a negotiation that began back in 2007 and died in 2014, has been revived in 2022 and was really supposed to be inked at the end of last year and now has been pushed into potentially being signed this month. So that potentially will happen as a signing ceremony in India on January 26th when Ursula von der Leyen is going to go over there. And again, it speaks to what the Europeans are trying to do, build out the free trade apparatus. Now that the United States is unreliable, we now have the Mercosur deal with Latin America that's crossed over the line that will likely be signed by the European Union, and India is another fertile market for them, a massive economy that is growing at a very rapid pace with a huge market.
Thank you both for joining us. Bloomberg's Chief Europe Correspondent Oliver Crook and our Managing Editor for Southeast Asia, Nazreen Syria. Now, the European Union and Mercosur have finally agreed a trade deal after negotiations that began 25 years ago. The deal with the South American bloc of Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay and Paraguay will create a free trade area large enough to rival the North American arrangement known as UMSCA. It will gradually erase tariffs on agricultural goods and other products. And Bloomberg understands that the UK and Germany are leading a European push to discuss plans to increase a military presence in Greenland to show President Donald Trump the continent is serious about Arctic security. Speaking aboard Air Force One, President Trump insisted one way or another the U.S. would get Greenland.
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland, and I am not going to let that happen. Sure, I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Well, let's bring in Sanne Was, Bloomberg's Copenhagen reporter. Sanne, what's the mood in Denmark, and are there concerns about what a bigger military presence in the region might look like?
Yeah, the biggest concern for Denmark and for Greenland right now, that is Trump and whether he might move to take Greenland by force. So any move by European allies that could potentially de-escalate this situation would be very welcome news here in Denmark. Denmark has said it's open to allowing more U.S. military presence in Greenland, and now the UK and Germany, they're pitching this joint NATO Arctic mission in the territory. Now, officials here in Denmark haven't specifically commented on these plans, but they have long pushed for NATO to take on a more active role in defending Greenland and in part to reassure Trump that defense there is taken care of. So no doubt that this will be welcome news in Denmark, even if some military experts say a mission that doesn't necessarily make sense.
Sanne, what is the likelihood of officials tempering President Trump's interest in Greenland when they travel to Washington this week?
Yeah, the Danish foreign minister and Greenlandic foreign minister, they will meet with Marco Rubio. We hear reports now that it will happen on Wednesday. There is a worry among some Danish lawmakers that this meeting could actually just make things worse. I mean, Danish and Greenlandic officials are arriving really banking on this meeting to be the start of a diplomatic solution to this spat. And they're hoping to clarify things and essentially dismantle Trump's argument for why he needs control of Greenland. The problem is if Danish officials arrive with rational arguments and logic, because that won't necessarily work on Trump. I mean, just last night, Trump said it's not enough to lease Greenland. It's not enough to have it short term. He wants to own it. Denmark and Greenland have drawn a clear red line on that. So there is a risk that this meeting will just end in an impasse and a worry of what then might happen next.
Sanne, thanks so much. Sanne Was, there, Bloomberg's Copenhagen reporter. Now let's return to our top story. And Fed independence is in focus after the Trump administration threatened criminal charges against the central bank over the renovations of its headquarters. Let's bring in Bloomberg MLive strategist Ven Ram. Ven, good morning. So the sentiment this morning seems to be sell America, but it's also not huge.
Morning, Francine. Yes, absolutely. The theme is unmistakable. I think that, we are seeing a pronounced kind of reaction in the long end of the Treasury curve with the 30-year yield approaching 5%, although we are kind of not exactly close, but we are getting there. And I think that if this risk aversion continues, we'll get there at some point in the next few weeks. The question, though, is what this means for other assets, U.S. assets. And I think that the U.S. dollar is also on the back foot this morning. I think the risk premium on the US dollar is pretty palpable now. At the moment, it's about 3% on my model values. And I think that, that risk premium has the potential to widen because, next week or probably the week after that, coinciding with Davos, Francine, we will have the White House nominate the next Fed chair, and if that chair happens to be very dovish, overtly dovish in the face of inflation data that we are bound to get this week that may show a sticky inflation, then what does that mean for monetary policy, credible monetary policy in the U.S.? It's not very credible to keep cutting rates when inflation is already above target. So all that is going to revive the scepter of sell America trade. That means a weaker dollar and higher Treasury yields.
What impact, then, could this have on the dollar's role in the world?
Well, I think that, the dollar is not going away in any hurry. I think that, the dollar is still the predominant trading currency in the world. It is embedded into the plumbing of the world's financial system. So the dollar is not going to go out of fashion, but that is not to say that it's not going to decline further. I think that, it has had 2 quarters of successive gains, but this quarter looks particularly challenging because investors are likely to bring back the hedges that they had put on, say, in the first and second quarters of last year. I think they are going to revive those hedges because, with so much of policy uncertainty and geopolitical uncertainty opening up in the world with reference to Iran, I think that, people are going to put on those risk hedges, revive those risk hedges, which is going to be negative for the dollar in the short term.
Gold spiking further. Is 5,000 in sight, Ven?
Well, it certainly seems that way. I mean, you've got a confluence of factors working in favor of gold. First of all, the dollar risk premium is positive for gold. You've got geopolitical tensions in Iran, which is again positive for gold. And if you have the sell America trade, that calls into question the value of fiat currencies, non-fiat currencies, which is gold, will do very well. So it looks like the next 10% upside for gold is very much on the cards. But of course, when the market positioning is so overwhelmingly positive for gold, you've got to think and ask the question, what could go wrong? So investors would do well to look for some downside protection because volatility can't be too far away when you have this crowded positioning in favor of gold.
Ven, as always, thank you so much for all of your commentary. Bloomberg MLive strategist Ven Ram. Coming up, we'll look at the impact of protests in Iran and developments in Venezuela with, of course, oil market expert Nadia Martin-Viggen from Svealand Capital. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francie Lacqua here in London. Now, President Trump says the U.S. is looking at potential options in response to violent crackdowns in Iran, which analysts say has seen 544 people killed and more than 10,000 imprisoned. Those figures could not be independently verified by Bloomberg. Now, the potential for regime change in Tehran could have a seismic impact on security in the region and global energy markets. So let's discuss all of this with Nadia Martin-Wiggin, director of Sveland Capital, a hedge fund that focuses on commodities and freight markets. And in a second, we'll also have our great reporter on individual companies. So, Nadia, give us a sense, first of all, of where you see the price of oil going. Is there a danger that it gets very volatile, as Iran is also a huge supplier, and we're now, for the first time in recent memory, talking about a potential regime change?
Absolutely. The market has been in a selling pattern for the last few months. And so the market is definitely balanced towards the short side. And now we have geopolitics really taking center stage, led by Iran, questions about Venezuela, and finally Russian production and exports as well.
What happens, Nadia, if you go to Venezuela? What do you think will happen in Venezuela in terms of actual oil production?
Well, right now, what we see is that we've been having this blockade. We've had exports of Venezuelan oil drop to 300,000 barrels per day from around 700,000, 800,000 barrels per day. We now are hearing from the Trump administration those exports will resume. In the near term, we really need big investments in Venezuela to make any kind of difference in the medium term in terms of production. But right now, what we're looking at is that China may be unable, and they've been buying 45% of Venezuelan oil, to continue to secure that oil at huge discounts. Because if the U.S. government is acting as a go-between, they're going to want the market price, or those will just be imported into the U.S., those barrels, and therefore China needs to source non-sanctioned barrels to replace that Venezuelan crude when Iranian and Russian barrels aren't that easy to deliver.
But Nadia, give us a sense, Iran is 4 or 5 times more important in terms of the millions of barrels that it has on the market. I think at some point it was also producing 6 million. How important is Iran right now to global energy markets? And what are the chances that the Strait of Hormuz would actually be closed?
Yeah, so the production exports out of Iran, we saw a peak at around 2.15 million barrels per day worth of exports out of Iran last year, but it has dropped down to, sub 1 million barrels per day for periods of time. Right now, the biggest question is if Karg Island were to be attacked, because that's 28.5 million barrels per day, million barrels of storage right there, that it would really be a shock to the system if, let's say, something happened there and exports couldn't happen. The market is hugely unprepared for a closing of the Strait of Hormuz, the shipping markets, so forth. The cost of insurances in an already very strong shipping market, it would actually be quite catastrophic given the positioning in the oil market right now.
But is that possibility at 5% now, or has it just gone higher because of the big protests and the fact that also the U.S. is talking about a possible strike, which we don't really know whether to take them at their word or not?
Well, it is an increased percentage, but of course the U.S. government would not want these Straits of Hormuz to be shut, right? It's a #1 naval exercise by the U.S. to protect those. But of course it is a possibility. Again, would Iran really want to do that? It would very much irritate its neighbors. So it depends what the rest of the neighboring countries want. There's also a big concern if things were to change in Iran, what would happen afterwards? Would Would there be a power vacuum? So I think the scenario we're really looking at is reduced outflows of Iranian oil and possible temporary halts, but not a real closing of the Straits of Hormuz.
Okay, Nadia, stay with us because President Trump, meanwhile, has criticized oil giant Exxon over its response to his push to extract oil from Venezuela. On Friday, the chief executive, Darren Woods, called Venezuela uninvestable during a meeting with the president and oil industry executives at the White House. Well, Trump fired back late on Sunday.
No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want it. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute.
Let's bring in Mitchell Furman, Bloomberg's oil reporter. Mitch, bring us up to date. Good morning, first of all, but bring us up to date with developments and why Exxon is, I don't know whether it's playing it safe or they are just not that interested in Venezuela.
Yeah, good morning. We heard from major oil executives at the White House on Friday where, we heard optimism, we heard caution as President Trump looks to get a deal with them done to reinvigorate Venezuela's oil industry. ExxonMobil is the largest U.S. oil company, and they did call it uninvestable because of the current commercial and legal frameworks in place in Venezuela. Those need to change in order for it to become investable, he said. And, these companies think in decades. They need stable regimes in order to make long-term major investments. $100 billion is a lot. I mean, Exxon as a company spends less than $30 billion a year. Chevron, ConocoPhillips, these companies need a path to clear returns. And even Harold Hamm, who was a major donor of President Trump and is a U.S. shale tycoon, he said this excites him as an explorationist. But at the same time, there is a lot of work that needs to be done for him to get involved.
I mean, Mitch, the problem is that you want to please the president because you don't want retaliation. But at the same time, if it doesn't make commercial sense, you may want to speak up. So what are Chevron and other Western oil companies saying? Yeah,
Chevron already produces in the country, as we know. They're the only U.S. company there, and they produce more than 200,000 barrels a day, and they say they can raise their production by 50% in the next 18 to 24 months. Longer term remains to be seen how much investment they're willing to make. They take a similar approach as Exxon and other competitors that they do need that stability to invest long term. But we also heard excitement from the likes of Repsol, Spain's oil company, the oil field services companies such as Halliburton and SLB. They're excited. Some private folks such as Armstrong. So there is excitement, but there's also the caution of, if we're going to be putting big dollars in place, we need secure paths to return and safety for our people.
Yeah, and again, I guess the concern is you don't know politically what happens. Mitch, thank you. Mitchell Furman there, Bloomberg's oil reporter. So let's go back to Nadia Martin-Wiggin. Nadia, this is what we were saying, that actually we don't really know what happens in Venezuela. We don't 100% know what kind of political stability we have. Do you expect what needs to happen to have security in the energy space in Venezuela? It's infrastructure, it's investment. I mean, do you have any idea of what terms could be palatable for some of these companies?
Well, number one is security, so safety of workers and so forth. Number two is that there's some longevity of a plan in place. So I think that's part of it. But I think also what the oil companies want is for maybe the Trump administration to push things, because currently PDVSA, they have to own 50% of the resources. They have to be the operators, and the companies, the foreign companies, would love to have more control of that. So I think that is part of the focus. So it's not necessarily a no. It is looking at what are the potential guarantees they can have there. At the same time, we have to remember that E&P companies have hugely outperformed the oil market last year. They were up. Exxon was up. The oil price was down. And what they have is a lot of pressure to continue paying dividends, because after COVID, when they cut dividends, people and investors left this space. So they have to watch their CapEx and their returns. And that is where they are very worried about investing a lot of money. Of course, the oil field service companies, well, they're on a contract, right? So they can leave. They're not taking the big risk. So that's why Schlumberger and so forth would be more positive.
Nadia, we only have a minute and a half left, but I guess the biggest question is, you have China stockpiling, you have also Mark Harding traveling, I believe, to China to try and sell exports to China directly. How different do you think the energy supply chains or the oil complex will be by the end of the year?
Oh, that absolutely. Different trade flows are something we should expect. And that is what we've seen, with all sorts of war conflicts and going forward. Right now, we have the U.S. Congress voting on 500% tariffs, possibly on rebuying Russian crude. India is stepping away from Russian crude. They were buying tenders into year-end. Reliance hasn't bought a single Russian barrel so far this year. So that trade flow could be really shifted. Canada is focused on Asia. We have OPEC increasing supply and now pausing. And this is where the demand picture will really come forward. So where we've had this two-tier market between sanctioned crude and unsanctioned crude, we might be in a much more normalized market again.
Nadia, thank you so much for joining us. Nadia Martin-Wigan, the director of Svetland Capital. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
Uncertainty indeed. And thanks very much, Bloomberg's Enda Curran. Now joining us is Nancy Davis, founder and CIO of Quadratic Capital Management. Now, Nancy, we are seeing the intraday moves, Treasury losses pretty much stemmed, and the extent in which we're seeing the 10-year 4.2% handle able to defend that. I wonder, given the backdrop, what is your sense of the potential for escalation and what that might mean on the upward pressure on yields? What are the risks here?
Well, definitely we saw a bit of a movement, an unwind, really from what happened on Friday. It was kind of a follow through of unwinding. The mortgage basis really tightened on the Freddie and Fannie news, and today it widened a little bit. But overall, markets are pretty, shrugging this off, these headlines about the investigation. Volatility didn't spike higher today. It was kind of a bit of a yawn in the markets. Actually, implied vol in the rate market is at the first percentile right now, really since the last 2-3 years. So even before Silicon Valley Bank in 2023, when we did see a vol spike in interest rate vols, they've fallen almost 50% since then. So interest rate volatility is very, very cheaply priced, and it didn't go up today. So I think the markets are not too concerned about the headlines. And are really pretty wait and see still.
That's one way of looking at it, but as our colleague Enda highlighted, it could also be the expectation that there's pushback and maybe this doesn't play out the way that the Trump administration expects. How would you then position in that event? What do you make of that argument?
Yeah, I think the yield curve steepener is a pretty nice way to play it either way, because right now the U.S. yield curve, if you look at the 2s, 10s, SOFR curve on your Bloomberg terminal, you can see it's only about 44 basis points today. So it's much cheaper than the U.S. Treasury 2s, 10s curve. And I think whether we have the Fed cutting rates in the future, or if we have the back end normalizing, the U.S. does have one of the flattest yield curves globally still, even at these levels. So it seems like a kind of good opportunity either way.
Yeah, Nancy, let's talk a little bit about the rate cut picture, because we just heard from the Fed Chair Williams in New York saying that rates are in a pretty good place at the moment. JP Morgan now sees no cuts in 2026. Do you think that's a realistic scenario?
I mean, it's definitely realistic. It's very hard to say kind of what the Fed is actually going to do. I mean, think about how many times the market expectations have been wrong on what the Fed is going to do. I mean, even going into 2024, the market was expecting 6 cuts from the Fed, and those didn't materialize. So the market is often wrong. I think the thing that is interesting in the markets is the cost of sort of having that binary outcome, whether the Fed's going to cut rates, whether the term premium is going to steepen, whether there's going to be a higher inflation expectation. It's really cheaply priced in the U.S. So I think having the either way is a pretty attractive trade with the yield curve steepener right now.
Well, we did see in the U.S. session today the Sell America theme made a brief comeback, but in this febrile environment where there's so much political uncertainty, concerns about Fed independence as well, what do you prefer? You say the U.S. is cheap, or do you look elsewhere to some more stable markets at the moment?
Well, yeah, just to clarify, I mean, the cost of owning optionality in the United States is cheap. So the cost of owning interest rate volatility is very low because the markets are not pricing in kind of any sort of fear or concerns right now. So whether you think the Fed is going to not cut rates, the yield curve steepener is, I think, a nice way to play that because it is cheaper than other markets, other developed countries around the world at currently 44 basis points on your Bloomberg terminal. So I think it's a nice way to express the view about, look, we don't really know whether the Fed is going to be, what they're going to do, what the composition is going to look like, how things are going to play out. And there's so many different, things at work, whether it's, geopolitics or developed markets hiking rates and kind of fighting inflation. But if you look at the, even the 10-year break-even curve in the U.S., it's currently 2.29. So the market isn't really priced for anything dramatic to happen. And I think it's a good time to add protection in the United States because you don't really know how things are going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, you alluded to some of this earlier, whether you see the levels of volatility as appropriate. How confident would you say you are, of risk for the rest of the year?
Well, I think because the price of volatility is so incredibly low, whether you're directionally bullish or bearish, either way, using options, options go into pricing. All of the cost of optionality is based on the level of implied vol. So an implied vol is really low, which it is right now, especially in the U.S. interest rate markets. Having that either way, whether you're bullish or bearish bonds, whether you think the yield curve is going to, steepen or not, there are a lot of really interesting opportunities because the price of owning that optionality is super low because nobody is really concerned right now.
All right, Nancy Davis, founder and CIO of Quadratic Capital Management. Thanks so much for joining us today. Well, President Trump says the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on countries doing business with Iran, ratcheting up the pressure on the government in Tehran. Iran's foreign minister earlier said security forces had full control of the country amid reports that the U.S. military is weighing intervention. Let's get to Washington now and Bloomberg Balance of Power co-anchor Joe Matthews. So, Joe, tell us about the latest on the ground. What do we know, and what options is the Trump administration weighing here?
Well, it does seem like there might be some improvement on the ground, at least according to Iran's foreign minister, who says they have full control, that security forces have regained control of the country after more than 2 weeks of violent protests. It's been remarkable looking at not only the scale of the protests, but the duration in which they have lasted. Going into a third week here is remarkable and one that has clearly gotten the president's attention. We've heard a lot of rhetoric here from Donald Trump. Most recently, to your point, this 25% tariff that was just a short time ago via Truth social media here in the United States. But tomorrow's going to be a very important day in this whole process as the president is briefed by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and others, including his defense secretary and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, on what they're calling a menu of options here. And what the president says are some very strong options. They do include military options. We could be talking about another round of strikes, remembering, of course, that the United States did strike Iran and its nuclear processing facilities last year. But they could also include cyber. They could also include diplomatic measures. And the president says he'll be making a decision imminently.
What about what we're seeing in terms of the impact from these potential additional tariffs and the way in which it might ring-fence the Iranian economy that's already suffering from the weight of sanctions?
Yeah, well, you have to remember, of course, that there's not a lot of trade going on with Iran around the world. It's really China and Russia that we're talking about here, and that's likely motivating the president to an extent as he tries to manage relations with those two countries, including a hot war with regard to Ukraine when it comes to Russia. I'm not sure the president sees these tariffs going into place. He says, by the way, that Iran made a phone call. He says that they called him to negotiate, and that could be the next leg in this story. He said, we'll hit them at levels they've never seen before, but they want to negotiate, and it is a conversation that he's interested in having here. We don't expect a final decision, by the way, following that briefing or in that briefing that he receives tomorrow, but the president said that he will not take long to make up his mind.
Joe, to what degree is some caution warranted here? Because overt U.S. involvement, could that potentially work in the regime's favor?
Well, look, that's always potentially the case, but we heard that before the United States struck Iran last year as well. And it's been something that's been relatively well contained. I'm also curious to know about what involvement the Israelis might have in a strike like that, if in fact we are talking about strikes, knowing that we've already badly damaged their nuclear capabilities. The president will have some very delicate decisions to weigh when it comes to what additional targets might be involved here that not only impact the regime, but play in favor of these anti-government protesters. And that's a delicate line for him to walk.
Joe, thanks very much. Our Balance of Power co-anchor Joe Matthew in Washington with the latest on the U.S. options on Iran. Coming up on the Asia Trade, we'll take you live to the UBS Greater China Conference in Shanghai, speaking exclusively with their senior China economist and Group CEO Sergio Amotti. Much more ahead. This is Bloomberg. Here's the setup for Japan assets as the country comes back from a long weekend with the Takaichi trade potentially in play as speculation is rife that she could be calling a snap election. This is what we're seeing on Nikkei futures, moving sideways a bit. Let's get a preview, though, of the market open in Japan with our stocks reporter Alice French. So Alice, we were talking about some of this yesterday, right? How the Takaichi trade might be in play today, but since then we've been seeing pressure on the Fed, Iran developments as well. What are you expecting when trading begins?
Well, I'm definitely expecting a busy day here in Tokyo. As you say, of course, all of those international factors likely to come into play. We have, of course, the Fed probe causing a lot of concern and also, of course, rising issues with Iran too. And we'll see how that plays out here. But domestically, right, over the weekend, we had this growing speculation of a potential snap election that could be happening as soon as next month, local media say. And that's expected that if it happens, it would strengthen Takaichi's position in Parliament. We know the ruling LDP right now, of course, in a minority in both houses. But that hasn't stopped Takaichi from introducing, the biggest fiscal spending package since COVID that's already pushed up a lot of sectors of the market, including defense, tech, nuclear power, all of these areas that she wants to strengthen and sort of make Japan great again. That's helped bring the Nikkei and Topics up to new highs in recent weeks. And so it'll be interesting. We may see a revival of that Takaichi trade today. We know that, of course, the yen weakened over the weekend. That could help exporters. So we'll see how all of these different factors sort of interplay this morning.
Of course, calling a snap election is somewhat of a gamble. It might work to Takaichi's favour and maybe not. So longer term, how could this impact assets?
Well, that's the big question, right? Of course, if the LDP does come out of this potential election with more gains, which a lot of people are expecting because Takaichi's approval ratings are pretty high right now, then that's going to be a plus for the market. Not only will it bring sort of more political clarity and stability, but like I say, it would also potentially allow Takaichi to sort of strengthen her fiscal expansionary stance, which is good news for equities. At the same time, though, we know that her sort of aggressive fiscal stance has weighed on the bond market. There's people expecting that we might see bond yields climbing today on that, and that, of course, will sort of encourage the kind of the concerns around the Takaichi trade and, of course, weigh on the yen. Like you say, if in a potential election the LDP were to underperform expectations, though, that's only going to throw things into even more disarray than they are right now. Like I say, the LDP already in a minority, and sort of any more political uncertainty and lack of clarity, particularly at a time when things are so complicated internationally and Takaichi is having to sort of navigate that relationship with Trump, would only serve to weigh, I think, on Japanese equities, but also assets as a whole.
You talk about these upward pressures on yields. That's played out in the bank-related stocks as well. Talk to us about the specific sectors that you see benefiting.
Yes, of course, like I say, financials are one. And of course, we know that they've also gained on those BOJ rate hikes. But defense is another big one that Takaichi has spoken about. She wants to pump more spending into nuclear power, things like quantum computing. Tech and AI, of course, are things that have benefited from her stance too. But she does come with downsides as well. We know that her recent comments on Taiwan have sort of triggered this bilateral spat with China that's still going on kind of 2 months later and has now resulted in these kind of export curbs on those dual-use items, which we already saw weigh on some kind of chip stocks and auto stocks last week. So Takaichi definitely comes with kind of upsides and downsides for the market. It'll be interesting to see them kind of play out today, and I don't know which one will win yet. We'll be watching closely.
Alice, we're just getting some breaking news here, some lines from Japan's Finance Minister Satsuki Katayama speaking in Washington, holding bilateral talks with the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, saying, Katayama saying, I am concerned about one-way yen moves. We've seen plenty of those. Also mentioning that they're bolstering supply chains for critical minerals, and that's key. But in terms of one-way yen moves, I mean, we've got the yen briefly touched a moment ago, 158, Alice. How likely is it that we see intervention in the coming days?
Look, there's been a lot of talk of potential intervention over the last week here, and like I say, the yen down at sort of its weakest position against the dollar since last January. Of course, intervention looking increasingly likely, and even more so with those Katayama comments. Of course, this only feeds into the anxiety, right? Of course, a weak yen potentially good for exporters' stocks, but overall it kind of feeds into this potential, I suppose, sell Japan movement that we sort of saw coming up before Takaichi announced her fiscal expansionary package a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, I don't know. We could be moving towards that intervention level. And like I say, that's only going to kind of feed into the anxiety that's building up both domestically and internationally today in the market across assets.
All right, Japan stocks reporter Alice French there. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest, where intelligence meets capital. In the heart of the financial district, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the market's most influential minds.
A big part of our job thematically is understanding the risk environment we're in.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We will continue to have a convergence in credit markets.
Liquidity at moments in time when there's a lot of volatility is challenging.
Bloomberg Invest, March 3rd and 4th in New York.
Major employers have seen the value of working in person. We're seeing quite a shift back into bringing people back into New York City, working together, and that supports the local economy. The other thing I would say is that what our local economy is also changing. Obviously, technology firms, technology businesses are playing a much bigger role.
You're watching live pictures there for the New York Fed President John Williams speaking at an event in New York City. Now, he previously talked about how inflation is likely to peak in the first half of the year and that, there's no sign of a rapid deterioration in the labor market. But perhaps most interestingly, another voice throwing support for Chair Jay Powell amid this criminal probe that's been opened into him, talking about how the Fed chair is a man of impeccable integrity. Paul.
Let's get the latest from the corporate front. Trafigura and Vitol are planning to move 4.8 million barrels of Venezuelan crude to storage in the Caribbean. The oil is part of a U.S. orchestrated sale of up to 50 million barrels after the Trump administration seized control of Venezuela's supply. Documents seen by Bloomberg show the crude is already loaded on 4 tankers off Venezuela. NVIDIA plans to invest $1 billion over 5 years in a new laboratory with drug maker Eli Lilly. It says the Silicon Valley facility will combine Lilly's lab expertise with AI innovation, automating research processes and enabling software to handle human tasks. It's the latest example of NVIDIA using its newfound financial might to cultivate fresh markets for its products. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
I truly believe we're in a once-in-a-generation build cycle in the energy industry. At Duke Energy, we're rebuilding that entire system, not over 80 years, but over a decade. We're investing $200 billion over the next decade to modernize the system and expand the capabilities for AI, advanced manufacturing, and to serve population growth. Our massive capital plan is estimated to have a $370 billion impact. Not only are we delivering power for our customers, we're also igniting the communities we serve.
Some breaking news out of Australia. It is consumer confidence numbers for the month of January, and it's a lack of confidence, really. A 1.7% decline in what we saw from December, a reading of 92.9. So we're back firmly in pessimistic territory in terms of consumer confidence in Australia after a brief bout of optimism back in November. So that index back in negative territory. Although, interestingly, April, even though the expectation is that the RBA easing cycle is done, intention to buy a dwelling actually increased while the rest of the index was softer.
Meantime, Paul, let's take a look at how other currencies are faring against the greenback, given the slide in the past session and those concerns about Fed independence. Now, we are seeing after the dollar trying to climb lower in the past day, there seems to be a nudge upward back towards the 7 handle, given these developments related to Iran, those threats of tariffs. We are also watching Katayama-san in terms of verbal intervention from the finance chief, talking about how when it comes to the yen, the weak yen, she shares the view of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and they've been warning about these one-way yen moves. Now, the UBS Greater China Conference is getting underway today in Shanghai. Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, is there and joins us now with our next guest. Steve?
All right, Avril, thanks so much. Yeah, we have a loaded plate today, the 26th annual Greater China Conference from UBS here at the Shangri-La Pudong Hotel in Lujiazui. And we are kicking off, we are setting the table of our coverage with Ning Jiang. He is UBS's senior China economist, setting the table for, of course, the interview in the next hour. Sure. Sergio Armati, the group CEO, will be joining us. So in your report in November, you essentially assessed 2026 would be a little bit of a pullback for the Chinese economy, a decline in net exports. The domestic consumption story is still fairly tepid. What is your more recent outlook for growth this year?
Thanks, Steve. Welcome to GCC.
Thanks.
So basically, we see a small deceleration of growth in China in this year to around 4.5% from last year, around 5%. So the deceleration is mainly due to the smaller growth contribution from net exports. We're still seeing some challenges from continued product downturn, possibly slower exports, but the domestic resilience is still in place, like the cyclical rebound of the investment and modest but softer consumption growth. And eventually, people are looking at very closely at rebalancing themes in China, which means innovation, anti-evolution, opening up, and also try to boosting consumption in the longer term.
So also this year will not necessarily be the year of great stimulus, fiscal or monetarily, right? It's sort of a readjustment period?
Yeah. It's kind of moderately supportive, but more balanced support from the government. For example, the fiscal deficit may stay unchanged at 4%, but there's some greater issuance of special bonds, and also there's some readjustment of the trading subsidies. But meanwhile, we still see PBOC can cut interest rate by maybe 20 BPs.
So if net exports are going to be declining a little bit and GDP is about 4.5%, where are we going to get the contributions to basically hold up the growth? Because the 15th five-year plan essentially names consumption as the main goal, but will it be a main driver?
We are seeing two things here. Of course, first one is cyclical rebound of investment, for example, in infrastructure per se. The other one is long-term per se. We are seeing more positive on consumption. But in the near term, we're still seeing some challenges on consumption growth because of the trading subsidies diminishing, and also there's some lingering headwind from the housing price decline. But more importantly here, we're seeing rising power of the innovation and the new economy sectors.
Which is interesting because AI and other areas of the new economy contributed, I guess, from your report and your estimates, between, 15 to 20% of GDP. That's quite sizable. In an industry, AI alone is not profitable.
Yeah, exactly. So the 15 to 20% contribution, that's more than AI. That's a broadly defined innovation and new economy sectors. We're seeing more R&D spending, more commitment from the government should push up the further contribution from new economy sectors in the next 5 years, maybe by another 3 to 5% points.
Really? So in the next 3 to 5 years, you have 3 to 5% increase?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So anti-involution campaign has been ongoing in areas like solar and in EVs and in batteries. But we've also seen a slew of startups in the AI space, Minimax and others, raise money in Hong Kong, but they're not profitable. And there's no real horizon for profitability in these large language models. So how does the anti-involution campaign impact that so these new startups in the AI space can be profitable and contribute greater to growth?
Eventually, we need to see the AI play to generate profits. But now that's in the early stage of corporate capex and building your frontier in the future, and even for so-called self-sufficiency theme in China. That's why we believe China will focus on the balance between, how to develop the frontier sectors versus how to rebalance the supply-demand balance. And that's anti-evolution campaign theme, which means reviving inflation, reviving profitability, and eventually getting stronger and getting larger.
What is your outlook for inflation? It's ticked up slightly on CPI, but oftentimes it's food or cyclical nature. PPI also improved a little bit, but it's still in persistent 3+ years of deflation. Are we going to see an end to factory gate deflation this year, or is that going to be a long-term trend?
Bottom line here, we see CPI rebounding slightly to 0.4% and even more next year. PPI is narrowing decline in this year and possibly turning positive next year, which means we're not very far away from the overall inflation turning positive.
What role does the renminbi play? Because we've just seen the numbers. It's now appreciated past that 7 handle. What role will the authorities use the renminbi to, maintain growth?
RMB, from the fundamental perspective, we're seeing RMB to appreciate versus the basket of currencies. But again, because our house view believe dollar may rebound a little bit in the second half of this year. That's why versus dollar, RMB may hover around 7.
All right. Ning, thanks so much for your time on Bloomberg Television. I appreciate it for kicking off our coverage of the 26th annual UBS Greater China Conference here in Shanghai.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, thanks a lot. We're going to send it back to you. Much more to come, including Sergio Armati coming up at 8 o'clock Shanghai time.
All right, Stephen Engel there in Shanghai. And as Steve mentioned, we do have much more ahead from the UBS Greater China Conference. Don't miss Steve's exclusive conversation with the group CEO, Sergio Armati. That is coming up in the next hour. Avril.
In the meantime, Paul, we're also watching developments related to tariffs. Bloomberg's been told that the Trump administration is closing in on a tariff agreement with Taiwan, with negotiations entering the final stages. Let's bring in Washington Deputy Bureau Chief Laura Davison. Laura, what are we hearing about the contours of this deal?
Yeah, so both U.S. and Taiwanese officials say they're in the final stages of this deal, which could be struck and announced later this month. The overall arching goal here for Taiwan is to reduce that tariff rate, which Trump set at 20%. The deal would move it down to 15% in exchange for TSMC pledging to build 5 new chip plants in Arizona. So this is really kind of hits 2 things that Trump has been very keen on. One, of using those tariff levels as leverage, and also getting commitments from large corporations to build new factories in the United States.
What was the involvement of TSMC in this tariff deal?
Yeah, so this is a really unusual, a deal here, in that you have both sort of the countries negotiating, over what these tariff rates could be and looking at trade flows, but also a specific company coming to the table and saying, look, as part of this deal, we will commit, on a corporate level to give this kind of investment that TSMC has brought to the fore here. This really shows, one, just how important the chip maker is to the overall Taiwanese economy and how important that selling into the U.S. market is to them. But this is a real kind of a hallmark of the Trump era, that you have, corporate actors sort of sitting at the table in addition to heads of state and head diplomats.
Hallmark of the Trump era is also the use of tariffs as a tool. What are the risks that the potential for the Supreme Court ruling upends what we see from a U.S.-Taiwan pact?
Yeah, so there's a lot of potential here for this deal to go sideways. We could hear from the Supreme Court as soon as Wednesday in the U.S., so really just 36 hours from now, that Trump's reciprocal tariff plan. So this is the tariffs that are on the country by country basis are not legal. The Supreme Court is set to rule on that. We are not sure what they will say, but if they strike down all of these tariffs, that means that the pact with Taiwan, as well as all of the other agreements that Trump has struck with various different countries countries would all be null and void. Those tariffs would have to be repaid to the importers that already paid some of those taxes, and it would really sort of reset Trump's whole trade agenda. The White House has said that they have other methods that they're looking to reimpose these taxes if they are struck down, but this will really sort of upend of essentially almost a year of work and negotiation. So this is what the business community is cheering for, but of course the White House did not want to see that come to fruition.
All right, Bloomberg Politics editor and Washington, D.C. Deputy Bureau Chief Laura Davison there. The top global headlines that we're following. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has met with India's Narendra Modi on his first trip to Asia since taking office, urging New Delhi to urgently conclude trade talks with the EU. Merz says the world should brace for more uncertainty with the return of what he calls global power politics. The two countries signed agreements covering areas such as critical minerals and traditional medicines.
We will work on a roadmap which will open up new opportunities for co-development and co-production. Today we discussed in detail several global and regional issues, including Ukraine and Gaza. India has always advocated for the peaceful resolution of all problems and disputes.
China is intensifying efforts to tax its citizens' vast undisclosed overseas assets as authorities attempt to plug a widening budget deficit. However, the crackdown remains patchy since the size of overseas investments is difficult to calculate. Local authorities are using big data to track down individuals and demanding that they self-declare any offshore income from 2022 to 2024. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Now, we've been seeing the U.S. president really zeroing in on affordability issues in a midterm election year. We've been hearing about how he wants to cap some of these credit card charges, since hearing how he wants the data centers to be paying for electric bills, that a tech company should be bearing the brunt of this, and that utility bills, he highlights, for American households, they actually went up massively, according to him, over 30% in the Biden era. So certainly upping the concern and focus when it comes to affordability in the U.S. These comments coming through from Truth Social and the U.S. president. Paul?
Well, Paramount is ratcheting up the stakes in the month-long battle for Warner Brothers Discovery, saying it plans to nominate directors to the board to block a merger with Netflix. Let's bring in Chris Palmieri now, who leads Bloomberg's media and entertainment coverage. So, Chris, another development here. How does this change the maths on a potential Paramount-Warner Brothers tie-up?
Well, it's just another bit of pressure that Paramount is putting on the Warner Brothers board to try to get it to change its plan. As you noted, they're going to propose their own directors, either for the annual meeting or if there's a special election coming up. They've already launched a tender offer. The other news today was that Paramount sued Warner Brothers to try to get access to documents in their planning of this merger with Netflix. They really want to know exactly what they're valuing their cable networks at, which are being spun off to Warner Brothers shareholders, and that's a big difference between the Netflix bid and the Paramount proposal. So always a lot going on in this fight.
Any indication of how much longer this takeover saga might be dragging out for?
No, I get asked all the time, and I don't think David Zaslav for Warner Brothers, David Ellison at Paramount, or Ted Sarandos at Netflix really know the answer. It's a big game of chicken, and until one of them drops out, the fight goes on.
Chris, what are the chances that this ends up in a proxy battle at a shareholder meeting, and how might that play out?
I think it's going to be really difficult for Paramount to win. They've given early indication of how many shareholders had supported their tender offer, and it was a very low number, under 1%. That may have changed in the past few weeks. But to completely, take over the Warner Brothers board and change the course of this deal, I think it's going to be difficult for them.
Chris, amid the noise surrounding the potential for a takeover and Netflix being involved in this battle, it's hard to forget the earnings for the streaming giant is coming up. What's your sense of what you're hearing from analysts in terms of will it be a strong finish for the Q4?
Yeah, I mean, Netflix had said all along last year that it was going to have a lot of shows coming out at the end of the year that were really strong, and that certainly seems to be the case. We saw them do very well at the Golden Globes last night. K-pop Demon Hunters, Adolescents really cleaned up. So, they've always been a little weaker in movies, which may explain this. Warner Brothers had a terrific night, for example, in movies at the Golden Globes. So you're really seeing that potential combination come to life there.
Chris, thanks so much. We'll continue watching this long, drawn-out battle for the company. Chris Palmieri, who leads Bloomberg's media and entertainment coverage. Now, we're watching stocks of major credit card providers in New York after they tumbled as the U.S. president called for a 10% cap on interest rates. And this comes just days after real estate investors were blindsided when Trump floated a ban on institutional buying of single-family homes. Let's get more and bring in Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst Herman Chan. Herman, there is a lot of concern. I think the banks feel a bit blindsided as well by all this. But how might this even work? Is that something that might actually come to fruition?
Right. So we're ascribing a low probability for this to be implemented. Keep in mind that currently the annual percentage rates for credit cards is north of 20%. So we're talking about very draconian haircuts to the credit card business that would virtually make the credit card business unprofitable. So I think banks would really fight tooth and nail to really prevent this sort of 10% cap outcome. But a lot remains to be seen, and we'll hear more about it during the earnings calls this week for the big banks.
On the topic of earnings calls, we do have a number of big banks reporting next week. JP Morgan, Citi, Bank of America as well. What are we expecting to hear?
Yeah, we're expecting to hear a lot of strength across the businesses. So strong trading results on a year-over-year basis. Investment banking really ended the quarter well heading into 2016 with real optimism in terms of IPOs and equity and debt issuance. And then on the lending front, we expect to see some solid lending across commercial lending, commercial real estate, and cards. So both on the fee income side and on the trading income side should be really strong results. But really the crux of the earnings calls will be on guidance for 2016, and we'll hear more on margins, growth prospects, and also expenses, which could be a potential hiccup for the group.
What is your assessment of to what extent the earnings will support what we're seeing in valuations among these bank stocks that have gotten really pricey of late?
That's right. So we're at about a 1.6, 1.7 times adjusted tangible basis, which, as you suggest, is really on the higher end of the group over the past several years. And that really reflects a rotation into financials and banks in particular. I think the interest rate cuts and the steeper yield curve has helped lift valuations and sentiment for investors. But so that also creates a higher bar for earnings and for guidance. So the banks will have to clear this higher bar, given the fact that we are at definitely higher valuations for the group.
Herman, thanks so much. We'll be watching those earnings scorecards as they come in. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst Herman Chan for us. Now, we also have some breaking data out of Japan for the month of November. The current account balance shows us a surplus of 3.67 trillion yen. So this represents a widening from the prior reading. We also got the trade surplus at 625.3 billion yen. But in terms of market action today, of course, we're going to be watching how the Takaichi trade plays out, the expectations that this aggressive fiscal stance from the Prime Minister could continue fueling the pressure on the bond markets. Indeed, when you're looking at JGB futures, that is the direction that it's showing. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. breaking news crossing the terminal. We're hearing BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, is cutting headcount, adding to the signs of yet another Wall Street firm that is pulling back on jobs numbers. We are seeing them cutting hundreds of jobs across the company, and the cuts would represent about 1% of their global headcount, according to sources speaking to Bloomberg. Now, we've also been seeing other job cuts across corporate America. Bloomberg has learned Citigroup is set to cut about 1,000 jobs this week as part of CEO Jane Fraser's push to control costs and boost returns. Sources say the lender is making the cuts as part of a plan to eliminate 20,000 jobs this year. Citi is also set to report full-year results on Wednesday, as well as informing staff of their bonuses for last year. Meantime, a source says Meta plans to cut 10% of its Reality Labs division as soon as this week. The move is part of a strategy to shift funding away from some virtual reality products and into other AI wearables. Reality Labs has about 15,000 employees and has been losing billions of dollars each quarter. Paul?
Time now for morning calls ahead of the Asia trading day. Money managers at PIMCO and PGIM say President Trump's attacks on the Fed's independence clash with his push to lower rates. PGIM says markets may grow skittish with lasting implications. For PIMCO's Daniel Iverson, the market reaction shows confidence that the law and the political process are strong enough to insulate the Fed from Trump's pressure. JP Morgan no longer expects the Fed to cut rates at all this year and instead sees a rate hike in 2027. The bank's strategists and economists say the December US jobs report eased concerns about a weakening labour market. They add that front-end premium may persist for several months, with markets reluctant to price out labour market risks and attention focused on the Fed share race. Avril.
When it comes to central bank action, I think that's something that's also figuring into the equation today. But of course, with Japan back from a long weekend, the concern about the extent in which a snap election might fuel further stimulus from the Takaichi administration, certainly that could put further pressure on the long end. When it comes to JGB futures, you're already seeing those declines, and the 30-year bond yield has risen 12 basis points to 3.52%. We are interestingly seeing dollar yen also looking fairly flat, actually clinching some gains against the greenback. But don't forget, it was sitting above this handle just a day ago, given the softness in the US dollar. Nikkei futures pointing to a pop at the open. We'll track how markets start trading. This is Bloomberg. This is the Asia trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens, and a couple of things at play here, Paul. We have Trump upping the pressure on Iran in terms of threats of 25% tariffs for countries that trade with a Middle Eastern nation. And on top of that, markets still grappling with the uncertainty surrounding this probe into the Federal Reserve and those concerns about how that might affect the Fed independence.
Yeah, we did have words of support from the Fed's John Williams a little bit earlier, describing Jay Powell as a man of impeccable character. JP Morgan, meanwhile, saying that they're not expecting to see any rate cuts at all this year, Avril.
Yeah, ahead of all that, let's take a look at how Japan is faring in the early goings. Of course, they're off a long weekend where we got word from local media that Takaichi might be mulling an early election, a snap election, to capitalize on a popularity. And certainly from opinion polls recently, that's what we've been seeing. We are seeing in the early goings Japan stocks just piling on to the gains of late. And the Nikkei is surging about 1.7%. So you can see that Takaichi trade, so-called, at play for the moment. We are also watching dollar yen. It was interesting that intraday yesterday, we actually saw the yen, despite the softness in the dollar, managing to clock slight gains, a bit of a reversal for the moment, moving towards the 158 handle. And we have the likes of Katayama saying that they are pretty much aligned when it comes to these one-sided moves, and that commentary coming through in conversation with the U.S. Treasury Secretary. Upward pressure expected still on JGB yield. Certainly, we've been tracking the 3.52% handle, so that's something that could be in play as well in the session. Take a look at South Korea. What's been interesting amid these concerns about Fed independence is how emerging markets seem to have been benefiting from a revival of the so-called Sell America trade. We are seeing in the early going, South Korea is adding on to those gains already, and it's the chip-related stocks that seem to be doing fairly well. Paul?
Well, let's take a look at what's happening in bond trading in Japan as well, because we saw, well, perhaps a shot across the bows from the bond market a little bit earlier regards Fed independence. The 10-year yield did tick up to 4.19. It's since pulled back a little to 4.17. There seems to be a bit of confidence in the market that the judicial and political environment in the U.S. is enough to keep the Fed independent. And I mentioned we heard from John Williams, New York Fed president. He called Jay Powell a man of impeccable character, but also hosed down expectations of easing this year, saying, well, rates are in a pretty good place when it comes to stabilizing the labor market and getting inflation back to target. Take a look at the gold price as well. That initially cracked 4,600. It's pulled back a little bit since then. Crude prices stabilizing just under $60 a barrel for New York crude. Well, let's get you straight back now to UBS Greater China Conference in Shanghai. Our Chief Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, is there with our next guest. Steve.
Hey, thanks a lot, Paul. Yes, it's the 26th annual GCC here in Shanghai. We've been covering a lot of them, and we are very pleased to bring in the guest of honor. Not the guest, he's the host. I'm the guest here at the GCC, and that is Sergio Amati, UBS Group CEO. Thanks so much for having us here this again. What is your message to the 3,600 or thereabout participants here at the GCC this year, and what's your general outlook for business in China for your bank?
Well, actually, it's also great for me to be back here. Last year was a quite, important year for China. I think that we saw a huge interest coming back on the Chinese market. Stock performance was great, and we see it today. I mean, we have almost 3,600 participants. You go through across the board from corporates, institutional clients, family offices, and not coming from also all over the world. We see also more interest from overseas, which is indicating the momentum of the Chinese market. So I think that we believe this is going to continue. The secular trend supporting China in terms of growth in innovation, in technology, in biotech is here to stay, and investors are realizing that.
What kind of deal flow, though, are you starting to see as we are starting to see China get some momentum? You talked about the stock market, the CSI 300 up about 17% last year. So it's gaining some steam, but also outbound deal flow seems to be growing quite a bit, whether it's investing in factories in Europe or in the global South. It seems like capital is not only coming into China, where foreign interest is obviously looking at that rebound, but also the capital is moving abroad.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a good mix of businesses, but when you look at, for example, the underweight of international investors to China, almost half, from around 2.5% in 2024 to 1.3% or so in 2025. So this is a significant change on a year-on-year basis, and this is the main driver. We continue to see a lot of activity around IPOs, particularly you saw the record IPO issues last year in Hong Kong, which are probably going to stay with us also in 2026. We see a lot of activity across Asia. Inbound and outbound M&A in Japan is up threefold. So in general, I would say that you will continue to see momentum of Chinese investors investing abroad, but also capital coming into the country.
What's going to be your priority onshore for 2026? Last year you got the full 100% securities license. What's going to be the priority?
We are working on all of this. We also last year we also made a capital increase in our local entities, and I think this year we are now planning to launch a Panda bond. So I think that we want to continue to foster our presence in China. We have been in China for mainland China for 35 years. We have been in Hong Kong for 60 years. So this is really part of our core business. I mean, if you think about, we are managing in the region more than $1 trillion of assets, 800 plus in wealth management and 215 in asset management. So we want to continue to reinforce that position, but at the same time, our leading position in the investment bank across the board, and where we are a leader in the region and in China, mainland China particularly, and also in asset management through our very successful joint venture with ICBC.
What can you tell us about the arranging of that Panda bond, the size and timing and the likes?
This is still to be determined, but the decision has been taken to issue a Panda bond.
So onshore versus Hong Kong or Greater China, what's going to be the emphasis onshore as far as hiring? I mean, you're very strong in wealth management, obviously, asset management. What's going to be the priority?
Well, look, this year I think that our goal is to continue to working with local universities, hiring young talents. We employ around 1,300 people in China. Half of them are in Shanghai, and the rest is in Beijing, and the rest of in Shenzhen. We probably going to add up around 100 people this year in China, and we are, as I said, we are also investing not only in seasoned professionals but also in the young generation of people for the franchise.
So obviously you still have some personnel issues on the cost reductions from the integration with Credit Suisse. That's separate from what you're going to plan to hire across Asia and in China.
Yeah, look, when I look at Asia, in general, the integration is over, is done. So I think that we completed the integration in 2024. Mainly in Asia across the board. The investment bank has been closed and asset management the same. So as I just mentioned, we are hiring both in China, but broadly speaking also in Asia, in Japan, for example. We have been expanding our capabilities and leveraging really the complementarity of Credit Suisse and UBS together, where we not only have a broader footprint in terms of capabilities, but also of geographic footprint.
How would you assess how your businesses in Asia are doing versus other regions, whether it's Europe or the United States?
Asia has been growing, very fast in the last years. It's probably the biggest engine of growth in nominal terms. Is accounting for around a quarter to 30% on average in the last 5 years of our profits. So as I mentioned, we manage more than $1 trillion of assets out of the $7 trillion we manage globally. So it's a growing, steady growing business, which when you look at the engine of growth is, GDP growth is definitely going to help. 4.5% in China is quite important, but it is a driver for growth in the entire region. We are selectively gaining some market shares in areas where we want to compete. And last but not least, this monetization, this IPO calendar is very important to our wealth management business, because this is really helping us to drive net new money, net new assets into our wealth management franchise.
Well, speaking of that IPO pipeline in Hong Kong, it's been quite strong. A lot of the new economy companies, but there are also concerns of the new economy companies, whether it's Minimax or others, that profitability, just like the AI companies in the United States and Western markets, that the sustainability is not necessarily, it doesn't have a lot of visibility. But what's your views on whether we're in a bubble and how long that potentially could still last?
I don't know if we are in a bubble or not, but of course, when you see this kind of multiples and performances, you have to ask yourself, is this a repeat of what we saw in maybe in another time?
2001?
Exactly, the TMT bubble and so on and so forth. I would say that in general, first of all, our advice is very clear. Diversification, no concentration of risk around this sector. The technology and is here to stay. But we should not really mix the two issues. From an investor standpoint of view, it's very important to diversify, not to get into a trap of trying to pick up the winner or the loser. The truth of the matter is that the first wave was probably around the technology sector. Now we're going to see how embracing and implementing AI can help other parts of the economy become more vibrant and more efficient, and that's probably going to be also the next side of the story.
You also you can't discount the fact that most of the deal flows right now are in China. The interest is in these new economy companies. Yeah. So could you kind of quantify the type of deal flows, whether it's underwriting or other types of businesses or services from your bank that are tied directly to what has been a priority of central government policymakers here?
Well, look, but this is something that is not really new. The priorities for the central government around innovation, being technology or pharma, biotech, and so on, has been there for a while. So, from our standpoint of view, what we are helping is local clients, but also foreign clients to really select the winners. I think it's quite impressive how the Chinese companies are able not only to be a fast followers, but in some cases setting new standards for incumbents in the U.S. So from my standpoint of view, this is a big story to stay with us, where we're going to see probably Chinese companies, creating new frontiers of innovation rather than being a follower.
You've mentioned Japan twice already in the last 6 or 7 minutes. What do you like about the Japanese story right now? Obviously, the market's doing really well. There are some pro-growth policies from Takaichi-san, the new prime minister. What in particular do you like about Japan?
Well, I have to say, before year-end, I was in Japan, and after 30 years of, I felt for the first time a renewed sense of optimism across the board, and corporates, institutional investor, governments, regulatory bodies looking in a much more positive ways about the future. So I think Japan is the third largest wealth management market in the world in terms of savings. And it's quite clear to me that now that rates are coming up, and there is a new paradigm that is there to stay with us, and I do believe that also there you will see Japanese corporates probably looking to deploy more assets outside Japan, but also a renewed interest from foreign investors into Japan.
Where specifically would you like to grow in Japan, and what kind of hiring? You were talking about maybe 100 new positions here in China. What about Japan? Well,
across the board in our core businesses, outside Switzerland, de facto the three core activities, in wealth management, we have a very successful joint venture with Sumitomo Mitsui Trust Bank, and that is growing, and we want to foster more in the investment bank, of course, in the investment banking, in ECM and M&A, reinforcing our presence in equities and in research, where we are a leader in generally in Asia, and last but not least in the asset management business.
Let's talk about the overall integration with Credit Suisse. You mentioned that in this part of the world and in China, that integration pretty much was completed last year. And you've also said to us, I think in September, that the overall integration will be completed by the end of this current calendar first quarter. What are the biggest hurdles to overcome right now? AI IT integration is going to be a big one, but also there's going to be some personnel issues that you have to resolve as you go through that cost cutting.
Yeah, so what we're going to do by the end of this first quarter, we're going to migrate the balance of around 15% of the clients in Switzerland into the UBS platform. At that point in time, all clients globally will be on a UBS system, right, on a UBS platform. Then we're going to start to shut down IT centers, data centers, and de facto in Switzerland we are still, we are still maintaining and running two separate IT systems. So shutting down that one will create the synergies, real estate footprint, and to some extent, unfortunately, also some personnel reduction that will continue to stay within what we announced in terms of proactive redundancy, we believe we're going to manage that below 3,000 redundancies between now and the early part of 2027.
And where do we stand? Do you have any kind of update right now what the bank's perspective is on, of course, the too big to fail regulation and some of the proposals from the Swiss government as far as capital requirements?
Well, this is really an important step together with finishing the integration. I think that I just mentioned, the process of completing the integration and finalizing this very big work because, of course, it is also painful because, as I mentioned, we need to go through redundancies. But what we want to set is the scene for growth, to be able to, to hire again and growth. And in that sense, in order to be able to grow, we need a competitive regulatory framework.
Right.
And what we fully understand the necessity of taking the lessons learned from what happened at Credit Suisse. But we believe that the current proposals are not really reflecting what happened at Credit Suisse and are going too far. And therefore, we are contributing in the debate with our views on the matter. But this is now a political process. We hope we're going to get more clarity by the second half of the year.
Second half of the year. Are there compromises that you would potentially accept? And that conditions of doing business, is it a hindrance, obviously, to be still domiciled in Switzerland?
Oh, look, first of all, there is a compromise is usually between two people, negotiating something. We are not in a negotiation. It's a political process, and therefore we need to see what's coming out. As I said, our role right now is to make sure, on behalf of our shareholders, our employees, our clients, and in general to the public, that we contribute our views on the matter. But we are a Swiss bank. We are very proud to be a Swiss bank. We believe that is a differentiating factor. We believe this is good for Switzerland, and we want to continue to operate as a Swiss bank going forward.
So it's not necessarily a compromise, because as you said, that would be a negotiation, right? But are you confident that they will come up and there will be a resolution that will be acceptable to UBS?
I cannot be confident about that. I think that I'm pleased to see that there is a political interest to go deeper and fully understand the details of this. It's very important to understand the details of what's going on. So such an important decision cannot be taken out of emotions or by people trying to drive the agenda by fear.
What are your opportunities do you see in the United States? Obviously, your chairman has talked to Scott Bessent, and those massive market rumors that was possibly about discussing moving to the United States. But we also know that Mr. Kelleher wants to boost wealth management in the United States. What are the opportunities there?
Well, first of all, I have to say that we are in regular dialogue with many key stakeholders around the world in government's regulatory framework regularly. So there is nothing exceptional when we speak with one or the other officials. But of course, the U.S. together with this region and China are likely to continue to be two engines of growth. It's very important for us to continue to be competitive and present in the U.S., like we want to continue to be strong in Asia and in our home country, Switzerland.
Sergio Armati, thanks so much for your time and having us here at the GCC 2026. We look forward to future cooperation with you. All right, Avril, we're going to send it back to you. That is UBS Group CEO Sergio Armati here at the UBS Greater China Conference.
Good stuff, Steve. Thanks very much. We have more ahead from the UBS Greater China Conference in the next hour. The bank's head of China Global Markets, Thomas Fang, will join us live on The China Show. Plus, catch exclusive conversations with former Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker and Baidu CFO Henry He. In the meantime, we have breaking news crossing the terminal. This is related to SK Hynix, of course, the maker of high bandwidth memory and a key supplier for NVIDIA. And we are hearing how it is looking to build build an advanced packaging fab in Cheongju, South Korea. It'll be planning to spend 19 trillion won on this. This is, of course, significant because for the moment, the majority of its products at its back-end facilities are being packaged in South Korea, in China as well. So something we're watching in the session with the chip stocks looking quite flat, erasing some of the earlier gains, Paul.
Just want to get you across a Bloomberg scoop coming out of China as well. It's understood that China is examining Jane Street, scrutinizing how Jane Street Group and other foreign firms participate in the $859 billion ETF fund market there. It's seeking information on activities carried out with brokers. This is according to people familiar with the matter. And, of course, Jane Street's already fighting market manipulation allegations in India. This is being denied by Jane Street, but now China taking an interest in how Jane Street and other foreign firms take part in those ETF markets. More ahead on the Asia Trade. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
One of the things that Chair Powell said in his remarks was he highlighted the importance of independence, and I agree fully with that.
New York Fed President John Williams there speaking at a Council on Foreign Relations event in New York. And, of course, it's been an interesting 24 hours when it comes to the Fed. Of course, the Department of Justice subpoenaing documents at the Federal Reserve. This is over Jay Powell's handling of a renovation at the Federal Reserve. Jay Powell came out swinging against that. U.S. assets went on a little bit of an adventure. We've now got the 10-year yield, though, pulling back from hitting 4.19. It's now back at 4.17. S&P futures looking a little bit softer after recovering from some initial selling in the early session in the U.S. The dollar weaker as well, although rebounding, and that was a beneficiary for gold. Now, let's talk about President Trump now facing some rare opposition from key Republican lawmakers as federal prosecutors open that investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Digital Politics editor Romy Varghese joins us now for more. So, interesting this, another step in political involvement in the Federal Reserve's business, but could this probe potentially end up being bad news for President Trump?
Indeed, this investigation has the potential for creating unintended consequences for Trump and his supporters. I mean, first of all, we have a key Republican whose support is needed to get Trump's nominees through to the Fed, saying he's going to block the nominees until this is resolved. And also the fact that Powell had such a forceful response to this. So it's the first time that he explicitly accused the president of doing a power grab. I mean, that suggests that even when his term as chair is up in May, he might stick around. He can stay until early 2028 if, as some people say, he's being so forceful. Maybe he's saying, well, you're not going to get rid of me that easily. I'm going to stick around. And Powell sticking around could mean opposition for whoever Trump wants as Fed chair.
Romy, what about the financial market reaction? There seems to be some consternation, but that eased off towards the end of the session.
I think the fact that Powell had such a forceful response kind of tempered the hit to Treasury yields. But we have big bond firms like PIMCO, PGIM, DWS saying that any threat, such a sustained threat to Fed independence, can inject stability into the markets, and that will just keep Treasury yields higher than they should be, which is not what Trump and his administration want.
Romy, thanks so much. Bloomberg Digital Politics editor Romy Varghese. Let's take a look at how Japan assets are faring as well. We are, of course, watching how the Takaichi trade is playing out amid speculation of an early election. The beneficiaries for the moment in early goings, electronics names, auto stocks, the banks also doing well. There is that pressure coming through on the Japanese yen, but that seems to have been mitigated somewhat from verbal intervention following comments from the finance chief. Overall, the weaker yen is supporting export-related stocks in Japan. We are watching very closely the long end of things in Japan, where the 30-year yield has now popped even higher, and there is some talk about how there needs to be a bit of BOJ intervention. They might be the only ones that could be shoring up the market, although we know how the central bank has been taking its foot off the stimulus pedal overall. Something else to watch as well, a couple of weeks we have a 40-year debt auction. That could be something for markets to navigate. This is Bloomberg.
ちょっといい？どうすればこの大量のデータから答えが見つかるかな？
サスバイヤよ。
サスバイヤーか。そうか。
ベン。膨大なデータからキーポイントを導き出す最速の方法、サスバイヤ。
We're counting down to the open of China markets. Ahead of that, take a look at this chart and it will show you how Chinese stocks have more or less been ripping higher on this record turnover. And there is some sense that the rally has been driven by Chinese hardware-related names. But when it comes to software, given the government intervention, so to speak, that can also potentially be seen as a way in which the delivery wars can be capped. Maybe that's a driver for the mega caps in China. Take a look at how Hang Seng futures are faring, 1.5%. Already experienced a really good day just a day ago. So investors overall, they've been increasingly betting that the Chinese market's valuation-driven rally could morph this year into a more sustainable earnings-led advance. That's something to keep in mind. Let's bring in our senior Asia equities reporter, Abhishek Vishnoy. So, Abhi, we've been seeing onshore doing well, offshore also not to be left behind. What is your sense of the drivers, and does this have legs?
It definitely has legs. Last year, the run-up that we have seen both onshore and offshore equities have largely been driven by valuation expansion. Earnings growth was limited to about 3% as per our calculations. I mean, while the numbers are still trickling in for 2025. But if you talk about a year from now, the estimates suggest that earnings would grow by about 15-16%, which are, pretty decent when you compare to other major economies in the region like India and Japan. And that sort of supports the bottom-up targets, stock targets, implying about 22% odd upside on MSCI China. So this would be an earnings-led advance, which means it makes it more durable, which may work out to be less volatile, so less fears of any big or sudden drawdowns there, because earnings are coming in. You're trading on back of profit, not just profit expectations. And more recently, if you see, we had just summed up something from local media where about 108 companies, onshore companies, had come out with their earnings. The growth there was better than expected, as per some circles. We talked to a bunch of fund managers, and they were looking to increase exposure to Chinese equities, both onshore and offshore in this context, cutting their underweight position. So, valuation, even after last year's rally, remain very cheap. The AI excitement is there, but it's going to not boost the valuation as much, but it is going to boost the earnings. And obviously, non-AI earnings are also coming in. So, to me, from our reporting, it looks like this is more durable. It might be a precursor to the slower bull market that Shanghai wanted and is now going to get.
Abhishek, in terms of tech excitement, another day, another semiconductor listing in Hong Kong. This time it's Giga Device. Can you tell us a little bit about this listing, what the grey market pricing is telling us?
Yeah, so the grey market price is actually giving us a bump of about 39-40%. More importantly, it again underscores the interest in China's AI related stocks. This is the second such listing in as many days. It is still commanding a discount versus its onshore listing, and when you compare that with other similar listings onshore and offshore, the discount is pretty wide, pretty higher versus its other peers. But again, it shows that this has become a venue to unlock value. Like, for example, in any other scenario of a market, if big shareholders are selling stocks or listing in other venues, they are essentially, or promoters are exiting, controlling shareholders are paring stake. That might look like a signal which might be weak for the market, but considering where China is, the valuations, the AI setup of the world, this actually bodes well and unlocks a lot more value for Chinese AI stocks.
Are we also seeing the unlocking of the narrative once again, given Sell America was revived, the extent in which that's fueling demand for Chinese stocks as well in the mid to longer term?
Yeah, I mean, it would work out. I mean, the Sell America trade, the last time, my colleague Ruth Carson had written about that story, I think America's weighting in the MSCI World Index was nearly at all-time high. It went down from there. But given the rally in Mag 7, the weighting has again come back to about 72%, probably near all-time high in the MSCI World Index would look at developed market. So, the setup is pretty right. There are risks coming on the horizon with, what Trump has done in Venezuela and wider Latin America, and now with Federal Reserve's independence, and therefore there would be, it's expected that there would be some pairing of exposure, and that exposure would find, its way to China. I mean, this is the second largest economy in the world. On purchasing power parity, it is probably the biggest, right? There are arguments on both sides. So naturally, if you are, taking something away from a market which is trading at 22 times, which is stretched, and where the narrative seems to be all over the place in terms of policy making, you're going to be attracted to a market which is trading at about 12 times on MSCI China. So almost half the valuation, better growth prospects, and definitely a lot of roles in portfolio. So China is not just a diversified in portfolio now. China is a bet on growth. China is a bet on AI. So there's so much more market cap to be created. So, we are very excited. Investors are very excited when they're, talking about this aspect that the Sell America trade is getting revived and how some of that money would find, its way into Chinese equities.
All right, senior Asia equities reporter Abhishek Vishnoi there. Well, Bloomberg's been told that the Trump administration is closing in on a tariff agreement with Taiwan, with negotiations entering the final stages. Let's bring in managing editor Jill Desis with more. So, Jill, this has been a long time coming. What are the final sticking points, and do we know when we might see a deal get sealed?
Yes, that's right, Paul. Well, it does seem like these two are in pretty final negotiations at this point. The New York Times is actually reporting that that effective tariff rate might be lowered from 20% to 15%. That would put, as an economy, Taiwan in line with a lot of other North Asia economies, such as Korea and Japan. So, kind of bringing that into parity there. The other thing that is pretty central to this, it appears, is the likelihood that TSMC will have to up its investments in the United States as a component of this deal, so that they could see their manufacturing presence significantly ramped up in Arizona. That's where, as you may recall, they already have a significant manufacturing plant. We'll point out that at this point, TSMC already has existing investments pledged of a total of, I think, $165 billion worth in the United States. So what it does seem like are the components of this potential deal here are, again, that lowering that tariff rate to something that would be more in line with what you're seeing elsewhere in North Asia, and then also seeing a significant investment in the United States. Again, that's kind of on par with what the Trump administration has really looked for out of a lot of other economies from these types of deals.
What about the potential for a U.S.-India tariff deal?
Yes, Avril, I think this one's a little bit trickier. I'm sure, as you know, the India-United States relationship over the past year has taken quite a downturn in terms of diplomatic relations here, with the United States slapping tariffs of 50%, largely because of their accusations over India's continued purchases of Russian oil. Now, all that being said, we've heard some recent statements from the new U.S. ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, making some promising statements about how, friends may disagree, but ultimately they may get somewhere in the end. He made the point that, as a particularly large economy, large nation, it's quite difficult to get things over the line with India, but he did seem somewhat like he was, there was some promise there in terms of something actually happening. I will point out that because that one in particular has dragged on for just so long, remember, almost a year ago, we were thinking that India may be one of the first nations to actually sign a trade deal with the United States. Obviously, that hasn't happened. And at this point, we've actually heard quite a bit of trepidation from some Indian exporters that are, quite wary of, getting something, fairly soon, just because of how much it may affect orders into the middle of this year. So we'll have to see if that ultimately results in something maybe, either this month or next.
Jill, thanks so much. Our managing editor, Jill Desis. Now, we are also watching South Korea, and the President Lee Jae-myung and the Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, they're set to meet today as they work to improve ties strained by wartime history, territorial disputes. Bloomberg's East Asia government editor, John Herskovitz, joins us now for more. John, what's at stake in this meeting, and how does China factor in with Lee Jae-myung meeting with the Chinese president not so long ago?
Sure. For Lee Jae-myung, this is a chance to show that he can balance South Korea's geopolitical and economic interests between two key partners, Japan and China, without alienating the other. China is watching this summit closely. It courted Lee Jae-myung last week. It brought up historical issues. It's looking to put pressure on Japan for what it sees as incendiary comments from Takaichi regarding Taiwan. For Takaichi, she is looking at it. She could be facing a snap election, something that's been rumored in Japanese political circles, and wants to come away from this summit looking stronger. She wants to keep relations with South Korea on an even keel and try to get South Korea's support as it faces pressure, as Japan faces pressure from China over trade. So in the South Koreans often like to say that South Korea is the shrimp between two whales, Japan and China, and it's facing pressure from both. Lee Jae-myung has to balance the two, and Takaichi has to come out of this showing that she can keep ties with South Korea strong, and also strong enough that she can go into the general election looking like a leader.
Yeah, so a balancing act for President Lee. What's on the agenda for the summit?
There are a few things. They're going to look at supply chains, South Korea's ascension into a regional trading partnership, CPTPP, and security concerns. North Korea is one of them, and trying to further these interests. So I don't think we're going to get a lot of symbolism. I don't think there's a press conference on the cards, but there will be a joint statement coming out of it. So these are the key things that they're looking at for it.
John, what else are we hearing in terms of what might come out in terms of concrete action between the two sides for the meeting?
In terms of actual concrete action, I think we're going to see a statement, but the main thing is the dynamics of this are going to be closely scrutinized by the key partners, China and the U.S. For China, the stakes are with the Japan friction. For the U.S. has looked at Japan as trying to secure supply chains that are independent of China. The two key partners in Asia for that are South Korea and Japan. So they're going to see how the pressure on China through its two key partners are going to be played out. And also there's the security concern. South Korea and Japan are the two key countries for hosting U.S. troops in the region. They would be essential for any response to China vis-a-vis Taiwan, and also for coordinating the trilateral cooperation among Japan, South Korea, and the U.S. has gone rather strongly over the past few years. So trying to keep this in order is something that the U.S. will be looking at as the meeting goes on.
John, thank you so much. Our Bloomberg East Asia government editor, John Herskovitz. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
I've said repeatedly that our government's priority is to promote unity and social cohesion, and this is what Australia needs: to heal, to learn, to come together in a spirit of national unity, and to go forward knowing that just like people who gathered that night on Bondi Beach were committing to, that light will prevail over darkness. It's clear to me that a Royal Commission is essential to achieving this.
That's Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese speaking a few days ago, bowing to widespread pressure to call a royal commission into the country's worst terrorist attack, which saw gunmen kill 15 people at a Hanukkah celebration at Sydney's Bondi Beach. Now, the inquiry will be led by former High Court Justice Virginia Bell, who served on Australia's top court from 2009 to 2021. Albanese says the commission will investigate the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism in Australia, as well as the circumstances surrounding the Bondi attack. Justice Bell is expected to make recommendations and issue a report before December 14, which will mark 1 year since the massacre. Now, Australia's Parliament will also reconvene 2 weeks early to debate laws on hate crimes and gun ownership. Albanese says legislators will return next Monday to pass new legislation and offer condolences to the victims. Well, joining us now is Scott Prasser, independent researcher and the author of Royal Commissions and Public Inquiries in Australia. He's also a former senior advisor to 3 federal cabinet ministers. Scott, thanks so much for joining us today. And I just want to start, if I can, with those remarks from the Prime Minister last week. It was a reversal from his earlier position to not hold a royal commission. Do you feel going ahead was the right decision, and what do you think that this royal commission is going to achieve?
I think it's the right decision to go ahead with the royal commission. I think the government's mistake was to delay for 3 weeks and to deny for 3 weeks that there needed to be a royal commission. So the Prime Minister and every minister, Labor minister, said there was no need for a royal commission. So he missed an opportunity to do this properly from the word go, and as has happened in some other royal commissions. So what this royal commission is going to achieve, well, it's going to depend very much on what the chair, Virginia Bell, how she runs that royal commission. And it's really important that the royal commission does not seem to be avoiding important issues that have the underlying causes of this problem, as well as understanding what happened on that terrible day. So I think the government could have run this much differently. Also, they've created a lot of confusion because the government set up a non-royal commission under Dennis Richardson to look at the security issues. So this is a doubt now where that fits in, this new royal commission. There's a big difference between a non-statutory inquiry and a royal commission which has real powers.
Now, there were, while supporters outnumbered detractors in terms of holding a royal commission, I mean, some of the criticisms against holding one was, like, look, this is going to devolve into arguments over definitions. It's going to, what defines anti-Semitism, also the risk that it could become dominated by the whole Israel-Palestine debate. So can you talk to us about those risks and the job that Justice Bell is going to have to make sure that this royal commission retains its focus?
Well, the government, in the terms of reference issued by the Governor-General, have used the United Nations terms of anti-Semitism, so that's easily overcome. The way the Royal Commission operates, every Royal Commission is different. There's no sort of handbook on how to run a Royal Commission. So every Royal Commission will depend on how the chair runs that Royal Commission. And Royal Commissions have investigated in the past very sensitive issues, child sexual abuse, people with disability being abused, and so on, and allegations of corruption against government and trade unions and so on. So they can be run away, and it's up to the chair that it doesn't become a witch hunt on certain groups, and it doesn't give too much voice to people who have got different viewpoints on this matter. But it's got to be seen to be Royal Commissions are public hearings, are basically very public processes, which is their great virtue. But Royal Commissions have had a record of doing these sort of things properly. Again, it depends very much on how the chair runs it. So there are going to be some confidential issues which can be handled in camera, which Royal Commissions do from time to time. So I think those problems can be overcome. And I think if we didn't have a Royal Commission, there'd be continual doubt about what the government is hiding or why the government doesn't want to get at the bottom of this matter. Royal Commissions are about seeking the truth. That's what they're on about.
Just very quickly, Scott, are you optimistic that this Royal Commission will mean meaningful change
Well, I think it's the first step. I mean, a Royal Commission only makes recommendations. They can't enforce those recommendations. They are, after all, human constructs. They don't always get everything right. There's been examples of Royal Commissions sometimes missing points or overemphasising points. So it's going to be, so at the end of the day, it's up to the government. The test for every Royal Commission is how it's run, how well its evidence is, and then what happens to the recommendations and how those recommendations are interpreted. And that's up to the government of the day. So come December this year, when the Royal Commission hopefully, possibly delivers its report, it's back on the government's desk, okay? And it's up to the government how it responds to that matter. Also, during the course of this inquiry, it's quite possible that the Royal Commissioner will see things or find out things and may want extended terms of reference to look at particular matters, or may want even extensions of time. So that's one of the, it's a bit of a risky business appointing a Royal Commission for any government, because sometimes you never quite know where it will end up or what it will recommend. Sometimes they do things which are not expected. So that's the trick of these Royal Commissions. They are independent bodies and they can wander and go wherever they want to.
All right, Scott Presser, we are out of time, but thanks so much for joining us today. Scott Presser is independent researcher and author of Royal Commissions and Public Inquiries in Australia. We have more ahead on Australia Ahead every Tuesday, 11:40 a.m. if you're watching in Sydney, 8:40 a.m. in Hong Kong. Also, you can tune into the Bloomberg Australia podcast, which delves into the biggest stories shaping the country's role in global business. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or Bloomberg.com. More ahead on the Asia Trade. This is Bloomberg.
Time to revisit how Japan assets are faring in the early parts of the session. Of course, again, it's been about the speculation of an early election from Takaichi. We are seeing the Nikkei 225 going gangbusters, 3% higher. I think it's on track for a record closing high. And of course, given how the weak yen has been playing into some of the export-related stocks, we're tracking autos. We're tracking banks as well, though, given how yields are faring. Take a look at the JGB 10-year, although the concerns are perhaps more focused on the longer end of things, given how that pro-growth, pro-stimulus approach might be gaining further confidence following on from a potential election out of Japan, Paul.
We're hearing a little bit more from the New York Fed's John Williams as well. He is backing Chair Powell's calls for Fed independence. This is after the events of 24 hours ago when it was announced that the DOJ had subpoenaed Jay Powell over the renovation of the Federal Reserve, widely as anticipated, interpreted as an attempt to curb independence. Williams saying markets don't want to get ahead of that Trump-Powell news, and the FOMC isn't under significant pressure to adjust rates, and markets taking all of this in their stride at the moment. S&P futures off by about 1/5%. All right, that is it from the Asia Trade. Markets coverage continues as we look ahead to the start of trade in Hong Kong, Shanghai and Shenzhen. The China show is next. This is Bloomberg.
गाइस इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होने वाला है। राइट पोजीशन मत लेके जाना, सीपीआई का डेटा आने वाला है। देखा जाए तो क्लोजिंग ऑलमोस्ट न्यूट्रल या फ्लैट होने वाली है। चांसेस है प्राइस कल अगर सीपीआई का डेटा पॉजिटिव आता है तो अपसाइड ही ओपन होगा, बट वी डोंट नो व्हाट हैपन ओवरनाइट, कह नहीं सकते। Two oil tankers attacked near key CPC loading terminal. बाकी नेचुरल गैस में ठीक ठाक बाइंग आ गई है। क्रूड ऑयल भी रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुंच गया है, सेलिंग कर सकते हो। क्रूड ऑयल हिटिंग द रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, एक्सपेक्ट अ सेलिंग। जो लेवल बनाए थे वो सेम रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुंच गया है, ठीक है। वहाँ पे मॉर्निंग पे याद होगा आप लोगों को, मॉर्निंग की लेवल है, मॉर्निंग से मार्केट में बाइंग ही आ रही है, बट अब एक्सपेक्टिंग है थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग यहाँ से मार्केट दे। सो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग अ सेल ऑफ। इन क्रूड ऑयल मॉर्निंग पे एक हल्का सा गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, उसके बाद से कंसोलिडेशन करके अप साइड ही गया है। थोड़ी देर पहले एक न्यूज़ थी, उसका एक पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट देखने के लिए मिला था, जैसा मैंने बताया अभी। दो ऑयल टैंकर हैं, वो उन पर अटैक किया गया है। डिटेल्स विल बी सीन। India China seek to rebuild military trust to keep border calm. और अपडेट मिलती है तो देखेंगे। बाकी ये नेचुरल गैस में भी हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना थोड़ा सा, मेरे को लग रहा है टारगेट और ऊपर तक है, वैसे लग नहीं रहा, इतना स्लोली आ रहा है। ना ही आता तो बेटर था, इससे बेटर तो इसमें हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर सकते हैं। नेचुरल गैस में 14 पॉइंट का पूरा टारगेट है, आप प्रॉफिट बुक करो, ट्रेल करो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। ठीक है, तो जो नियर कैस्पियन पाइपलाइन कंसोर्टियम सीपीसी लोडिंग टर्मिनल है, वहां पर ये अटैक हुआ है। इसलिए मुझे लग रहा है ये यूक्रेन ने ही किया होगा अटैक, बिकॉज कजाकिस्तान में पड़ती है जगह। Iran leadership is in its final days and weeks. Germany Chancellor Merz says, big statement. थोड़ा सा ऊपर और एक्सपेक्ट है। नेचुरल गैस में एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस तो ऊपर ही है 313-15 के अराउंड, वो भी टेस्ट हो चुका है एक बार। तो इसके ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस है, वो अभी भी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, एक और अराउंड 325-330 के अराउंड, बट दैट इज़ फार अवे। नीड टू सी अभी कैसे प्राइस एक्शन फॉलो होता है। जो लेवल है क्रूड ऑयल का, ये टेस्ट होना पेंडिंग था। बाय द वे, इस लेवल पे मार्केट पहले भी सेलिंग दिखा चुका है 2-3 बार, तो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड। इसके ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस है, तो ये दो ही रेजिस्टेंस है अभी नियर बाय में। आई होप ये दोनों में से कोई एक सस्टेन जरूर करेगा, 5530 या फिर 5630। ये 100 पॉइंट की डिस्टेंस पे एक और रेजिस्टेंस है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। ठीक है, बाकी अगर एसएल थोड़ा सा बड़ा लग रहा है तो एसएल को थोड़ा सा रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं, बट यहाँ पर एसएल इतना ही बनेगा ऑलमोस्ट, इससे छोटा एसएल रख नहीं सकते। ऑलमोस्ट 3% पॉजिटिव है अभी। क्रूड ऑयल 2.61% पॉजिटिव। दो रेजिस्टेंस है, पास पास में ही है दोनों, तो दोनों को मार्क कर देते हैं। इसका भी ऐसा कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं बना है यहाँ पर। देयर इज नो सच सपोर्ट इज इनिशिएटेड बाय सेलर्स, सॉरी फॉर फ्रॉम बायर्स एक्चुअली। सो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं अगर नीचे कोई सपोर्ट, फ्रेश सपोर्ट क्रिएट नहीं होता है तो फॉल होना चाहिए प्राइस को। आगे इंडियन मार्केट को देखोगे, निफ्टी ठीक था आज भी, कल की तरह ही अच्छा मोमेंटम इसमें भी आया। मैंने मॉर्निंग पे भी आप लोगों को बताया था पुट मत लेना, कॉल शॉर्ट कर देना, सडनली मोमेंटम आने के चांसेस कम ही हैं। और वही हुआ, मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस पे था, थोड़ा बहुत नीचे आया, फिर बहुत ही साइडवेज हो गया। आया जरूर है बट पूरा दिन लगा दिया मार्केट ने नीचे तक आने तक। इवन तो टारगेट देखोगे तो काफ़ी बड़ा था निफ्टी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, देखा जाए 15 मिनट फ्यूचर टाइम फ्रेम पे तो लगभग 300 सवा 300 पॉइंट। इंट्राडे में मोमेंटम काफ़ी होता है, बहुत बड़ा मोमेंटम निफ्टी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से कह सकते हो, रोज इतना मोमेंटम मिलता नहीं है। तो जिन लोगों ने ऊपर कॉल शॉर्ट करी होगी, अच्छा प्रॉफिट मिला, या फ्यूचर भी सेल किया होगा, किसी ने पुट लिया होगा तो मुझे नहीं पता वहाँ पर कितना प्रॉफिट हुआ है पुट में। इवन तो मार्केट आया तो नीचे ही है इवेंचुअली, तो प्रीमियम स्लोली स्टडी इंक्रीज जरूर हुए होंगे पुट साइड वालों के भी। लेट्स सी कल मार्केट कहाँ ओपन होता है। गिफ्ट निफ्टी को नज़र रखेंगे, सीपीआई का डेटा इम्पैक्ट डालता है कल। अगर थोड़ा सा मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ या तो गैप डाउन हो या फिर गैप अप ओपन हो कल। फ्लैट ओपन ना हो मज़ा नहीं आएगा, नहीं तो फिर कहीं गैप अप ओपन होता है 26,000 के ऊपर, 26,100 के ऊपर, तो फिर यहाँ 26,200 के अराउंड एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। फ्लैट ओपन हो तो बहुत बेकार है, या फिर गैप डाउन ही हो सीधा वापस से 25,530 550 के अराउंड, वहाँ फिर से बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। तो गैप अप गैप डाउन अगर कल मिलता है बड़ा, तो एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी कल फिर से मिलेगी ट्रेड करने की। अदरवाइज कल बड़ा गैप अप गैप डाउन नहीं हुआ, मार्केट फ्लैट हल्का सा है, फिर थोड़ा सा नीचे गैप अप गैप डाउन होता है, बहुत बड़ा गैप डाउन नहीं देखता है रेजिस्टेंस और सपोर्ट के अराउंड प्राइस, तो फिर अवॉइड ही करेंगे अनटिल अनलेस कोई नया सपोर्ट क्रिएट नहीं होता। निफ्टी फ्यूचर में ये इंडेक्स स्पॉट का चार्ट नहीं है, ठीक है, हम फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करते हैं, मैंने पहले ही बताया। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में क्योंकि ऑप्शन के प्रीमियम उसी के अकॉर्डिंग मूव होते हैं। तो आई होप सो जिन लोगों ने कॉल शॉर्ट करी होगी हाई लेवल पे, ठीक ठाक प्रीमियम डीके प्लस मोमेंटम दोनों ही एक साथ मिल गए होंगे, ठीक है। मॉर्निंग पे जब मार्केट था उस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे, तो वहाँ पर एट दी मनी के अराउंड प्रीमियम ठीक ठाक ही थे, क्योंकि अभी एक्सपायरी में टाइम है, तो प्रीमियम इज गुड इनफ आप कह सकते हो, क्योंकि एक्सपायरी अब नेक्स्ट सीधा 20 जनवरी की होनी है। तो मोमेंटम उस हिसाब से काफ़ी अच्छा हो गया कॉल साइड के प्रीमियम का। इंडेक्स में भी अगर चार्ट देखोगे, ये तो स्पॉट का चार्ट है, भी सेम ही मोमेंटम था। मॉर्निंग पे 25,900 के अराउंड जब मार्केट ओपन हुआ था, तो 25,850 या इवन 25,900 किसी ने अगर शॉर्ट किया होगा। इवन 25,800 भी थोड़ा सा लोअर एंड पे था, बट स्टिल दैट इज बेनिफिशियल। तो वहाँ पर उन सारी कॉल्स का प्रीमियम काफ़ी अच्छा डीके हुआ, 25,800, 850, 25,900, क्योंकि सारे के सारे 25,900 तो उस समय मार्केट जब ओपन हुआ था एग्जैक्टली एट द मनी पे ही था, बाद में थोड़ा सा आउट ऑफ द मनी हो गया। देन 25,850 इज ऑल्सो आउट ऑफ द मनी, 25,800 आउट ऑफ द मनी। वहाँ पर प्रीमियम ठीक ठाक ही चल रहे थे एट द मनी पे, निफ्टी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखोगे मॉर्निंग पे, दैट इज 25,900 का तो आई थिंक 40 के आसपास ही चल रहा था, तो वो तो जीरो हो गया, तो कह सकते हो 40 पॉइंट वहाँ पर, बाकी 25,800 एंड 25,900 वो भी बिकॉज आउट ऑफ द मनी गई हैं, तो उनके प्रीमियम भी हमें वहीं पर जीरो भी देखने के लिए मिले, तो वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट हुआ होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर प्रीमियम इन दी मनी और एट दी मनी होने की वजह से थोड़े से ज़्यादा थे, जैसे 20,800 में 91 का था, 91 के आसपास, ऑलमोस्ट डबल प्रीमियम कह सकते हो। को हटा देते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्रूड ऑयल पे फोकस रखते हैं, रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है तो सेल ऑफ कंटिन्यू होता है, देखते हैं। इसमें जी क्रूड ऑयल में 5,500 का पुट लिया है आपने, 20 लॉट, क्या करें 126 पे, देख लेता हूँ पर्टिकुलर पुट को, वैसे फ़िलहाल के लिए 5,000, आई होप करंट एक्सपायरी ट्रेड कर रहे होगे। फिर पहले से लेके बैठे हो, कब लिया था, आज ही लिया था क्या ये 5,500 का पुट आपने, ऑलरेडी लॉस में चल रहे हो शायद। 5,500 का पुट करंट एक्सपायरी का तो 95 94 के आसपास रनिंग है राइट नाउ। देखो यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस तो है, ठीक है, 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, आपने आई थिंक ये 126 पे तो आपने बहुत पहले लेके बैठे हो आप, मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ कहीं पुट लेके बैठे हो इस एरिया पे। अभी तक तो उसमें वैसे लॉजिकली तो देखो आपका एसएल जा चुका है बहुत पहले ही, आपको निकल जाना चाहिए था। 126 प्राइस काफ़ी पहले ट्रेड कर रहा था मैं, जहाँ पर मैंने जैसा मैंने बताया उसी पर्टिकुलर जोन पे वहीं लिया ना आपने। यहाँ कहीं आपने पुट बाई किया मुझे लग रहा है। देखो यहाँ पुट बाई किया था तो एसएल रखना चाहिए था, यहाँ कहीं इसी लेवल के उस ऊपर रखते निकल जाना चाहिए था। देखो लॉजिकली तो आपका एसएल जा चुका है, ठीक है। मैं नॉर्मली ऑप्शन का चार्ट देखता नहीं हूँ, ठीक है। तो मैं आपको सजेस्ट करूंगा अगर आप, क्योंकि लॉट 20 लॉट है, रुकना चाह रहे हो तो फिर ये एसएल लगा रखा है, यही एसएल है आपका ओरिजिनल। इस एरिया के आसपास सेल करना चाहिए था, जल्दी सेल कर दिया। यहाँ पर तो कोई रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं था, यहाँ सेल क्यों कर दिया आपने? मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो आपका एसएल जा चुका है, आप ऑलरेडी गलत ट्रेड में हो, आपको निकल जाना चाहिए था बहुत पहले। अगर आप रुकना चाह रहे हो आप तो ये एसएल लगा के रख सकते हो लास्ट, इससे बड़ा एसएल तो मत ही लेना। 5000 550 के ऊपर कहीं कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो निकल जाना चाहिए, ठीक है। इससे बड़ा एसएल मत लेना, इवन दो इसके ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस है, बट फिर ये भी 100 पॉइंट की डिस्टेंस पे वहां तक और चला गया तो ये प्रीमियम और डाउन चला जाएगा 70 तक। ऑप्शन चार्ट में भी देखोगे तो उतना नीचे कोई प्राइस लेवल ही नहीं है कि मैं मार्क कर दूं ऑप्शन चार्ट में कि ये लेवल मार्क कर लो। तो ऑप्शन चार्ट में भी वहां पर कोई लेवल नहीं है, तो लॉजिकली आपका एसएल जा चुका है। होल्ड कर रहे हो तो ये एक एसएल है, इससे बड़ा एसएल लेना मत, ठीक है। थोड़ी देर पहले मुझे एक न्यूज़ थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने बताई थी, दो जो ऑयल टैंकर हैं वो अटैक किए गए हैं नियर सीपीसी लोडिंग टर्मिनल, उसकी वजह से एक सडनली स्पाइक किया मार्केट ने, ठीक है। मोस्टली कहा जा रहा है कि यूक्रेन ने ही वो अटैक किया है, तो इससे बड़ा एसएल मत रखना। बाकी हाँ, ये अगर नीचे तक आता है तो आप कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट के अराउंड तो आ ही जाओगे, इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ। प्रॉफिट में तो नहीं कह सकता, प्रॉफिट में आने के लिए आपको वापस 5400 के नीचे ट्रेड करना पड़ेगा तभी कहीं प्रॉफिट में जा पाओगे, अदरवाइज प्रॉफिट में आना ही मुश्किल है इस ट्रेड में। तो दिस इज लास्ट एसएल, इससे बड़ा एसएल मत लेना। बाकी अगर ट्रेड ले रहे हो तो उसमें एसएल भी तो रखो, ऐसे रैंडमली कहीं पर भी बाई मत करो। अगर बाई किया भी है, मान लो कोई सेटअप के अकॉर्डिंग वहां पर सेलिंग बन भी रही है, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग मुझे नहीं लग रहा इतना बड़ा एसएल होता होगा। अगर यहाँ पर कोई सेलिंग बन भी रही है, लेट अस सपोज यहीं कहीं लिया है आपने मुझे लग रहा है कैंडल देख के तो 15 मिनट की उस ऑप्शन प्रीमियम की, तो उसके हिसाब से एसएल इतना ही होना चाहिए लॉजिकली, क्योंकि यहाँ पर और कोई रेजिस्टेंस मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहा है, ठीक है। मैंने मॉर्निंग पे बताया थे लेवल आप लोगों को, ठीक है। मैं भी वेट कर रहा था कहीं प्राइस किसी लेवल पे आए, या तो नीचे सपोर्ट पाए रेजिस्टेंस पाए, बिकॉज डिस्टेंस बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई है, बीच में ट्रेड प्लान नहीं कर सकते। बाकी अगर थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी लेते हो ना ऑप्शन में, ऑप्शन बाइंग ही किया है शायद आपने, तो उसको हैच कर लिया करो फ्यूचर के साथ मिनी में, ठीक है। वहाँ मिनी में प्राइस कम ही चाहिए, तो वहाँ पर कॉल बाय करके रखा हुआ है तो, सॉरी पुट बाय करके रखा हुआ है तो मिनी में फ्यूचर बाय कर लिया करो। सो एटलीस्ट अगर लॉस भी हुआ तो कम होगा, प्रॉफिट होगा तो भी कम होगा लेकिन हो जाएगा, ठीक है। दैट इज अ सेफ है अगर बड़ी क्वांटिटी ट्रेड कर रहे हो, अदरवाइज ऑप्शन बाइंग में बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है, मोमेंटम फास्ट नहीं आया। एवरेज तो मत करो, लूजिंग पोजीशन पे एवरेज कहाँ होता है। यहाँ से प्राइस और ऊपर चला गया तो फिर क्या करोगे, और लॉस में आ जाओगे। नीचे आता है अपने प्रॉफिट पे निकल जाना कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे। लूजिंग पोजीशन कभी भी एवरेज नहीं करनी चाहिए, सही नहीं है वो अप्रोच। बाकी 100 तक तो पहुंच ही गया आपका प्रीमियम ऑलरेडी, 120 पे लिया है तो 126 पे, सॉरी। एटलीस्ट 72 पॉइंट यहाँ से गिरना चाहिए और तब जाके आप कहीं कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे आओगे। वही ये जो नीचे ब्लू कलर की लाइन ड्रॉ करी है आपने, इस एरिया तक आ जाएगा तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पे आ जाओगे। एट द मनी का है, डेल्टा भी ठीक ही है इसका, 5500, 5.5 का डेल्टा है इसका अभी। तो मोमेंटम तो अच्छा खासा हो जाएगा अगर प्राइस फॉल करता है थोड़ा सा। सीधा 6:30 पे देखते हैं। 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग, देन 7 PM यूएस इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा, 8 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन और 8:30 न्यू होम सेल्स डेटा। Global central bankers in full solidarity with Fed Chairman Powell. The UAE and China lead list of those at risk from Trump-Iran tariff. Iran appears to free oil tankers seized in 2025 over US tension.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lizzie Burden.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
Countries doing business with Iran will face a 25% tariff on their goods, according to the US president. Writing on social media, Trump said the new duty would be effective immediately. William Roebuck is the executive vice president of the Arab Gulf States Institute.
President Trump is comfortable using tariffs. I don't think it's going to have much impact inside Iran. I think it might have some impact on our economic relations with China. That's a different subject.
William Roebuck referring there to the fact that Iran's largest trading partners include China, as well as India and Turkey. However, it's not yet clear whether the US levies would be an addition to current tariffs. The US has already imposed levies as high as 50% on Indian goods tied to their purchase of Russian oil. Meanwhile, an additional 25% tariff on China risks upsetting
tariffs. I don't think it's going to have much impact inside Iran. I think it might have some impact on our economic relations with China. That's a different subject.
William Roebuck referring there to the fact that Iran's largest trading partners include China, as well as India and Turkey. However, it's not yet clear whether the US levies would be an addition to current tariffs. The US has already imposed levies as high as 50% on Indian goods tied to their purchase of Russian oil. Meanwhile, an additional 25% tariff on China risks upsetting the trade truce that Trump negotiated with Xi Jinping last year.
The threat of new American tariffs come as activists say more than 640 people have so far been killed in a crackdown on Iranian protesters. A White House official told Bloomberg over the weekend that President Trump has been briefed on a range of options for military strikes in Iran, including non-military sites. According to the official, the president is seriously considering authorising an attack. Speaking yesterday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the use of military power in Iran remains an option.
One thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. What you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately.
Caroline Leavitt also confirmed that an Iranian government official had contacted the president's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. Those comments come after Iran's foreign ministry said on Monday that security forces have full control of the country following weeks of violent unrest.
Meanwhile, Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is reportedly planning to call a snap election. The yen's dropped to its weakest level against the dollar in more than a year on the story, reported by Kyodo News. Bloomberg's Brian Fowler says it would be a high-stakes gamble.
She's got stronger support than I think I've ever seen in my lifetime for a Japanese prime minister. So that's looking good. On the other hand, the LDP as a party has not fared quite as well in surveys. People are still a little bit unforgiving towards past scandals in the party. And more importantly, or at least as important, the ruling coalition now is different from what it was in past elections.
Brian Fowler there, Bloomberg's editor for Northeast Asia governments. Takaichi currently benefits from a 70% approval rating, so many expect that a vote would increase her mandate.
US President Donald Trump's facing growing opposition from key Republican lawmakers and former Fed officials over a criminal investigation into Chair Jerome Powell. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says the threat of a legal battle with the central bank could make confirming Fed nominees challenging. Meanwhile, Bloomberg understands Trump allies are worried the investigation could discourage Powell from leaving the board once his term as chair ends in May. He could stay on as a Fed governor until 2028. Here's former Fed Governor Betsy Duke.
It's hard for me to see Jay Powell leaving the Fed board, leaving his seat unoccupied and subject to appointment to somebody that he may not have confidence in, particularly while this lawsuit is going on.
Betsy Duke speaking there as the US Attorney for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, revealed that she did not seek sign-off from her bosses at the US Justice Department before issuing a subpoena to the Fed. In a post on X, the former Fox News host says she also has no plans to back down from the investigation into Powell.
Finally, the CEO of UBS, Sergio Ermotti, says that banking reforms in Switzerland are going too far and have become politicised. The Swiss government wants to impose as much as $26 billion of new capital requirements on UBS. Ermotti's bank had said the planned reforms are a threat to Switzerland's economy as well as its own business model.
We fully understand the necessity of taking the lessons learned from what happened at Credit Suisse. But we believe that the current proposals are not really reflecting what happened at Credit Suisse and are going too far. And therefore, we are contributing in the debate with our views on the matter. But this is now a political process.
UBS CEO Sergio Ermotti speaking to Bloomberg there in Shanghai. The Financial Times, meanwhile, is reporting that Ermotti plans to step down in April 2027. It cites unnamed people. He led UBS as it became a financial giant after absorbing its national rival Credit Suisse in 2026. But Credit Suisse's collapse and UBS's size have led to Swiss lawmakers concerned about the financial risk the bank could pose.
And those are your top stories on the markets. The stock 600 0.1% higher this morning. Wall Street futures are a touch softer, down 0.1% for S&P E-minis. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is a little stronger this morning. The Japanese yen 0.5% weaker against the dollar, hitting its weakest since 2024. And thinking about the 10-year Treasury yield, up 2 basis points this morning to 4.19%.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lizzie Burden.
And I'm Stephen Carroll, and this is Bloomberg.
20 पे एग्जिट कर लिए 15 लॉट. कितने लॉट और बचे हैं? 5 लॉट और बचे हैं. 20 लॉट्स थे. प्राइस अभी भी 120 पर ही चल रहा है. थोड़ा सा नीचे और आता है तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट ही आ जाओगे. वापस ऊपर जाएगा तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं अपर लेवल पे. यहाँ पर वैसे कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, बट ऑब्वियसली है, प्राइस सीधा तो नहीं जाना चाहिए. प्राइस विल कंसोलिडेशन कर सकता है. एंड अगर थोड़ा सा डाउन साइड पे गया देन वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट 140 to 160 एज वेल अगेन. कोई न्यूज़ भी नहीं है अभी फिलहाल के लिए.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the ongoing controversy around the probe into Jay Powell and the Fed. Bloomberg's John Tucker joins us with the very latest. John, good morning.
And good morning, Nathan. Bloomberg has learned that Washington, D.C. U.S. Attorney and former Fox host Jeanine Pirro subpoenaed the Federal Reserve without ever seeking permission from her bosses at the Justice Department, and she doesn't plan to back down. The blowback from lawmakers and government officials continues to grow. Federal Reserve Bank of New York President John Williams, among those leaping to the defense of Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
He's proven himself to be a man of impeccable integrity and a man who has been calmly leading the Federal Reserve.
Former Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker says members of Congress can't let this happen.
When you talk to members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, they understand this. They may have different rhetoric out in public, but you talk to them one-on-one, they understand how critical the Federal Reserve is, and they are going to push back.
Senator Tom Tillis, a key GOP member in the Banking Committee, vowed to oppose any Trump nominees to the Fed until this is resolved. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said the threat of a legal battle with the Fed could make confirming future nominees, quote, challenging. Axios reported that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned President Trump the investigation had created a mess that could be bad for financial markets. And judging by market reaction, investors doubt the probe of the Fed is going to lead anywhere. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Well, the Trump administration is facing new legal action over the immigration crackdown in Minnesota. The state is suing the Department of Homeland Security and Secretary Kristi Noem over the, quote, unprecedented surge of ICE officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Here's Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison.
The deployment of thousands of armed, mass DHS agents to Minnesota has done our state serious harm. This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities and Minnesota, and it must stop.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison's lawsuit comes nearly a week after an ICE officer shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis. Her death during a tense confrontation in her car has sparked protests across the country.
Turning to U.S. foreign policy now, Karen, a bipartisan congressional delegation is headed to Copenhagen later this week to show unity with Denmark amid tensions over Greenland. Delaware Senator Chris Coons is leading the trip. It includes at least 9 members of Congress. They plan to meet with Danish and Greenlandic officials on Friday and Saturday.
Let's get to the latest from the Middle East, Nathan. President Trump plans to meet with advisors today to weigh options on responding to deadly protests in Iran. On social media, the president announced a 25% tariff on countries that do business with the Islamic Republic. That could upset his one-year trade truce with China. Ali Vaez is Iran project director at International Crisis Group.
We have to see if that threat is really implementable, because Iran's biggest trading partner is China. And of course, the U.S. has a complicated relationship when it gets to imposition of tariffs on China. Second most important trading partner is the UAE, again, a close ally of the United States. And it's hard to imagine that these countries would be willing to really cut off all their ties with Iran overnight.
Ali Vaez with International Crisis Group notes China is the world's biggest buyer of Iranian oil. It's unclear if President Trump would stack the new tariffs on top of existing duties or announce carve-outs for China.
In Japan, Karen, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is reportedly planning to call a snap election. Success at the polls for Takaichi, who has been in the premiership since October, would provide a mandate for her to continue hawkish diplomacy and pro-stimulus policies. Stocks rallied and the yen weakened to its lowest level since July 2024 on the news.
Well, in the U.S. here, Nathan, stocks and bonds rebounded on Wall Street to eke out gains after initially dropping on news the Trump administration escalated its attack on the Fed. Steve Chivarone is Deputy Chief Investment Officer of Equities at Federated Hermes.
It doesn't matter how you get to where we were, it's not good, right? If you have a Fed chair that's engaging in illegal activity, that's not good. If you have political pressure on a Fed chair being exerted through the courts, that's not good. To have the video released is certainly not helpful for markets. So nobody benefits from this.
And Federated Hermes, Steve Chivarone. Right now, futures, again, are lower. S&P futures down 0.1% this morning.
And attention will now turn, Karen, to real economic data. This morning, we get the latest inflation report for December. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has a CPI preview.
We get a full month's data in the December CPI, but the numbers will remain somewhat unreliable. Because there was no October data, the Bureau of Labor Statistics imputed them. The imputation was 0, no change, which to anyone who went shopping during the month knows is wrong. That decision biased the November CPI lower. For December, we should see some payback, an upward bias. That bias may or may not push the annual inflation rate higher. Analysts are divided, so confidence in what the numbers are telling us may be low. Markets, however, don't see the Fed moving anyway this month, and we'll have January and February CPI data in hand before the next Fed meeting. Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Michael, thank you. In addition to the CPI report, investors will get earnings from the first of the big banks. JPMorgan Chase reports before the opening bell. We get a preview with Bloomberg's Tom Busby.
JP Morgan Chase's trading and investment banking businesses will be in focus, with revenue from trading stocks and bonds expected to rise 13% from a year ago, helping shares of the bank up 35% in the past 12 months, easily topping the 16% gain in the S&P 500 Financials Index. Bloomberg Consensus calls for adjusted revenue of $46.35 billion for the fourth quarter on adjusted earnings per share of $4.92. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The end of the NFL wildcard playoff round, and the Houston Texans had a 1-point lead in the fourth quarter in Pittsburgh and then scored 23 points in a span of 10.5 minutes. They had 2 defensive touchdowns. Houston won 30-6 to advance to play New England on Sunday. Was this the last game for Aaron Rodgers? Will he retire? There was talk the Packers might fire coach Matt LaFleur. Instead, they're talking about a contract extension with him. John Harbaugh's first coaching interview with Atlanta. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
does business with Iran. The move, posted on Truth Social, comes as Iran continues its deadly crackdown on protesters. Hundreds have been killed as Iran aims to quell outcry in the country. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the Trump administration is in communication with Tehran, despite the Islamic Republic's attempt to suppress the demonstrations.
What you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages.
One of Trump's options is military strikes, but as our White House reporter Steve Holland explains, that's not the only option.
Now, we are told that the options include other things like boosting anti-government sources online, use of cyber weapons against Iranian military and civilian sites, and putting more sanctions on the regime. The cyber attacks could include trying to shut down various buildings, infrastructure in Iran, but the Iranian regime has cut off internet access to the citizens there. So that may be of limited use. There's always a number of military targets that the U.S. are looking at that could put pressure on the regime. Short term, they'd love to help the protesters somehow. Long term, they are looking for ways to pressure Khamenei and his regime into getting him to step down. But as a caveat, you have to think about what would come in the vacuum created by Khamenei's departure. So it's going to take a lot of very close diplomatic skills. The son of the late Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who lives in the United States, is presenting himself as a potential opposition leader. Now, Trump so far has declined a meeting with him, but if this progresses further, you could see that happening in the future.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is suing Pete Hegseth, saying the defense secretary violated his free speech rights. The Pentagon is attempting to demote Kelly from his rank of retired Navy captain. The action came after Kelly joined other lawmakers in urging troops to push back on orders to deploy in U.S. cities and carry out lethal strikes on boats in the Caribbean, which the lawmakers say are unlawful.
You can refuse illegal orders.
The lawsuit alleges that the Defense Department's actions were retaliatory and asked the court to block Hegseth's review and declare his actions unlawful. And the legal action against the Trump administration doesn't end there. Next up, Minnesota's Attorney General has announced his state is filing a lawsuit to block a surge of ICE officers following the fatal shooting of Renee Good last week.
Lawsuit we're filing against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota.
The lawsuit also names U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and asks a federal court in Minnesota to declare the surge unconstitutional and issue a temporary restraining order. Illinois has also filed a similar federal lawsuit against what its leadership is calling Homeland Security's dangerous use of force. And in another lawsuit, this time in the entertainment world, Paramount Skydance is suing Warner Brothers Discovery. It's asking for more information on a rival $82 billion deal with Netflix, escalating the fight to take control of the Hollywood studio. It also plans to nominate directors to the Warner Brothers board in an aggressive step to convince investors that its $108 billion cash bid is better than Netflix's cash and stock offer. The Trump administration's move to open a criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has sparked fierce condemnation from three people who previously held the job. Janet Yellen, Ben Bernanke, and Alan Greenspan joined with other former government economic leaders in condemning the probe. They say in a statement that interference with central bank independence is often seen in emerging market countries with weak institutions. And they warn that interference leads to, quote, highly negative consequences for inflation and the functioning of their economies more broadly. For more, we've got Amanda Cooper from our sister Markets podcast, Morning Bid.
Hi, Kim. That's right. It is indeed unprecedented to have these three former chairs speak out against the attacks on Fed independence. Crucially, they point to the impact that it could have on inflation and how this might make the Fed even less likely, or give the central bank rather, even less room to cut rates as President Trump wishes. We know that affordability is front of mind for him right now and the impact that those high prices are having on consumers. So today's CPI report for December is going to be under even closer scrutiny than usual, I think, for markets.
Thanks, Amanda. You can always catch Morning Bid wherever you get your podcasts. The Supreme Court hears arguments today on whether states can ban transgender athletes from female sports teams. The states behind the bans in the cases in question, Idaho and West Virginia, argue this is about fairness for biological women in sports. The challengers say these bans are discriminatory. Supreme Court reporter Andrew Chung will be at the hearing.
The laws are trying to prevent biological males, is what they refer to, from participating on female sports teams. So the Supreme Court is weighing whether these laws are a violation of the Constitution or a federal law called Title IX, which prevents and prohibits sex discrimination in education.
The Supreme Court will determine whether this is sex discrimination, and Andrew says the result could have implications far beyond the playing field.
This case is about transgender participation in sports, but if the Supreme Court rules for the states, it could have a much wider effect, because depending on what the court says, if it rules broadly, it could affect transgender rights in other areas, including other things that happen in education. It could affect how students are treated in the classroom. It could affect how they are designated on government documents going forward. It could affect how and whether the government will still be able to ban them from the military, as President Trump has sought to do. It could have pretty wide-ranging ripple effects.
And to Paris now for another court hearing. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen is appealing her corruption conviction. Le Pen was barred from public office for 5 years last year after being convicted of misusing more than €4 million in EU funds. The result of this appeal will determine whether she can run in the 2027 presidential election. Reporter Elizabeth Pinault is in Paris.
If she cannot run, the president of the party, called Jordan Bardella, who is a young and talented politician. He's 30, she's 57, so it's a new generation, and he's doing good in the polls, so he would run.
Le Pen has called her conviction a political persecution, and she has some powerful allies in Washington, D.C. who agree.
Donald Trump expressed his support to Marine Le Pen when she was convicted. He put a message on Truth Social saying that she had all his support, and that he was also criticizing the French justice. And, Marine Le Pen did not really react to that support, saying that there is no interference from the US and that she's independent. And Jordan Bardella repeated it today, saying that, there was no interference from the US. Officially, the National Rally refused this help. They didn't want any help. But there is definitely an interest by the Trump administration into this trial.
And for today's recommended read, to Gaza, where school has restarted for some after more than 2 years. Some 400 children are attending lessons in a makeshift school set up in plastic tents among the ruins, and their learning is interrupted by regular gunfire and explosions from the so-called Yellow Line held by Israeli forces. There's a link to that story in the description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
November report due to the government shutdown. What are you expecting today?
So today we've got the December CPI report. As you know, the headline and core rate expected to come in at 2.7%. Now, one thing economists have pointed to is the fact that November, because of the government shutdown, artificially depressed some price data, which meant that we got a fairly benign reading, and therefore we're going to see a pickup back in December. So things like apparel, furniture, all sorts of things, particularly those imported goods, we might start to see more impact from tariffs come through to consumer prices. Things like rents are expected to stay soft for the time being, simply because of how that data is collated. Now, the market's expecting these numbers. We know that it's not going to have much impact on expectations for January. But the bigger question is what's going to happen to inflation in the longer term?
More pressure on Americans' wallets is never good news, but let's talk about Fed cut bets. And in terms of the threats now in the Fed's independence, the battle between Trump and Powell intensifying, what does it look forward to towards the year?
Do you know, interestingly, we've had 3 former Fed chairs come out, Janet Yellen, Ben Bernanke, and Alan Greenspan, issuing a signed statement overnight in which they say that the attacks on Fed independence will lead to higher inflation. And I think this is one thing that everybody's going to have to bear in mind, that the longer these attacks go on and the more sustained they become, that there is a risk that investors lose some confidence in US assets. They become less inclined to hold things like US treasuries. That means that yields on those treasuries go up. That means that things that are linked to those yields, like home loans, credit card loans, anything you like, start to rise as well, thereby further impacting consumers.
And not good news for President Trump's hopes for lower rates as well. But it wouldn't be an episode of Morning Bid if we didn't tackle the latest social posts from President Trump. He now is threatening tariffs on countries that trade with Iran. What does this mean for geopolitical tensions?
It's not helping for sure. It certainly raises the question of what happens with China. So if we take a look at who does Iran do business with, Iran has been subject to Washington sanctions for years now. So if you look at who their big trading partners are, we're talking Russia, China, India, Turkey, UAE, a lot of it oil-based. China imports a lot of Iranian oil. The question is what this does for US-China relations. As you say, right now, the 2 largest economies in the world have a trade truce. Does it ramp tensions up between them at a time when tensions seem to be flaring up everywhere right now?
As you mentioned, oil is a big part of this as well, and China imports about 90% of Iranian exports. What does this mean for pump prices in the US?
We've seen the oil price pop up on the back of this post from President Trump. Anything that could hinder supply pushes prices up and has a fairly quick effect on things like gasoline prices at the pump.
Well, next up on the world map, let's turn over to Japan. And the rumors and reports are swirling that a snap election could be coming up in Japan as Sanae Takaichi captures on her growing popularity. But why should US traders care?
An excellent question. The question is always, when something happens elsewhere in the world, what does it mean for people at home? What does it mean for people trading the US markets? And the Japanese yen is one of these linchpins that people don't necessarily always think about. It is a currency with relatively low interest rates. That means that currency traders, for example, can borrow in yen to then buy dollars, for example, and invest in US stocks or buy cryptocurrencies or even buy gold. It's used as a funding currency. And what we've seen before, when there's any kind of possibility that the yen will go down in price and weaken, that gets alarm bells ringing in Tokyo and raises the possibility of official intervention to prop up the currency. What happens to those bets that people have put on to buy other things? They suddenly can be underwater, and you can see a rapid unwind, as we saw in August 2024 when tech stocks suddenly got hit really hard. Gold got hit hard. And now that those high-flying tech stocks are even more expensive, gold is at record highs, and the yen and other low-yielding currencies have been used to fund those, we could see a rapid unwind should there be intervention to boost the yen.
Well, $161 yen level seems to be around the intervention talk, but a lot of this in terms of warning sign comes down to communication. What should traders watch for in the talks from the finance ministers?
Well, Japanese authorities are very skilled in the business of currency intervention. They're not new to the game. They're careful in how they manage it. And they always issue, as you say, a series of verbal warnings, some sort of coded language that traders know that intervention is on their minds, or watch out, it's about to happen. The moment, the kind of language that they're using is, we are watching this and we are not overly happy with the situation. So that says to traders, they're thinking about it for sure. Chatter is, according to our colleagues in Asia, is that nobody's talking about it as being imminent, but you never know. A rapid move in the wrong direction can just get things moving.
Time to watch those polling numbers carefully then. For today's recommended read, check out Mike Dolan's column on why the Trump administration's campaign against the Fed could ultimately lead the central bank to raise rates. The link is in the show notes.
And for more on any of today's stories, head to Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Follow us on your favorite podcast player. And if you're on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest market news from Reuters 7 days a week.
We'll be back tomorrow.
इस नेचुरल गैस का देखो टारगेट होने वाला है यहाँ पर रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी भी निकाल देना यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान करते हैं अब बाय द वे ये रेजिस्टेंस ऑलरेडी एक बार ना एक बार टेस्ट हो गया है तो ये सेकंड टाइम आएगा यहाँ पर थोड़ी कम क्वांटिटी से करेंगे इसके ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस है अब वो भी एक बार टेस्ट हो गया बट वो काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग है रेजिस्टेंस अभी भी तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा वो इतनी इजीली ब्रेक हो जाएगा दैट इज टू बिग एक्चुअली टू बी कि प्रॉपरली ब्रेकआउट हो जाए सो इस लेवल से थोड़ा सा कम क्वांटिटी में सेल करेंगे ऊपर लेवल से थोड़ा नॉर्मल क्वांटिटी में सेल करेंगे इन इन नेचुरल गैस नेचुरल गैस में पूरा प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी भी निकाल देना इस ट्रेड पे यहाँ पर ध्यान रखेंगे, नेचुरल गैस पे बड़ी क्वांटिटी मत ट्रेड करना इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में। ट्रिपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, द रीजन इज दिस। नहीं हुआ है तो स्टिल अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस है। Iran official says 2,000 people are died. Wow. Iran official says 2,000 people have been killed in unrest. About 2,000 people, including security personnel, have been killed in the protest in Iran. An Iranian official said the first time authorities have acknowledged the high death toll from the intense crackdown on 2 weeks of nationwide unrest. Wow. Four oil tankers hit by drones near CPC oil terminal in Russia. ये तो दो थे, नंबर इंक्रीज हो गए 4। नेचुरल गैस के इस ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना, क्वांटिटी ज़्यादा मत लेना इस ट्रेड में, सेलिंग के ट्रेड में गो विथ अ स्मॉल क्वांटिटी as this level is already tested one time. So second time है, eventually second time है, but last time जो selling आई थी that is from higher level. So एक deep level से एक बार already selling आ गई है, second time है. Canadian bank ban on US posts. Nigeria and UAE. नेचुरल गैस के ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना गाइस, थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड है, पहले ही बता चुका हूँ। काइंड ऑफ अ रिस्की ट्रेड, गो विद अ स्मॉल क्वांटिटी। एसएल जाएगा तो निकल जाना है, बाइंग वाले निकल जाना, बाइंग वालों का तो हो गया टारगेट ऑलरेडी डन। अच्छा मोमेंटम आ चुका ऑलरेडी 15 पॉइंट का, इतना ही टारगेट था। यहाँ से थोड़ा सा एक्सपेक्ट है कि मार्केट एक सेल ऑफ दे, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक, फिर अगर नीचे से एक सपोर्ट बनता है देन यू कैन गो फॉर बाइंग with a good or more quantity. But at this range, go with a small quantity. Don't take a heavy quantity in this trade. 2.5 point SL in future, single lot. Okay, so single lot around 3,750 rupees. Risk approximately in future in at the money put option. Approximately 1,800 to 2,000 rupees risk in a single lot. In option buying, like if you want to buy put option, it vary according to your put option, which put option you have to select over here. 6:30 पे देखना, थोड़ा सा आज डेटा भी है सीपीआई का। 6:30 की कैंडल हमारे लिए काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है आज के दिन। 6:30 की कैंडल का भी ध्यान रखना। 6:30 लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होती है इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग। तो 30 मिनट और हैं न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग, एंड आफ्टर दैट वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट market opening of New York session, then volume will increase after that. ठीक है, अभी टाइम है 6:30 पे कैंडल ओपन होगी, एंड आफ्टर 6:30 वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट वॉल्यूम टिल एटलीस्ट 9-9:30। उसके बाद ही वॉल्यूम थोड़ा फिर वापस कम होना स्टार्ट होता है। सो वॉलेटिलिटी हो सकती है, ध्यान रखना। मार्केट स्पेशली आज डेटा है उससे पहले। सेशन ऑलरेडी एंड हो चुका है, लंदन सेशन भी ऑलमोस्ट हाफ निकल चुका है, हाफ और बचा हुआ है क्लोजिंग के लिए।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow alongside Nathan Hager. We want to begin with breaking earnings news. We heard from JP Morgan Chase, and we get more with Herman Chan of Bloomberg Intelligence.
Yeah, the beats were really strong, especially on the market side. Revenues on the markets trading side looks like it's up 17% year over year. That's higher than consensus and higher than what they had outlined at a recent investor conference. So really strong results there. Investment banking fees look touchdown relative to expectations, so that'll be a partial offset to really robust trading results.
And that's Herman Chan at Bloomberg Intelligence. Meanwhile, in a statement, JP Morgan Chief Executive Jamie Dimon said, quote, the U.S. economy has remained resilient. He said, while labor markets have softened, conditions do not appear to be worsening. Meanwhile, consumers continue to spend and businesses generally remain healthy. He said those conditions could persist for some time. Delta Airlines ordering 30 Boeing 787 Dreamliner jets in its first ever purchase of that model, providing a boost to the U.S. plane maker that highlights the airline's optimism for international travel demand. The announcement came as Delta reported earnings for the fourth quarter that beat analyst estimates. Shares are falling, though, as its forecast for the full year disappointed. Now to our other top stories this morning.
Karen, we begin with the ongoing controversy around the probe into Jay Powell and the Fed. Bloomberg's John Tucker joins us with the very latest. John.
And Nate, let's begin with the news that's breaking this morning. The blowback over this Fed probe has spread across the globe. Central banks, including the European Central Bank and the Bank of England, have issued this extraordinary statement this morning saying they stand in full solidarity with the Federal Reserve and Chairman Jerome Powell. This kind of coordinated response underscores growing alarm that the monetary autonomy within the world's most important central bank is being actively dismantled. To put this in perspective, such collective action has usually been reserved for global emergencies, and it is signed by a who's who of global central bankers. Now, meantime, Bloomberg has learned that Washington, D.C. U.S. Attorney and former Fox host Jeanine Pirro subpoenaed the Federal Reserve without ever seeking permission from her bosses at the Justice Department, and she doesn't plan to back down. The blowback from lawmakers and government officials, it continues to grow. Federal Reserve Bank of New York President John Williams is among those leaping to the defense of Fed Chair Powell.
He's proven himself to be a man of impeccable integrity and a man who has been calmly leading the Federal Reserve.
Former Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker says members of Congress won't let this happen.
When you talk to members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, they understand this. They may have different rhetoric out in public, but you talk to them one-on-one, they understand how critical the Federal Reserve is, and they are going to push back.
Senator Tom Tillis, a key GOP member on the banking committee, he's vowed to oppose any Trump nominees to the Fed until this is resolved. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, said the threat of a legal battle with the Fed could make confirming future nominees, in his words, challenging. Axios reported that Treasury Secretary Bessent warned President Trump an investigation had created a mess and could be bad for financial markets. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Well, the Trump administration is facing new legal action over the immigration crackdown in Minnesota. The state is suing the Department of Homeland Security and Secretary Kristi Noem over the, quote, unprecedented surge of ICE officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Here's Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison.
The deployment of thousands of armed mass DHS agents to Minnesota has done our state serious harm. This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities and Minnesota, and it must stop.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison's lawsuit comes nearly a week after an ICE officer shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis. Her death during a tense confrontation in her car has sparked protests across the country.
Turning to foreign policy now, Karen. Denmark's foreign minister says Vice President J.D. Vance will participate in tomorrow's meeting on Greenland in Washington. That's as a bipartisan congressional delegation gets ready to head to Copenhagen later this week to show unity with Denmark. Delaware Senator Chris Coons is leading the trip. It includes at least 9 members of Congress. They plan to meet with Danish and Greenlandic officials on Friday and Saturday.
And now to the latest from the Middle East, Nathan. Iranian protests appear to persist in localized pockets overnight as an activist group warned of imminent executions by the state and said the civilian death toll from the unrest could be in the thousands. The Oslo-based Iran human rights group said at least 648 people had died in the protests, while estimating the toll could be as high as 6,000. The group warned the risk of mass and extrajudicial executions of protesters is extremely serious.
And today, Karen, President Trump plans to meet with his advisors to weigh options on responding to those deadly protests. On social media, the president announced a 25% tariff on countries that do business with Iran. That could upset the president's one-year trade truce with China. Ali Vaez is Iran project director at International Crisis Group.
We have to see if that threat is really implementable, because Iran's biggest trading partner is China. And of course, the U.S. has a complicated relationship when it gets to imposition of tariffs on China. Second most important trading partner is the UAE, again, a close ally of the United States. And it's hard to imagine that these countries would be willing to really cut off all their ties with Iran overnight.
Ali Vaez with International Crisis Group notes China is the world's biggest buyer of Iranian oil. It's unclear if President Trump would stack the new tariffs on top of existing duties or announce carve-outs for China.
In Japan, Nathan, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is reportedly planning to call a snap election. Success at the polls for Takaichi, who ascended to the premiership in October, would provide a mandate for her to continue hawkish diplomacy and pro-stimulus policies. Stocks rallied and the yen weakened to its lowest level since July 2024 on the news.
Well, here in the U.S., Karen, stocks and bonds rebounded on Wall Street, eking out gains after initially dropping on the news of Trump administration pressure on the Fed. Steve Cheveron is Deputy Chief Investment Officer of Equities at Federated Hermes.
It doesn't matter how you get to where we were, it's not good, right? If you have a Fed chair that's engaging in illegal activity, that's not good. If you have political pressure on a Fed chair being exerted through the courts, that's not good. To have the video released is certainly not helpful for markets. So nobody benefits from this.
That's Steve Cheveron with Federated Hermes. This morning, futures are lower. S&P futures are down 0.1%.
And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow alongside Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
नेचुरल गैस के ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना, एसएल जाएगा तो रुकना नहीं है, निकाल देना पोजीशन को उस समय। नेचुरल गैस में ना 630 होने वाला है। प्राइस कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में। 630 के बाद इसमें नई एंट्री बनाएंगे। कोई अगर इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में है तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट एग्जिट कर लो, ठीक है। हो सकता है नीचे आ जाए, बट मैं 630 वाली कैंडल का वेट कर रहा हूँ। 630 वाली कैंडल कुछ मोमेंटम करे। नेचुरल गैस में जो लोग भी सेलिंग में हैं, इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है, थोड़ा नीचे भी आ गया है। इस ट्रेड से निकलना चाहो तो निकल जाओ। 630 वाली जो कैंडल एक बार कंप्लीट हो जाएगी 15 मिनट की, उसके बाद फिर देखेंगे री एंट्री मिल रही है या नहीं मिल रही है, ठीक है। बिकॉज दिस लेवल इज नाउ रिस्की। वॉलेटिलिटी हो सकता है प्राइस यहाँ से गिर जाए वापस नीचे, इवन दो दिस लास्ट टाइम यहाँ से सेलिंग आ रही है। बट आई विल सजेस्ट यू, थोड़ा सेफ प्ले करना चाह रहे हो अगर, तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट निकल सकते हो, ठीक है। वैसे एसएल सिर्फ 2.5 पॉइंट का, बट स्टिल आई एम सेइंग 630 की कैंडल का वेट करते हैं। बाकी अगर कोई रुकना चाह रहा है तो अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के छोड़ दो, ठीक है। कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट का एसएल अगर जाता है तो बिल्कुल एग्जिट कर लेना, नहीं तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है, थोड़ा प्रॉफिट में भी आ गया है तो निकल सकते हो इसमें से। 630 के बाद फ्रेश एंट्री देखेंगे, ठीक है। इस ट्रेड को मत फ्रेश एंट्री मत करना, 630 की कैंडल के बाद देखते हैं। रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, नेचुरल गैस में इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में कोई अगर है, कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है प्राइस, एग्जिट कर सकते हो, निकल जाना इस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड से। फिर री एंट्री करेंगे 630 की कैंडल के बाद। किस तरह से फॉर्म हो रही है 630 की कैंडल, इट माइट पॉसिबल इट विल कम डाउन, बट नॉट इंटरेस्टेड नाउ। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ से निकल जाना चाहिए इस वाले ट्रेड से, ठीक है। मत होल्ड करना इसको अब। तो ये ट्रेड यहीं टर्मिनेट हो गया। Okay, 6:30 is there. New York session open. Expect a volatility in the market. 7 p.m. पे डेटा भी है, ध्यान रखना। सीपीआई का, यूएस सीपीआई का डेटा गोल्ड को, यूएस डॉलर को, सिल्वर को एंड क्रूड को, सभी को इम्पैक्ट करता है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में ऐसा मैंने बताया था, सेलिंग वाला ट्रेड टर्मिनेट हो गया, उसको मत लेना वापस से। कोई है तो कॉस्ट पे निकल जाओ या एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो। फ्रेश एंट्री के लिए वेट करेंगे। 7 पीएम का डेटा है, थोड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा रहेगा आज के लिए। देखो 6:30 की कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है। लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन, उसके बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन हो गया 6:30 पे। वहीं पर साइडवे चला गया नेचुरल गैस। मोस्टली 6:30 की कैंडल के बाद ही शायद कुछ मूव करेगा। यहाँ पर कोई फ्रेश ट्रेड और तो मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है। स्टिल मार्केट रेजिस्टेंस पर ही होल्ड कर रहा है, अभी भी प्रॉपरली ब्रेकआउट नहीं किया है। ओके 7 मिनट लेफ्ट, डेटा आने वाला है, ध्यान रखना क्रूड पे भी इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। कोर सीपीआई, सीपीआई और मंथ ऑन मंथ एंड ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस वाला दोनों ही डेटा एक साथ आएंगे, तीनों डेटा एक साथ आएंगे, सॉरी। कैंडल अगर वापस नेचुरल गैस में 313.5 के नीचे, इस जोन के नीचे वापस क्लोजिंग करेगी तो इसमें फिर से एक ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे सेलिंग का। इफ़ दिस कैंडल इज सक्सेसफुली क्लोज, मुझे लग रहा है हो ही जाएगी, 2 मिनट बचे हैं। अगर होती है तो फिर यहाँ से एक वापस से सेलिंग का प्लान नेचुरल गैस में दोबारा सेम लेवल से रखेंगे। याद रखना थोड़ा सा एसएल बड़ा हो जाएगा, अभी 2.5 का था 3 पॉइंट का, क्योंकि एक फेक ब्रेकआउट जैसा मार्केट करने की कोशिश कर चुका है। तो अब यहाँ से सेल करेंगे तो लास्ट स्विंग के हाई को ही दोबारा एसएल रखना पड़ेगा, जस्ट फाइन आई थिंक। ठीक है, 2 मिनट है। ये कैंडल अगर नीचे क्लोज होती है 313.5 के नीचे 2 मिनट के बाद, तो इसमें एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड वापस एक्टिवेट हो जाएगा नेचुरल गैस में सेम लेवल से। क्रूड ऑयल स्पाइक कर सकता है, ध्यान रखना 7 पीएम का जो डेटा है उस पर थोड़ा सा वॉलेटिलिटी क्रूड में भी बढ़ सकती है, मुझे लग रहा है उसी का वेट हो रहा है क्रूड में भी। देखते हैं इन्फ्लेशन कितना है यूएस में। एक्सपेक्ट तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं लास्ट टाइम से, स्पेशली कोर सीपीआई का डेटा। बाकी दो न्यूट्रल हैं फोरकास्ट। ठीक है, डेटा आने देते हैं। ठीक है, कैंडल देखो क्लोज हो गई है नेचुरल गैस की, वंडरफुल। इसमें वापस से एक हल्के से पुल बैक में सेलिंग करी जा सकती है। वापस लेवल के नीचे आ गया है प्राइस, मतलब अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड किया है इसने। इट मींस दिस इज स्टिल अ वैलिड रेजिस्टेंस, अभी भी सेलर है इसका मतलब रेजिस्टेंस पे। सो यू कैन सेल अगेन। थोड़ा सा एसएल बड़ा हो जाएगा, ध्यान रखियो। 2.5 का था लास्ट टाइम, नाउ इट इज 3 पॉइंट। डेटा देख लेते हैं फटाफट से। देखो तीनों डेटा देखोगे, कोर सीपीआई का डेटा फोरकास्ट 0.2 था, वाओ कितना अच्छा डेटा है। ठीक है, यूएस इन्फ्लेशन फोरकास्ट था कि इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ेगा यूएस में कोर सीपीआई, बट इन्फ्लेशन कम हुआ है 0.1 से। तो दो डेटा न्यूट्रल हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, एक डेटा नेगेटिव फॉर यूएस डॉलर, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। इन्फ्लेशन काफ़ी कम हुआ है, काफ़ी क्या कम हुआ है, जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था फोरकास्ट उससे कम ही हुआ है। फोरकास्ट था लास्ट टाइम जितना आया था 0.2 से बढ़ के आएगा, बट फोरकास्ट कम आया है 0.2 0.3% के कंपैरिजन में। तो डेटा इज बेरिश फॉर यूएस डॉलर, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। ठीक है, दो डेटा न्यूट्रल भी हैं, ध्यान रखना तीन में से दो डेटा न्यूट्रल है, एक नेगेटिव है, मतलब एक बेरिस है यूएस डॉलर के लिए, मतलब बुलिस हुआ गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। वही इंपैक्ट हमें देखने के लिए मिल रहा है। लुक एट द गोल्ड कैंडल, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है फॉरेक्स में, सीधा अपसाइड ही जा रही है टिल नाउ। ऑलमोस्ट $10 का मोमेंटम गोल्ड में देखने के लिए मिल रहा है। सिल्वर ऑल्सो बुलिस, ओपन इक्वल टू लो इन सिल्वर एज वेल। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो यहाँ पर भी बनी है कैंडल, कुछ खास इंपैक्ट नहीं हुआ है, बट या थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम देखने के लिए यहाँ पर भी मिल रहा है। नाउ लुक एट द बिटकॉइन एज वेल। बिटकॉइन में भी एक स्पाइक हुआ है अपसाइड की और 15 मिनट इंट्राडे में as well. And if you look at the US dollar, that is sharply going down. Look at the dollar index candle, 15-minute candle. Single candle was out almost this entire momentum. This is a candle of the data. ठीक है, डेटा बेरिस जैसा मैंने बताया यूएस डॉलर के लिए, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, उसी का इम्पैक्ट देखने के लिए मिल रहा है। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में जैसा मैंने बताया वापस सेलिंग का प्लान यहाँ पर बना सकते हैं। वापस प्राइस रेंज के नीचे आ गया। क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पर ना काफ़ी देर से कंसोलिडेशन हो गया है, कहीं वापस ब्रेकआउट ही ना कर दे एक बार। फिर से थोड़ा सा हायर टाइम फ्रेम को एनालाइज कर लेते हैं, प्राइस में कुछ यहाँ पर नया डेवलपमेंट अगर ना हुआ हो तो रुकेंगे, अदरवाइज फिर देखते हैं और क्या यहाँ पर कुछ रुक सकते हैं या फिर वेट करना पड़ेगा। और क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा वेट करते हैं, डेटा तो क्रूड के लिए भी बुलिश ही है, बट कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं हो रहा है डेटा का इन क्रूड ऑयल। सो थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे क्रूड में कुछ फ्रेश यहाँ पर पोजीशन बनाने से पहले। अब क्रूड ऑयल में अब थोड़ा सा प्राइस को ना और ऊपर फ्रेश ट्रेड के लिए सेलिंग का एक ट्रेड और प्लान करेंगे क्रूड ऑयल में भी फिर से, बट प्राइस को थोड़ा सा और ऊपर जाने देना। ठीक है, बहुत देर से कंसोलिडेशन हो रहा है। इफ यू लुक एट द 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम will suggest some more upside momentum. $5,550, 5,540 to 560 expected है। That will be a next level to be watch, और जहाँ पर फ्रेश एक सेलिंग प्लान करेंगे इन क्रूड। से मत लेना अब इसके। क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा प्राइस 5,540 टू 560 के अराउंड मिलता है, वहाँ पर अब एक ट्रेड रहेगा वापस सेलिंग के लिए। थोड़ा सा अपसाइड और एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ। पहले लोअर रेंज से लगाया था, मुझे लग रहा है अभी लो रेंज पे रुकना नहीं चाहिए, थोड़ा सा लो रेंज पे जो यहाँ पर भी सेलर बैठे हुए उनके एसएल उड़ाए और फिर हल्का सा ऊपर जाके नीचे आए कुछ इस तरीके से, तो लोअर एंड पे सेल करना नॉट गुड। प्राइस थोड़ा सा अपसाइड और मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्ट। ठीक है, वैसे होने को ये पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस है, बट लेवल ध्यान रखना 5450 टू 460, और प्रिसाइजली देखोगे तो 5530 टू 560 इस 30 पॉइंट रेंज इज गुड फॉर सेलिंग। पुलिस जरूर आया था क्रूड के लिए भी, बट इतना कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हुआ नहीं क्रूड पे।
Economy, and that should be reflected in the CPI as well. The housing side has been a relative loser here. It does look like to us that rents will moderate, quite dramatically. We think they could be below a pre-pandemic trend. But on the other side of that, you are still getting some of this tariff-related pass-through that's keeping core goods elevated. That should peak in the first part of this year and moderate thereafter. But in the meantime, we are still getting it.
Given this latest data, do you think it opens the door for the Fed, maybe not to cut, but to be dovish?
I think that the Fed will, I think they certainly will, they will. They will say that inflation, has looked better than expected, and I think that's absolutely right. So with that, I think there's certainly reason for them to have an outlook of continued interest rate cuts towards their estimates of neutral. So I think the conversation, from Federal Reserve officials is throughout this year is really going to shift from, where do we think neutral interest rate policy really is at this point? I think after the tariff-related price adjustments happen, underlying inflation, does look pretty good here. And so when you have inflation that's getting close to target and a labor market that's stable, you really need to think about where is neutral policy. So that's the conversation we think they'll be having in 2026.
Tiffany, thank you. Always appreciate hearing from you. Tiffany Welding there of PIMCO on the latest inflation data. That small downside surprise on core CPI getting our attention, moving markets as well, albeit some small moves. Yields were higher by about a basis point on a 10-year, now slightly lower. We're seeing that across the curve. Equities a little bit positive as well on the S&P 500 off the back of that economic data. Just to stay on top of the economy, and for that matter on this inflation data as well, later on this afternoon you'll hear from the President of the United States continuing his push for an affordability push down in Washington, D.C. He's going to deliver a speech at the Detroit Economic Club later on this afternoon. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has a preview for us. Hey, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, John. Well, on the heels of the CPI report, I'd expect President Trump to refocus the narrative on the economy in a critical battleground state, not just with his speech to the Economic Club in Detroit, but he's also set to tour a Ford Motors factory plant where they make F-150s in a bid to tout his domestic manufacturing push and his more protectionist policies like tariffs in a place that's seeing a mixed economic situation. Michigan is one of the states with one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, while also witnessing a shrinking labor force, according to data. So this is a president that's probably going to put more of a focus on his more populist messaging and that slew of policies that we've seen in recent days. Those proposals including a cap on credit card interest rates, banning institutional investors from buying single-family homes, and then his post yesterday saying he's working to ensure big tech companies don't drive up electricity costs for consumers amid the AI boom. This is President Trump's third domestic visit to a battleground since early December as aides try to get him to refocus on the domestic after what was a week where we saw geopolitics headlines really dominate. Now, a person familiar with the White House's thinking says that there has been frustration within the administration that they weren't sensitive early on to the cost of living issues amid what has been sagging polling for the president on the economy. John, in a sign that there has been this refocusing, last night, Senator Elizabeth Warren told us on Balance of Power that President Trump called her directly to talk about affordability, and that was the only issue that they discussed.
Mehman Mamdani in the Oval was a clue. It was a clue. Tyler Kendall down in Washington. Tyler, thank you. Some pushback against some of these proposals already this morning. This came from the CFO over at JP Morgan, Jeremy Barnum. If it were to happen, I'm talking about a cap on interest rate cards to credit cards. It would be very bad for consumers, very bad for the economy. Mike Apert of Morgan Stanley and the team, they published on this as well. We expect the negative effects of less access to credit from a 10% cap could outweigh benefits from lower monthly payments, resulting in a hit to consumer spending. Low credit score consumers would be most affected.
I asked my teenager last night, what would happen if you couldn't charge as much to lend to somebody who couldn't pay you back? And he said, I wouldn't lend to them. Guess what? That's exactly what it is. What you see from Jeremy Barnum, the CFO of JP Morgan, also coming out and saying that everything is on the table, pushing back against what he called weakly supported directives to radically change our business. So definitely the knives are out if this proposal starts getting legs.
Last year, when Bernie Sanders and Josh Hawley introduced this, the Wall Street Journal editorial board came in a piece, and they said all of you that were against Kamala Harris when she wanted to put price caps when it comes to groceries.
Yep.
Econ 101. You put a cap on something, you get less of it. Something else. Roger Marshall, the senator, because President Trump last night said you should look at his bill, Credit Card Competition Act, that's been circulating even more than the 10%. That is something that potentially can get steam as well, and that's to do with swipe fees. So I think there is momentum, even if it's not as big as the president wants. There could be momentum for this year to get something done when it comes to credit cards.
Look, it comes from a good place. People are struggling, but bad ideas often come from good places. And you see that all the time, and I think a lot of people would suggest this is a bad idea.
I would like to see some good ideas. I mean, truly, and I'm just saying in general. I mean, I think that considering that this is such a big issue with the K-shaped economy, I will say one thing that JP Morgan said was that they're not seeing deterioration anywhere across the income spectrums. That said, there clearly is an issue that does need to be addressed with good ideas. So let's hear them.
JP Morgan did not back away from this, did they?
No.
And I wonder if Bank of America does tomorrow, Citi, Wells Fargo, or is there something special about the C-suite of JP Morgan that just leads them to engage in these kind of conversations?
I think the answer is yes and yes. I think that they have to address it, given the fact that Citigroup is actually much more leveraged to some of these credit card fees than even JP Morgan. But yes, JP Morgan has a nice position being able to speak with remarkable directness.
All they really need to do is say the president is talking about an aim. We'd love to discuss this with him, but it's not law. And until it is law, we are not changing anything. Next question.
You can do marketing at JP Morgan now. You know, I'll be over at Delta sorting the lounges out.
I'll be sitting here crying. Where are they?
You're going to Delta tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Delta Airlines interview at Bastian and Lisa tomorrow morning, 8:15 Eastern Time. Don't miss that. Let's give you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John, thank you. Recapping the data we just got, core inflation data for December coming in cooler than expected, with consumer prices rising 2.6% compared to estimates for 2.7%. Overall, CPI figures show prices up 2.7% year over year, in line with expectations. Donald Trump vowing to impose a 25% tariff on goods from any country doing business with Iran. The president posting on Truth Social the new duty is, quote, effective immediately. The move could disrupt major U.S. trading relationships with countries including India, Turkey and China. Citigroup is set to cut about 1,000 jobs this week as part of CEO Jane Fraser's push to control costs and boost returns. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the bank is making the cuts as part of a plan to eliminate 20,000 jobs this year. Citi set to report its full-year results on Wednesday. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for this morning. Up next, we'll catch up with Lauren Goodwin of New York Life as investors digest the latest read on inflation. Plus, Yahira has your morning movers. From New York, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
in case you missed it on Bloomberg Crypto.
Well, we certainly understand needing to pay back the debt. That certainly makes sense. But on the dividend, why are you so committed to paying this dividend? Would you ever consider suspending it? Companies do suspend dividends from time to time.
Yeah, companies do suspend the dividend, but it creates fear, uncertainty, doubt in our preferred shareholders, which will impact our convertible shareholders, which will impact our equity shareholders. So I think preserving the payment of the dividend, even if our board has the rights to suspend it, it's the right thing for the short term, for the next 1, 2, 3 years, and it's important. It's also important for the Bitcoin asset class, and we realize we play a role bigger than just strategy in the Bitcoin world.
So would you say investors should think you will never suspend that dividend?
Never say never, but yeah, our objective is to pay the dividend into perpetuity.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto, live Tuesdays. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
It looks like a pretty confusing number, quite frankly. You know, and on top of that, you did have government-related distortions because of the shutdown. You know, so I think the Fed will have to parse through this. You know, the way that we read the, the tea leaves more recently is that after 75 basis points of cuts that they've implemented in the second half of 2025, they're much closer to neutral. They're on the higher end of their own range. They're pretty comfortable pausing here to just get more information and see what happens.
That was the latest from Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO following inflation data out just moments ago. Core CPI coming in a bit softer than expected. Equities up off the back of that, but the move doesn't really stick. On the S&P 500, we're just about unchanged. On the Nasdaq, we're up by, let's call it 1/10%. As we count you down to the cash open, about 39 minutes away, let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. The market's really punishing Delta this morning. Shares are down 4.5% after its full year 2026 profit outlook came in below estimates, as did its free cash flow. So the skepticism around the outlook is dragging down other airline stocks, including United and American. Meanwhile, moving on to the other big earnings story, and that is JP Morgan. Shares have been all over the place this morning, but now just turned in the red as the earnings call continues. The biggest headline so far is the CFO saying that everything is on the table to fight President Trump's call for a 10% cap on credit card rates. And we end on M&A in the banking sector. We are seeing U.S. Bancorp shares falling 1% after it said it is buying brokerage BTIG for $1 billion. We saw a lot of bank M&A back in 2025, and it looks like we're starting 2026 off with some more action. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. Let's turn back to the data. Lauren Goodwin of New York Life writing this. The U.S. economy is in a foot race between inflation and hopeful productivity. Inflation data will take center stage once again. Lauren joins us now for more. Lauren, good morning. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning.
Can we park the labour market concerns now? Is the focus switching back?
I think the focus is switching back in part because of the news that broke over the weekend. The investing public has been so lucky that over the past several months, the Fed's two sides of its mandate didn't matter a whole lot, that debate, because we were above neutral. As they get closer to neutral and these concerns about Fed independence come up, then the interplay of that data is going to be so much trickier, and I think inflation becomes a big part of the story again.
Do you think that on the margins, and this is a big if the data is confusing, as we just heard from Tiffany Wilding, that Fed officials will be less likely to cut rates because of the political overlay right now?
It's hard to say. I think the Fed will try really hard not to be political in either direction. But yeah, that's my my best guess, is that if the data is confusing, at least here in these next couple of months, as sort of legal matters get sorted out, that they'll err on the side of, let's not touch this. Again, when we look at outside of the labor market and inflation, other indicators that would push the Fed in one direction or the other are pretty constructive. Financial conditions are quite loose. Earnings expectations are good. And really, it's only the labor market impacted by a bunch of structural factors that looks weak at all. This is a pretty robust economy.
Only the labor market is sort of a big call, considering the fact that, consumption is driven by people who have jobs and they need to have a paycheck in order to go out and spend. It just raises this issue of, can you see that rotation, the outperformance of the rest of the S&P beyond big tech if you don't get a jobs recovery in a more significant way?
I think that you can, because from our perspective, if we expect good earnings this year, and street consensus estimates around 15% earnings growth, even the more conservative folks like ourselves, 10 to 12% earnings growth, that's a pretty good year. It's very difficult to see mass layoffs or a real deterioration of the labor market when you have earnings that are that constructive. And so that is a backdrop where I think we can see some broadening in the market. And I will say, for the last 5 years, I have not been on the side of broadening. I have not been on the side of small caps. But I do anticipate that this quarter we will continue to see some broadening and rotation in that direction.
What changed, do you think? What's changed for you?
It's a little bit of everything. But if I were to put it down to one thing, I'll put aside earnings, I'll put aside the Fed that still I think is biased to cut a couple of times this year, if not more. At the end of the day, we are in an election year, and all of the noise around all of the policy prescriptions or ideas that have been put out might be disruptive in our markets land, but they are about supporting the economy. And when that is your zeitgeist, I think it's very difficult to be bearish.
Lauren, good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Lauren Goodwin there of New York Life. That take at the end there, that comment, very important with regards to what happens this afternoon. The President of the United States speaking in Detroit.
Exactly. I was thinking as she's talking about, well, we're going to get a lot more of those ideas coming out later today when the president speaks. We're 13 days into January and I have a whole list of populist ideas as we gear towards the midterm election.
Kind of crazy, isn't it? We're talking about GDP growth of 3-4%, earnings growth double digits, and yet we're concerned about the labour market still. That's the world we're in. It's quite unique.
Well, people aren't able to get a job so easily if they lose their jobs, and this is a huge existential fear at the same time that you have a lot of people who still are feeling the effects of year-over-year inflation, and that has been the issue facing us in a lot of these consumer surveys that President Trump will be speaking to later this afternoon in Detroit.
Looking forward to your chat tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
With Ed Bastian.
Me
no
too.
doubt that's going to feature inequality too.
Yeah, and how well right now they're more leveraged to the upper end of the K, so they're in better shape.
Big time. Check that out tomorrow alongside Aaron Kennard at Clear Harbor, the former White House trade official Kate Kalukowicz, Alex Altman of Barclays you will hear from, the Delta Airlines CEO Ed Bastian.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
The economy has been doing well. That does not tell you what the future is going to be.
We are taking a step-by-step approach, a very systematic approach with India.
This is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
The game here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading cryptocurrencies. What we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoins?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need, because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of them.
Our Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard,
Oh boy.
can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop. I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Danny Berger. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon ushers in earnings season with a bullish call on the U.S. economy and a warning on Fed independence.
Meanwhile, Delta disappoints. A cloudy outlook weighs on the airline and its rivals in the year ahead.
Plus, CPI surprise, I should say. Fresh inflation data shows signs that price pressures are gradually easing.
So the stocks we're looking at, we mentioned them. JP Morgan is the big one, I guess, kind of unofficially kicking off the start to their earnings season. The stock's kind of been all over the place in the pre-market, up, down. Now it's unchanged. Most of their estimates were higher than what, most of their outlooks and the current quarter were higher than estimated. I was listening to the media call, and the CFO was very, very firm on what it would mean on Trump's call for 10% on credit card rates, basically saying it's bad for the economy, it's bad for business, all options are on the table, we'd have to change things. Didn't want to quantify how much it would cost, but basically saying, yeah, this is really bad.
Right. I think a senator said weapons grade stupid, although he was talking about something else. But I love that phrase. We're going to be using it a lot today. Delta earnings beat analyst estimates, but its annual profit outlook underwhelmed. The airline also announced its first ever purchase of Boeing 787 Dreamliner jets. The shares down 4%, but suffice to say, we're kicking off earnings season big time, Danny.
Yeah, we are. And even though there's that back and forth, equity slightly higher, not as high as they were when we initially got December's weaker than expected CPI. Could it help the case for the Fed to cut interest rates later this year? Joining us is Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. Mike, what do we get?
Well, we got a kind of a mixed picture, cats and dogs kind of report here. We had some surprises in both directions. The general consensus was we might see a little bit higher inflation because of the data collection problems that they had in October and November, but instead we come on bang on estimates basically, and we don't see any change at all in the year-over-year numbers, 2.7 for headline, 2.6 for core. If you go under the hood, there are some things that were expected and some things that were not expected. Expected airfares, they were up 5.2%. Hotels were up 3.5%. Electricity was only up 0.1%. Natural gas up 4.4%. But then you got some surprises like appliances, which have, certainly the components have been tariffed, down 4.3%. Used cars was not a surprise, down 1.1%, but new cars were flat. We're going to wait and see January. Matt would know more about this, whether that's the month where all the car companies raise prices because it's a flip over into a new model year.
Well, no, they have been throughout the year. I think one time for price increases is gone now because they've got to do it stealthily, right? They have to make it look like it's not tariff driven. Also, they want to make more money. So, by the way, President Trump is going going to be visiting the Ford factory in Detroit today. You know, my question is more about not the CPI print today, because we have the data and you can see how markets reacted, but John Williams' speech yesterday. He said he thinks inflation is going to peak in the first half around 2.75 to 3%. We're already there, essentially, and then go down to 2.5% for the full year, which is still 25% more than the Fed's target. He said unemployment is going to stabilize. We're at 4.4%, which is very low. He said it's going to go lower in the years ahead from there. So if the labor market is that tight and we're like net zero or negative on population growth, how come a lower unemployment rate doesn't push inflation higher?
Well, that's a very good question. There are people who are saying basically that the Fed's logic doesn't necessarily hang together, and we're going to have to see how that plays out. The problem for the Fed, of course, is that the data are very noisy, especially now. Even with the numbers we got a full month of December numbers, but because of October and November, there are going to be ongoing problems for a couple of months. So the Fed's going to have to look under the hood of that and try to really get a much better, a kind of a clean read as best they can on inflation. And then we still don't know what's going to happen with employment, because we don't know, A, what's going to happen with AI, and B, what's going to happen with companies who are still trying to figure out what the president's economic policies and tariffs are.
All right, Mike McKee, our policy and economics correspondent. We're going to be talking to you more about what we see in these numbers and how the market has reacted, and whether or not the Fed will be using this as an excuse to cut further. JP Morgan kicking off earnings on Wall.
Guys, natural gas में यहाँ पर हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो and remaining quantity को ट्रेल करते रहो. Book the half profit and trail the remaining quantity. लगभग 14 पॉइंट का ही टारगेट है पूरा. 7 पॉइंट अप्रोक्सीमेटली मार्केट मूव कर चुका है. So book the half profit and trail the remaining quantity in natural gas. एक डेटा और है हमारे पास अभी 8:30 पर न्यू होम सेल्स का. That will be also very important. Need to see that as well. So 8:30 data is there. आधा घंटा और है यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में. तो आप प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो एंड रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल करो. इवन तो यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, बट प्राइस सीधा तो नहीं गिरना चाहिए, थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन करके ही गिरेगा.
Down. They're saying that's because of deals that were being held or pushed out to 2026. So although it's a downbeat end for investment banking in the quarter, looking ahead, there's a sign of optimism. They are saying that activity, discussions with clients is still very active. Their pipeline is strong. We're getting a few more details on the calls today with media and with analysts talking about the road ahead. So that's really what we're going to be looking for. It's the signs of 2026 and not just how the end of 2025 went.
I got to say, Jeremy Barnum, the CFO's comments on credit cards were extremely blunt. I'd be interested to see whether the other big banks say the same thing, saying that, you know, he won't even go as far as to quantify the hit because it's so uncertain and it would be so bad. They just bought the Apple credit card from Goldman. Are they going to live to regret now expanding their credit card business when it could be coming under threat?
They, on the call right now with analysts, are very optimistic about this deal. They did say that it's going to take a lot of integration. 2 years is, I believe, the time frame that they're giving. So this is not an automatic switch. This is not going to be profit right off the bat. But in the long term, they're seeing this as a strategic pivot. It's more customers that they have access to. Cards is a big part of their business, but you're absolutely correct in the sentiment as in terms of the warning to President Trump and to the administration on this proposed 10% cap on credit card rates. Jeremy Barnum today, these are his words. He's saying that there's way too much uncertainty around this proposal. That's why they're not quantifying the potential hit. But he's warning, he's saying everything is on the table, and he's pushing back on this potential proposal. There's a lot of details that need to be ironed out, and that is what the executives today are noting. But overall, they're saying that it's weakly supported derivatives to radically change the business. This is Barnum's words today. So he's giving a warning saying, well, we're going to have to pivot if this is the road ahead that you are paving for
He's
us.
calling the president's tweets weakly supported directives.
I mean,
and
this
he's
is
saying everything is on the table in terms of pushing back.
Absolutely.
Saying like, okay, maybe we'll just cancel credit for like the bottom 90% of Americans. Like,
no, he was clear on that. He's like, less credit becomes available. That is the net outcome. Again, it was remarkable that you have C-suites that are willing to push back against the president. And maybe it was directed towards the audience of the president saying, hey, this isn't just bad for us. This is bad for consumers and the economy.
And their clients.
Yeah, for certain. Hey, Catherine, thank you so much for helping us cover this. More bank earnings ahead. Looking forward to continuing the conversation this week, Catherine Doherty. Now, other earnings, Delta shares, those are declining. The airline issued a profit forecast that fell short of Wall Street estimates. Sid Phillips is Bloomberg's chief global aviation correspondent. Sid, also had Bastian saying that all the growth is coming from premium. I mean, how much is this feeding into a disappointing set of results from Delta?
So for Delta, this is they've talked about how this is a record revenue this year. They had really good, they beat expectations on their results, but at the same time, they're being cautious amid the geopolitical pressures that they're facing and they're seeing at the moment. I mean, they talked about how travel from China and Canada into the US hasn't really recovered back to sort of the pre-pandemic levels. And I think that's also because of the current geopolitical uncertainty that's sort of affecting the market. Still, the airline's talking about how they're sort of doubling down on premium. They just placed a massive order for 30 787s with options for another 30, and they're sort of talking about how their seat capacity growth all going to be on premium. So Delta is really doubling down on premium, especially at a time when there's so much uncertainty in the market.
Maybe they'll finally give business class travelers from New York to Seattle lie-flat seats. You know, because paying $5,000 to sit upright just doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it for such a long flight. No, but he's leaning into the K-shaped economy, isn't he? He's saying, like, we're going to get all of our money from rich people. Oh, and by the way, the future is international. I thought it was the 50s again. The future is international travel. Wow.
So Delta has sort of leaned into the K-shaped economy. I mean, Delta was one of the first airlines to call out the K-shaped economy, saying that they were going to go after the well-heeled passengers who are not really affected by cost of living and not really concerned. Because, I mean, the bottom end of the market has seen lots of like people canceling trips and people sort of saying, hey, ticket prices are too expensive. I'm going to hold off on going holiday, especially at these uncertain times. And that's really affected the ultra low-cost carriers, like the likes of Southwest. It's affected the likes of Spirit Airlines and JetBlue. And so for Delta, their customers are doing really well. They talked about how their customers earn over $100,000 a year. And so their customer profile is different from the other carriers. And they're sort of leaning into that and saying that we're going to keep these customers by offering them more amenities, offering them better services both in the air and in the ground, and sort of talking about your lie-flat seats. They might actually turn up because they're sort of trying to keep those customers happy who are willing to pay money, $5,000 on lie-flat seats.
All right, Sid, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Sid Phillip there talking Delta. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., Bloomberg sits down with Delta CEO Ed Bastian from the company's headquarters. I imagine Lisa Abramowitz will be there. Check on futures right now. We're looking at a market that's fluctuating between gains and losses in terms of the index level. We still have about 19 minutes to go, as you can see there, as you saw briefly. If you blink, you missed it from the countdown clock. But 0.1% is the gain on the S&P futures. NASDAQ futures gaining even less here. Interesting that the Russell is doing better in terms of futures, because the CPI number leads one to believe that we could get potentially, or the chances higher now of getting a rate cut at the next meeting.
Yeah, which would be good for small caps, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I mean, the rally continues. By the way, some of the other movers on our radar: BNY Mellon profit beat analyst estimates, driven by gains in fee revenue and interest income. Those shares a little changed this morning.
U.S. Bancorp, the largest regional bank, will acquire brokerage BTIG for $1 billion.
And is this company L3 Harris?
Yes.
I guess that's how you say the name.
Yep.
Will spin off its missile unit as the Department of Defense invests $1 billion to build rocket motors for missiles.
Wow, it is the 50s. Coming up, Meta is cutting more than 1,000 jobs as it shifts away from the metaverse. We'll talk tech next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Our Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy. Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that.
And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop. I'll still be driving some.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Let's get to high interest. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Hedge funds are cashing in on chaos, posting their best returns in 16 years. The industry gained about 12.6% as AI mania, global conflict, and rate uncertainty supercharged volatility. Power players like Bridgewater, Citadel, and D.E. Shaw notched double-digit gains, pulling in $71 billion after a decade of investor exits. And Morgan Stanley is lifting bonuses for bankers in Asia and Europe after a bumper year that was fueled by trading and deal making. Asia payouts rose about 20% as regional revenue neared a record $10 billion. In London and Europe, bonuses climbed 10% to 15%, with top managing directors earning up to $2.5 million in bonuses. This seems like it was a good quarter for bankers, at least overseas. And the CFA Institute says the level 1 exam pass rate held steady at 43% in November, above the decade average of 41%. First-time test takers did far better with a 49% pass rate, while the pass rate for candidates who deferred at least once was only 29%. The Institute says staying on schedule remains one of the strongest predictors, Danny, of success.
Congrats to all those who passed. Elsewhere, Meta is cutting more than 1,000 jobs at its Reality Labs unit as it shifts money away from some virtual reality products and into AI wearables. Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde joins us now. So sad we're not going to all get to be in the metaverse with Mark Zuckerberg's corny little avatar. So sad, but I guess this is not.
You weren't there already? I've only been in that world. You've been missing out. Horizons is brass.
Oh, I am sure. I'm sure of it, Caroline. I mean, is this surprising? Feels like they've just been really shifting their resources towards AI.
Not surprising, and Kurt Wagner, our reporter, has been really on top of this ever since December, showing that at one point we were thinking 30% cuts could come from that particular part of the metaverse push, but they are just reorientating. This is 15,000 people in this particular unit, so if you're cutting about 10%, you're looking at 1,000, 1,500 people, but really they're trying to go all in on where's working. The AI glasses are working. They are far more popular than many had anticipated. The way in which you can put on your Meta Ray-Ban glasses, wander around, and it will come seamlessly into your ears and be able to listen to what you're looking at, be able to have, like, in real-time translation. That's working. So they shift more of the resources to that. They move out of the idea that we're all going to be playing and working out in a virtual reality for now, and instead they focus actually on your phone. That's where our VR experience is probably going to come. That's where our avatars are going to live.
with. For the here and now, Andrew Bosworth, the CTO, is saying, look, we're going to pile back in really to the artificial intelligence ploy on all of this and just reorientate some of our skills. So I think that's really where they got the message that people weren't ready for virtual reality. They weren't ready for 2021 metaverse pivot. They weren't ready for it to be called Meta, and they certainly weren't ready for $70 billion to be spent on it when you and I weren't really buying into it yet.
I want to pivot a bit because President Trump yesterday tweeted out that he doesn't want consumers picking up the tab for AI data center electricity bills. And apparently he spoke with Microsoft, and now they've vowed to pay their costs.
Yeah, chicken and the egg. Who came first? Was Microsoft being more civic duty and then Trump got on the back of this, or vice versa? But what is clear is this has become a political issue. If you live in Virginia and you've suddenly seen your electricity prices go up, if you're worried about a new data center coming into your turf and you're worried about the water that might end up being given to you or not, if you're worried about generally the inflationary pressures of data centers,
or if you're seeing it, right? We had a story about people in Baltimore seeing their utility bills double or triple.
More than 1,000%.
Already.
Josh Saul has been on the back of this for us, really talking about how it's implicating people in the here and now. Microsoft's got the memo. They're doing a 5-point plan, how they're going to be good citizens. They're not going to be cutting out their property taxes. They're going to be thinking about water. They're going to be thinking about electricity. And Trump is also saying, look, this is an issue that is world. We want to own AI data centers. We want to win, but we want to also be able to make sure that you, the citizen, aren't paying the price. Interestingly, think about what Meta did yesterday. Meta Compute. This whole focus on Dean McCormick coming on and being all in on sovereign and data center push. But this is really where companies are having to get a grapple with. They're all in on the AI infrastructure and the data center rollout. What does that mean for you and me and where the data centers go?
All right. Yep. Did you want to ask about
No, I was just thinking
about your avatar.
No, I was also just thinking about the fact that, like, I'm from Virginia, right? And it's like the data center hub, and I'm from Northern Virginia, which is also like where all these big tech companies came in. But the governor of Virginia has been very clear in how he's pitched this. It's like, look at all these jobs we're bringing in. This is the new economy. He's not talking about electricity bills at all because maybe it behooves him not to. But for the most part, I feel like that's resonated with voters. This idea that, like, it's not about electricity costs. It's going to be about jobs.
But how long do those jobs last? It takes quite a lot of people to build a data center. It doesn't take many to manage that data center.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Caroline, thank you so much for joining us. That's Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde.
I was still thinking about the cell phone question.
Okay, well,
you know,
our audience has no context.
Okay,
for the
because
cell phone question.
off air, we've been talking about if you picked up all the people from the face of the earth and then you reset the earth to its prehistoric natural state, then drop the people down with nothing but their memories.
Yes, how long would it take you to invent the cell phone?
Right.
Well, mine's 1,000 years. If viewers want to write in what they think it would be.
I don't know. I'm thinking like 500 maybe, but...
We would just need to survive first. We need to invent modern agriculture.
I think we would fight. We might stop teaching calculus. It's a question we'll work on. But I just wanted to share with the audience because I thought it.
I want to know what the audience thinks.
We'll ask Anastasia Amoroso. She joins us next. She believes the biggest risk to S&P growth this year is AI disappointment, and she joins us here on set. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
In case you missed it, on the pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's a plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the pulse, live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
Yes,
astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
You know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What has continued to flummox us, just flat out, is that the market doesn't believe that there's genuine policy risk. Right? If you look at risk premiums in this market, they're extraordinarily narrow. I think ultimately it's this idea that the investor class fundamentally believes that they have access to the debate and the dialogue in Washington and can ultimately put the brakes on.
Unfortunately, I think to the dismay of our producers, the debate we've been having on set during the break is the cell phone question. But that is a more important debate that Lisa Shallot's talking about. Speaking on surveillance, Morgan Stanley. Joining us around the desk is Anastasia Amoroso, Chief Investment Strategist for Private Wealth at Partners Group. Let's talk about the more important debate, Anastasia.
That was an interesting one.
Yes.
But yeah.
Thank you for humoring us. Okay, so a lot of policy coming from the White House. It's the midterms, it's busy, plus threats to Fed independence. Does it make sense that risks are at all-time highs? Should there be more policy risks, to Lisa's point, priced into markets?
I mean, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for investors, we've gotten accustomed to this flurry of news that maybe flurry of threats, which may or may not end up being a reality. And so take Fed independence, for example. You know, we've had those threats come and go throughout the course of last year, and yet we still can't say, I think, that the Fed is by and large independent. So just because there are policy risks, sometimes what investors see is we have a history of backtracking on those. And also there is a process. There is a court system. There are legal challenges, and more or less we go through the due process before there's some sort of a finite or conclusion. So that's why I think the markets have sort of been able to move forward despite the undercurrent of political risks and focus on what they know, which is we're at the start of the earnings season. We're expecting 8% earnings growth. We've got AI, which is driving productivity quite significantly so. And we have the midterms election year, which means, you know, the policymakers are going to throw a lot at this economy in order to really kind of land that in a sweet spot.
To stay in their jobs. So you believe in the guardrails and you think elections will strengthen them. We're going to talk more about this with Anastasia Amoroso. She's sticking with us through the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
I never have changed my show to make it for YouTube. I'm very conscious of the fact that ABC pays for the show and YouTube pays nothing, and YouTube gets to sell it and keep half the money. And that's quite a deal for them. It really is. But I've never made the show for YouTube. With that said, I love YouTube and I love being on YouTube because all you really want deep down is for as many people to see your stuff as you can. And I know that it has hurt because it is so easy to watch the monologue on YouTube now. I know that it has hurt the ratings, not just for our show, but all of the shows. And maybe that's kind of what has killed late night TV. More likely the fact that we have our lead-ins are a tenth of what they were when I started.
I was alarmed to see that the most watched video from your show had fewer views than the average Mr. Beast video. And I don't know what that says about the state of the world, but
I think it says Mr. Beast is kicking is what it says, yeah. Well, you know what? There is a big difference. When you do the show every night, you're not going to get as many views. But we still, I mean, I woke up this morning, there were 2.2 million views of my monologue the night before. So for everyone who says late night is dying, it's just not true.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersachi in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading as earnings season kicks off in earnest. This is Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Futures doing a whole lot of nothing here, really. At the index level, S&P futures and NASDAQ futures are basically unchanged. You do have a little bit of a rally in Russell 2000 in the small caps because the CPI inflation came in a little bit lighter than had been anticipated, and that bodes well for the potential of a rate cut. Obviously, the small caps benefit from that more than the big companies. You've got Pinnacle Financial ringing the opening bell. PNFP, the ticker there down at the NASDAQ and, down at the New York Stock Exchange. And at the NASDAQ, you've got TBBK, the Bank Corp, ringing the opening bell. This is, to be clear, not U.S. Bank Corp, the one that's buying BTIG. It's a different Bank Corp. Not very creative, these people, right? They were like, should we choose the same name that someone else has? And a dude was like, yeah. Why think of something different?
At least you know what they do. I mean, gosh, I hope they do banking. That'd
it's
be
like
so
a
disappointing
fintech.
if they did.
It's a fintech.
Oh, it is?
Apparently, yes.
Okay, so even on that front, I was like kind of wrong.
It's not as famous as JP Morgan Chase. Let's put it
shall we look at what JP Morgan Chase is doing? Thank you, Matt, for that. Kicking off the earnings season, JP Morgan, it's been up, it's been down here at the open. It is unchanged, or I guess slightly up, about 0.1%. So it topped all of the estimates. A little bit weaker when it came to investment banking. They basically said deals are being pushed into 2026. They were very blunt on Trump's call for a 10% cap on rates. The CFO saying it would significantly change its business. It's bad for the economy. It's bad for consumers. It'd be bad for us. CEO Jamie Dimon, for the most part, gave an upbeat outlook on the U.S. economy, Matt.
All right, Delta earnings beat analyst estimates, but its annual profit outlook underwhelmed the street, as you can see by the reaction. The shares are down 2.5%. The airline also announced its first ever purchase of big, cushy, luxurious Boeing 787 Dreamliner jets, which is awesome if you're rich because you can fly on those in first class and it rules. But
अखिलेश सिंह जी नेचुरल गैस 301 तक आएगा क्या? वहीं पर है सपोर्ट. अब जरूरी नहीं है डायरेक्टली आए, थोड़ा पुल बैक भी दे सकता है. तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना. बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल द रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी. थोड़ा सा नीचे आएगा तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे. 302 के आसपास थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है प्राइस.
First class
I say you're flying domestic first class, which is the same as domestic business. I don't think that you maybe sit like on the first row, and that's.
I am in 1A, and
you live,
and actually I don't know if that's any better than 2A.
You live a lavish life, Matt.
3A. It was the only seat left on the plane. Let's bring in Anastasia Amoroso, Chief Investment Strategist for Private Wealth at Partners Group, and Anastasia. So earnings season kicks off, and you expect 8% growth, and is that I mean, is that what you expect? Because companies always beat expectations. So is it really what you expect? Is that your whisper number?
No, that is not really what anybody expects, I would say. That's the consensus, but as we know, companies, 70 or 80% of the companies have tended to beat those expectations.
They tend to beat like by 4 or 5%, according to DataTrack.
6 or 8, but probably, I would say all in, let's say we get 4 percentage points of upside to that 8% number. So probably we can get close to 12%. So that, what's really important is we've had a string of positive earnings quarters. And, as I mentioned, some of it is driven by the economy, but some of it is driven by productivity and margin expansion, believe it or not. So one thing that really caught my eye looking through the numbers for the earnings for the entire year is that consensus is expecting for margins to actually expand to 13.9%, despite the tariffs that we've had to absorb, despite, perhaps some of the layoffs that are coming through. And I think a lot of that has to do with productivity. The fact that productivity rose close to 5% quarter over quarter annualized rate, and productivity sort of had this step level change in the last 3 years post the launch of ChatGPT. So that's important. If you can be more productive with the same amount of resources, if you can drive some cost savings, even if you can't quite drive the top line revenue with AI yet, the productivity certainly does add to those financial results. And I think that's what we are likely to see for earnings this quarter and this year.
For as well as equities have done, precious metals have done even better. I saw Kevin Gordon of Schwab put this out on X, that gold's on track to outperform the S&P 500 for the 6th consecutive month. The last time it did that was 2008 and 2009, which was a very different environment and lots of fears in that. Is there any signal in that gold and silver keep reaching new highs?
Yeah, I think equity investors have likely figured out that, it's not a good idea to stay away from equities because of geopolitical risks. And as I mentioned, this undercurrent of geopolitics and politics is always with us, whether it's Venezuela, or Cuba, Greenland, or Ukraine, or, you name the number of geopolitical flashpoints. It's not a great idea to hedge that in equities, but it is likely a great idea to hedge that in precious metals. And I think that's why gold has been the go-to for that. And on top of that, we are shifting kind of to a new regime, I would say, from the monetary policy standpoint. You have the labor market in the U.S. that is clearly weakening. If you look at the 3-month average pace of job creation, it's negative 22,000. If you look at the CPI report that we just got, there are actually just very few categories that now have an inflation reading above 3%. So we're moving closer and closer to that 2% target. So all things equal, I do think that the Fed has scope to cut interest rates. So once again, kind of lower, real interest rates support also the outperformance of metals.
How, the president recently said he's going to put 25% tariffs on anyone doing business with Iran, which he's
another
probably,
geopolitical flashpoint.
But he's probably not going to, right? Because we've already agreed with China that we aren't going to put additional tariffs on them for a year. He said he wants to put a 10% cap on credit card balances, which, he's probably not going to do, right? Because obviously it would be horrible for the economy. He said he wants defense companies not to pay dividends or buybacks. Like, all of these things he's coming out with that the market is just like, he's not going to do that. He's just saying it. How are you going to know if he ever says something that he actually is going to do that would tank the market?
I mean, that has been the whole week and a half of this year so far.
How can you just look through everything?
Parse through that. Yeah. But look, I think let's take some of those, one by one. First of all, the credit card cap, that is not something that a president can do single-handedly. That is something that does likely require an act of Congress. And there are a couple of bills.
Well, so would tariffs normally, right? But he uses IEPA for tariffs.
Right. We'll find out what the decision there is. But for credit card caps in particular, there are a couple of bills that are pending in Congress, and maybe there's some chance of them passing, but I think that chance is likely minimal. When you think about, tariffs, to your point, until we hear otherwise from the Supreme Court, the executive power has been something he's been able to use to, force the policy action. And I think there is a pretty significant game plan and action plan, and it is all geared to, kind of shore up consumer confidence in a midterm elections year. And let's talk about gasoline prices, for example. Venezuela, as you know, largest oil reserves. And what's really important is that the type of oil that Venezuela has, the heavy crude, that is exactly what the U.S. Gulf Coast refineries were geared to refine. And so what a great move to potentially displace the Canada heavy crude, which is what's currently been routed to those refineries, with Venezuela heavy crude, which happens to have a lower break-even rate.
Except for we can get the heavy crude that Canada has access to out of the ground, unlike the heavy crude in Venezuela, which we cannot get out of the ground.
Well, that is the hope, that 1 million barrels a day goes to something higher, to 1.5, 1.6 in a period of time. But that does move the needle, and I think that's why the gasoline prices in the U.S. have already responded to that. So, Matt, I agree with you that you can't look at every single one of the headlines and say this is certainly going to be what the outcome is, but you should parse through some of them and sort of just perhaps have two different piles. This is going to happen. This is likely not.
What a start to the year. Anastasia, thank you so much for joining us. Anastasia Amoroso. Okay, let's get a check on where the stock market stands right now, because we are putting in some slight gains, somewhat helped this morning by softer CPI, although, okay, we're unchanged, so maybe I kind of exaggerated a little bit. Unchanged, though, 0.03% higher, is still at a record. Alphabet continues to lead the pack. It is now worth more than $4 trillion. It surpassed that level, also surpassing Apple, which is having a pretty good day, too. On the other side of things, the credit card companies still struggling. Visa down another 3%. Microsoft slightly weaker, only down 0.5%. But MasterCard, JP Morgan now slips into the red after opening initially higher with a set of really robust results. A slight miss on investment banking. The bar was extremely high considering JP Morgan's trading around some of its record valuations. When it comes to the sectors, energy doing really well this morning. That's up 0.9%. And in the down pile, likely dragged down by those card companies in JP Morgan. That's down 0.8%. More bank earnings to come. We are going to be getting Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Citi tomorrow. So we'll see how that changes the mix and the fortunes of financial companies, Matt.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot more about that over the next couple of days, and it's pretty exciting, darn it. I'm really looking forward to...
And maybe more M&A. That also is impacting financials. The U.S. Bancorp deal with BTIG.
Yeah, maybe more M&A, or maybe other banks are going to have the same advisory shortfall in terms of revenue growth that happened at JP Morgan. JP Morgan has warned that a cap on credit card fees could really upend its business model and, no big deal, the U.S. economy. Details next with our Bloomberg intelligence analyst. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Eternal life, a concept that has captivated the imagination of humans since the dawn of time. I'm David Rubenstein. The advances that have been made in science recently has made it possible for people to live much longer than they would have otherwise lived decades ago. With innovation exploding, it's harder than ever to know what's real and what's just hype. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life.
It is at the front and center of what we're trying to resolve and understand.
Americans need to know they are at risk of dying from the next pandemic.
What we really need in our lives is to build community. Knowledge is power. The generation before us, cancer was considered a sign of weakness, and many never talked about it.
Longevity without health is not valuable, but if you can maintain health, people are productive when they're older.
Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Let's take a look at the top calls, the upgrades and downgrades from sell-side analysts. First up, KeyBank, they upgrade Intel and AMD, both rallying this morning, saying that demand for server chips is so strong that both companies are sold out through 2026. They see big cloud customers driving the surge, with Intel showing clear improvement in chip production. And then when it comes to AMD, they will benefit.
Okay, guys, crude oil में देखोगे sudden momentum आया है, very sharp कैंडल देखना पड़ेगा, कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं आ गई, सडनली मूव हुआ है काफ़ी देर के कंसोलिडेशन के बाद मार्केट। मल के ट्रेड करना क्रूड ऑयल को, ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई शायद न्यूज़ है, सडनली कैंडल अपसाइड गई है, थोड़ा सा वेट करना, ठीक है, जस्ट वेट, मे बी देयर इज सम न्यूज़।
Uncertainty is weighing on visibility and confidence, those shares down to
रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, बट वी नीड टू वेट, थोड़ा सा वेट करना क्रूड में फ्रेश एंट्री रेजिस्टेंस पे पहुंचने वाला है, बट जिस तरह से लास्ट कैंडल बनी है, हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम रख के ट्रेड करेंगे, थोड़ा सा वेट, पता नहीं क्या न्यूज़ आ गई। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा एसएल स्ट्रिक्ट रखना, दिन का पहला ट्रेड बनेगा क्रूड ऑयल में, ओवरऑल तो बुलिश ही है, बट जिस तरह से सडनली लास्ट कैंडल बनी है, काफ़ी एसएल गए होंगे यहाँ पर सेलर्स के। एज आई सेड अर्लियर, मैंने पहले भी कहा था, लोअर एंड पे यहाँ पर जो सेलर के एसएल बचे होंगे उनको निकालेगा, फिर शायद प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ दे सकता है, तो थोड़ा सा स्ट्रिक्ट एसएल के साथ ट्रेड करना। पहला ट्रेड है ये अभी आज का। कोई न्यूज़ तो दिखा नहीं रहा है फिलहाल के लिए, नॉर्मली है।
Significantly change our business, it'd be bad for the economy, it would be bad for consumers. Right. What would it mean for the overall beast of JP Morgan to have to significantly curtail their credit card business if you did get this 10%?
Yeah, it would be a massive rewiring of what they do, how the business operates, how they underwrite risk. You could see a big swath of consumers just have their credit card shut off if this would happen. So, you know, credit lubricates the economy. So it has really drastic implications for GDP growth if the credit card cap does get enacted.
In terms of on the investment banking side, the M&A advisory revenue that fell short, is it just being pushed into Q1? So are we going to see a banner quarter in Q1 for the same numbers?
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of it was pushed out. This is not activity that just goes away. So we had some slowdown in the activity just because of how the calendar ended. Typical fourth quarter seasonality, that gets pushed on the first quarter. We should have really strong results on the banking side next quarter in Q1.
And I'm also guessing that like all these banks are trying to position themselves for these monster IPOs we're going to get. Like if we have SpaceX.
Right.
Is this good for everybody? Is it going to be a fight tooth and nail of who actually gets to take hold of these IPOs?
Yeah, it's going to be tooth and nail. I mean, you want to be the lead book runner on these deals. So technology is something that we expect to be really a big driver for IPO activity for next year. And JP Morgan Stanley have really strong tech practices, so we'd expect them to do well.
All right, Herman, thank you so much for helping us cover that. Herman Chan of Bloomberg Intelligence. More big earnings to come, and we'll get more thoughts from Herman. Some breaking news, by the way. Bloomberg sources saying that Meta wants to double production for their AI-powered smart glasses, those Ray-Bans, by the end of the year. It's not impacting shares at all, but it is remarkable for them to say that demand has been surging. We need to increase annual capacity. Originally, these kinds of smart glasses were like a boondoggle for like the Google glasses and all these, but
even for the first look, I've been searching for these glasses, right? They're only available in limited color supplies, and every time you look for the new Meta glasses, you come upon on the internet an ad for the old ones at a discount. But they don't have the new ones. So it makes sense. Everybody wants Gen 2. Nobody wants Gen 1. They're giving those away, and they need to make more of these.
Pretty remarkable. And we are going to talk more about big tech, about this story, and what's happening with Microsoft. Trump wants big tech to foot the energy bill for data centers. Companies are listening. All of that coming up next.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities. It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Watch Horizon's Middle East and Africa every trading day at midnight Eastern Time. Only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what's going on with stocks. You can see not a lot of movement on the index level. So the S&P 500, the cash trade down 0.1%, but still at a very high level. The stock market, it's safe to say, has done incredibly well. Compound gain of 80% over the last 3 years to 69.70. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. No, I didn't see it.
Always happens that way.
NASDAQ unchanged at 25,787. Look at NVIDIA, down 0.5%, always highlighted right here in that corner so we can see because it's such a heavy stock.
ओके ये नेचुरल गैस में बाय मत करना, ये इसमें सेलिंग में तो निकल जाओ, टारगेट हो चुका है ऑलमोस्ट। नेचुरल गैस में एग्जिट किया जा सकता है, टारगेट डन इन सेलिंग, ठीक है। बाइंग में मैं इंटरेस्ट नहीं हूँ, इसमें वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा देखोगे ना, नॉट सपोर्टिंग दैट मच। वॉल्यूम डेल्टा अगर चेकआउट करोगे, नॉट सपोर्टिंग फॉर बाइंग साइड, स्टिल नॉट सपोर्टिंग फॉर बाइंग साइड। अभी भी ये 400 के नीचे ही है, 177 चल रहा है ऐसा समथिंग, ठीक है। तो वॉल्यूम डेल्टा इज नॉट सपोर्टिंग बाइंग, हो सकता है पुल बैक आए बट अब मैं इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ इस पे। यहाँ पर बाइंग मत करना अब, ठीक है, सेलिंग में निकल जाना। बाइंग में अभी आया नहीं है, यहाँ पर लेंगे ही नहीं, रहने दो। इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट को अब अवॉइड करते हैं, सेलिंग में निकल जाना। सेलिंग का हो गया टारगेट डन। हो सकता है थोड़ा और गिरता रहे कंटिन्यू हो बेसिस पे, या थोड़ा पुल बैक दे, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी आएगी, बट नॉट इंटरेस्टेड नाउ इन बाइंग ऑन दिस लेवल। बाइंग में यहाँ पे इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है अब, सेलिंग में निकल जाना सभी लोग नेचुरल गैस में। इट माइट पॉसिबल अगेन, थोड़ा सा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट और आ सकती है, बट मैं इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ। सो सेलिंग में निकल जाओ सभी लोग। कोई ट्रेल करना चाह रहा है और बड़े टारगेट के लिए तो कर सकता है, यहाँ पर पॉसिबिलिटी है कि प्राइस थोड़ा सा और आने वाले टाइम में आजकल में गिर जाए प्राइस, नॉट डायरेक्टली बट माइट पॉसिबल आफ्टर पुल बैक। एक डेटा भी आने वाला है, ध्यान रखना। देयर इज अ डेटा एज वेल, न्यू होम सेल्स का डेटा है 5 मिनट में। दैट न्यू होम सेल्स डेटा इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग में भी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, माइट पॉसिबल पुल बैक हो सकता है बट नहीं, अब यहाँ पर इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से थोड़ा सा अवॉइड करेंगे। मॉर्निंग पे यहाँ पर बाइंग आ गई है, थोड़ा सा प्राइस एक्शन बने और साइडवेज जाए, प्राइस पुल बैक दे थोड़ा सा ऊपर साइड, फिर से गिरे और थोड़ा सा नीचे। SEBI set to clear the way for NSE IPO in as early as January. Apple warns iPhone user of serious security risk, ask millions to restart device. मार्केट भी ओपन हो गया है तो मोमेंटम कंटिन्यू एक्सपेक्ट है। वाले निकल जाना नेचुरल गैस में, जिन लोगों ने सेल किया था नेचुरल गैस में हो गया टारगेट। ठीक है, पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड है। वैसे तो लेने का मन नहीं है यहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस में, फिर भी ट्राई करना चाह रहा है कोई तो कम ही क्वांटिटी से करना। दोनों मोमेंटम बड़े ठीक ठाक ही आ गए हैं ऑलरेडी, so don't take much risk now. और न्यू होम सेल्स का डेटा भी आ गया है, जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था उससे अच्छा डेटा आया है। डेटा इज बुलिश फॉर यूएस डॉलर, बेयरिश फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। जितना एक्सपेक्ट था फोरकास्ट उससे कहीं ज़्यादा नए होम्स की सेल्स हुई है यूएस में। न्यू होम्स डेटा इज ऑल्सो देयर।
For September until today. So there's not adding a significant number of houses out there, although there's still a 7.9 months inventory out there, essentially unchanged from September, but it's below the October estimate. So still not building enough houses. Median sales price $392,300, 3.3% below September. But so maybe that played a role a little bit in getting a few more houses sold. But the new home industry still is a laggard out there for the overall economy.
We've had a lot of data, and Mike, I was just thinking when you're talking about, do we have the past month to compare it to? Non-farm payroll, CPI, new home sales, everything that we've gotten from official government data. Has the fog lifted? Is this enough for central bankers to have a more clear idea of what they're going to do this month and months to come this year?
Well, if you leave your house at 7 a.m. and everything's foggy and you can't see it, maybe we're at 8 a.m. now and it's starting to lift a little bit. It's not completely there. We're going to have distortions in the data for quite a while. We're going to have distortions in the CPI until April because of the way it's constructed and the numbers that are missing fall out. But we're going to see slowly, gradually improving data because, of course, we now have the September-October numbers. When we do get the November numbers and December numbers for new home sales, they will be give us more of a comparison, put it that way. But they're still running behind on collating and distributing all this stuff.
All right, Mike McKee, thanks very much for bringing us this data, our international policy and economics correspondent, talking about new home sales, which is so important. certainly to this administration, to this economy. Obviously, housing is key to continued growth, and it has been in somewhat of a slowdown. Joining us now is Stephanie Guild, Robinhood Chief Investment Officer. And Stephanie, what do you think about how this...
ये एक ट्रेड नेचुरल गैस में लेना चाह रहे हो वैसे तो मैं कहूँगा अवॉइड ही करो, बट अगर थोड़ा बहुत रिस्क ले सकते हो तो ये बाइंग का एक छोटा सा ट्रेड नीचे आएगा पुल बैक में, तो एक प्लान करना। एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा ब्रेक कर दे नीचे, पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के नीचे निकल जाए प्राइस।
of financing a car purchase, for example. But are rate cuts necessary to further drive gains in the stock market? Do you think that the Fed needs to cut rates for the S&P to go higher?
No. I think you just need to see... Actually, I think the S&P isn't necessarily going to be the center of the universe because of the concentration that we talked about. But I actually think that a lot of the other policies put in place are going to drive higher movement in stocks below the surface. And so we took down our earnings expectations in coming up with our target for the year in the tech sector because it was like 27%. And I just think a lot of good news is already baked into that. And it doesn't mean that it can't reach that. But if you already think it's going to happen, then it means that you set a higher and higher bar, whereas there's a lot of really good stories below the surface that have recovery plays. And I actually think the first half of this year is going to be all about keeping the customer happy, like keeping people engaged and wanting to keep the administration biased towards the Republican side.
By the way, what's just quickly like one of those underappreciated things that you think is going to have a great year?
Well, we started investing in things like Lululemon and On Holding because they had negative returns in 2025, and they have been recovering since. Because I think there's a micro story there too. Like it's not just about the consumer. It's not just about where interest rates are, but like the companies lost their way, and well, On didn't, but Lululemon lost their way, and now they're kind of coming back, and they'll have a new CEO in place, and I just like stories like that.
Stephanie, so great to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
Stephanie
you.
Guild of Robinhood. About 30 minutes, 40 minutes in your trading day. A quick look on markets. They are down this morning about 0.25%. Tech does a little bit better. It's down 0.1%, despite the fact we had softer CPI. That's not really helping us. Either crude is near a high this morning, up 2.7% after the president putting on Truth Social that he was canceling all meetings with any Iranian envoys. That is the state of play in these markets. What about some of those individual movers, Matt?
Let's take a look at some of the single stock stories here. Shares of Intel and AMD are both rising following upgrades from analysts at KeyBank. The analysts there citing strong server CPU demand. Oh, there's strong demand for server CPUs?
Who would have thought? Well, apparently some people didn't know because they're surging. Delta reporting better than expected fourth quarter earnings. They delivered a disappointing full year 2026 profit forecast, though, so shares fall.
And JP Morgan kicking off big bank earnings, beating on most measures, though not investment banking, advisory fees. The CEO, Jamie Dimon, gave a largely upbeat macro outlook, and he continues to be the master of the universe.
Yeah, he's on the call right now talking about an increase in expenses and spending to keep up with his competitors.
I saw that.
And he said, we're going to stay out front, so help us God.
I think what they're going to, costs are going to be $105 billion this year, according to Marianne Lake. So maybe that's one of the reasons that you see the stock down, other than the M&A miss, but that should be made up this quarter.
Yeah, it's a good point. We're going to talk more about those earnings. We'll speak with Jason Goldberg of Barclays on the JP Morgan set of results. Stay with us on Open Interest.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry-Ann in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
The kids, the millennials, they now all of a sudden have to pay back their student loans again.
Part of the millennial generation, when we also graduated, you were dealing with the aftermath of the financial crisis, and you also had this problem of finding jobs.
Weakness in the labor market is not just the young people, it's also my generation, the baby boomers. 67% of companies said, we're not thinking about hiring right now. That will change. This is a great time to be alive, I think.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets. Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burton in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Let's get now to high interest. Look what's making headlines around the world. President Trump has canceled meetings with Iranian officials, escalating pressure on Tehran as deadly protests continue. Human rights groups say at least 600 people are now confirmed dead and warn Iran may carry out mass executions. Despite a crackdown and an internet blackout, videos show fresh protests are still flaring in the region. The president also said he would impose a 25% tariff on goods from countries that do business with Iran. And two of the biggest trading partners are China and the United Arab Emirates. In other news, the FDA says popular weight loss drugs like Wegovy and Zepbound do not raise the risk of suicidal thoughts or behavior. After reviewing data from 91 clinical trials, the agency asked drug makers to remove suicide warnings from the labels. The decision clears up lingering safety concerns, some of the lingering safety concerns around GLP weight loss medicines. I'm sure there are others. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon is warning that Justice Department pressure on the Federal Reserve could undermine its independence and ultimately push borrowing costs higher. In a media call, he said, quote, "I do have enormous respect for Jay Powell. Everyone we know believes in Fed independence. Anything that chips away at that is probably not a great idea." Those comments come as JP Morgan reports mixed fourth quarter results. Investment banking fees missed guidance, but trading revenue beat expectations, and the bank projected stronger net interest income. Danny?
Let's get more on those results. And joining us now is Jason Goldberg, a senior bank analyst at Barclays, who has an overweight rating on JP Morgan. Jason, Jamie Dimon saying the U.S. economy is resilient, business is healthy. What was your takeaway?
Yeah, no, we thought the quarter was solid. You saw, growth in loans and deposits, net interest margin expanded, costs were controlled, and, credit quality really benign. So, I think everything in the quarter kind of points to continued economic expansion. And, after, a couple years of good results, that should persist into 2026.
Are costs a concern at all, Jason? I noticed Marianne Lake disclosed numbers that were a little bit higher than the street maybe anticipated.
Yeah, no, last December they signaled, expenses for 2026 would be $105 billion, and today they reiterated that. I think at the time, last month, the numbers did catch people maybe a little bit off guard. But keep in mind, a portion of that is to just help fund better than expected revenues. So those are, quote unquote, good expenses. And then a piece of it is to just kind of continue to stretch its lead, both in kind of building new branches as well as technology investments. So while a big number, it's a number it should get an ample return on.
Right. Those technology investments specifically, Jason, because if you look at the headcounts, a little bit higher for JP Morgan, but more or less flat. Cities aiming to let go of 1,000 people in the next week. Are we about to witness a big productivity boom for these investment banks, for these big banks, Jason? Is there need for employees, especially in back office, about to lessen to a really large extent?
There's definitely a need for employees, but there's no reason why these banks can't be more efficient. So when we look at measures like, revenue per head count, for example, that's steadily increasing, but there's no reason why you can't see an acceleration of that as banks look to use leverage technology and AI to better automate processes and procedures, to reduce fraud, and ultimately to help drive additional revenue.
Is there any concern about loan loss provisions? I think they may be creeping higher, and I saw that they already put on loan loss provisions for the Apple credit card business, even though they don't take that over for a couple of years here. I wonder, because he's upbeat, Jamie is on the economy. What's the concern about not getting back the money they loan out?
Yeah, no. Credit quality is really, really benign. And in fact, if you exclude, the purchase of the Apple card portfolio, where just in the accounting you have to book the provision up front, even before you buy the loans, they actually released a little bit of loan loss reserves. Their non-performing assets declined. Their net charge-offs declined. And if you look at their credit card net charge-off forecast for 2026, it's only slightly above, 2025, despite the fact they've actually grown that book at an above-average clip the last few years. So, by all indications, obviously we're only 1 to 2 banks into the earnings season, but credit quality very stable.
Jason, I was listening to the media call, and unsurprisingly, the first question they got was about the president's proposal, desire, order, call it what you will, to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. The CFO, Jeremy Barnum, took that question saying, we're not going to quantify it because there are so many uncertainties there, but for an avoidance of a doubt, if it were to happen, it'd be bad for consumers, bad for the economy, bad for us. Jason, can you quantify the impact that this might have?
Yeah, so there's the first order impact of, you can't raise, your APRs over 10%. And, banks would react to that, whether it's reducing rewards, increasing annual fees. But, the thing they would most likely do is just restrict access to lower-end consumers because they can't get compensated for that. And I think if that occurs, that's a much bigger impact than kind of the profitability of a product, because that has the potential to adversely impact the economy. And, a lot of different industries, in particular, whether it's retail or travel and the like. And so there's much, much more broader macro implications that I think needs to be considered than just the P&L impact of not being able to have, APRs at an appropriate level.
Jason, the shares, I always look at a 5-year snapshot just because the Bloomberg comp screen defaults to that, and I think it's a fair performance window. They've done better than Citi and Bank America, but not as well as Morgan Stanley, not nearly as well as Wells Fargo and Goldman Sachs. Does that make sense to you in terms of the performance when you look at all the big banks?
Yeah, right. And sometimes it depends when you pick your starting point, right?
Yes.
Wells kind of that asset cap sell off and bounce. But, listen, on average over time, they've been a superior, performer. I think the shares were up 35% or so in 2024. They're up 40% plus in 2025 as they kind of continue to take share across every business they choose to compete in. At the same time, putting up 20% plus return on tangible common equities, which is well ahead of peers. Looking out, we expect those tenets to continue and the shares to continue to outperform.
Yeah, I mean, you are speaking to a high bar, which is maybe part of the reason shares are dropping around 3% this morning, Jason. Some people have also pointed to their investment banking underwriting fee miss. JP Morgan, for their part, said it was because a lot of deals were being extended. They're being pushed out into 2026. Jason, is it a concern for you that they missed on investment banking fees?
Not at all. You did have the government shut down for part of the quarter, and that did delay some issuance. Predicting if an M&A deal is going to close on D31 or Jan 1. Is sometimes tough to predict. But by all indications, the outlook for both kind of corporate M&A activity really across all industries, as well as fairly large IPOs, remains quite robust.
Jason, though, if I can just jump in, because okay, so you get a delay initially last year because of Liberation Day. You get a little bit of softness and delays at the end of the fourth quarter because of a government shutdown. These are all policy-driven things. Very quickly here, Jason, like 30 seconds. I mean, that's not going away. There's still so much uncertainty. Who's to say it won't be delayed even more until 2027?
Yeah, it's certainly a risk, and the offset to that is that uncertainty is kind of aiding your trading businesses. But there's a definite desire by corporates really across all industries to achieve economies of scale, invest in technology, and consolidate. So I do think you'll see robust M&A activity in 2026. There's a lot of, companies that have expressed their desire to go public. I think you'll see that over the next several months. And at the same time, sponsors and private equity, which haven't really participated as much, are starting to come off the sidelines and be more engaged. So we do think while 2025 was a good year, despite Liberation Day and the government shutdown, that we think 2026 will be even better.
Jason, great getting your intel. Really appreciate your view. Jason Goldberg there of Barclays. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute aerospace news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Guy Johnson at the Dubai Air Show, and this is Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
In case you missed it, on the Pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss the Pulse, live every weekday.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
Let's get a look at what's going on in markets just about an hour into the session here. You can see that we are slipping a bit with the S&P falling 0.4%, still at 69.50. The NASDAQ right now off also about 0.4%, while the 10-year yield comes back off. It was up to 4.20 almost yesterday. Now it's trading at 4.17. And you do see oil rising as well. NYMEX crude up to 61.23. Coming up as the Trump administration pushes to lower housing costs, Americans are fixing up instead. We'll talk to Ace.
GDP growth in South Africa has really been lackluster for quite a number of years, and largely because the economy has been hamstrung by state-owned entities that have a monopoly on transport, energy, that have not been functioning for a very long time. So one of the things that give us hope, and I think we're able to be constructive with the outlook, is the economic reforms that are taking place in the country. So on energy, I think Eskom has done well to stabilize the days of load shedding, and then the energy factor and reliability factor keeps on improving. It's overdue, probably should have been done about 20 years ago, but those are things that are important to support the medium and long-term growth prospects of the country. So that's encouraging. South Africa is our primary market. We'll have operations outside to make sure that they provide resilience and growth for the portfolio. So it was quite pleasing to be able to grow earnings in South Africa by 13% in an environment where GDP growth is less than 1%. Households are still under pressure. I mean, like the rest of the world, we've seen a high inflationary environment with high interest rates, so that has put pressure on households. But even then, that inflation is starting to come down. Rates have come down. In the long run, that's very good for South Africa.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
The home services sector is booming, already worth nearly $700 billion and on track to top $1.4 trillion by the end of the decade as the Trump administration ramps up efforts to lower housing costs. High prices are still pushing many buyers towards fixer-uppers, while an aging population is driving demand for home modifications. For more on how homeowners are renovating and spending, we're joined by Andy Bell, the CEO of Ace Handyman Services. And Andy, my first question isn't necessarily about the gear that you're selling, but about the people that use those tools. Are there enough handymen out there? Because I have a really difficult time finding someone capable of dealing with HVAC and plumbing and electric, etc.
Good morning, Matt. Yeah, we're excited to be here. And yes, labor is one of the most critical functions in growing any of the home services businesses. We consider it if we don't spend all our time hiring, training, and evaluating, we'll spend all our time hiring, training, and evaluating. It is something that organizations such as ours, we've put apprentice programs together where we can take somebody from an apprentice to a handyman to a craftsman, all the way to franchise ownership. So this is something you have to focus on every day. And I'm very hopeful that the industry is starting to see people celebrate those going into the trades, not ending up with a lot of debt, and really finding tremendous satisfaction in the home improvement lane. I'm hopeful, but it is an anchor on all home services that we have to drag behind us.
What is labor the biggest constraint, Andy, when it comes to home services and home improvement? Or is it costs? Is it ability to obtain materials? What tends to be the biggest roadblock for getting some of these projects done?
Yeah, the biggest roadblock is labor. You have to be an employer of choice. You have to treat people with dignity and respect, and you have to honor their work-life balance. And companies that are embracing that are continuing to indeed grow in this, resilient and strong market. What we've grown in and continue to do competitively, we've found our footprint is coast to coast. We have 400 locations. We operate in 47 different states, and each of these states, we're able to find expert craftsmen that are multi-skilled, and they really love being employees of the organization and knowing that we have a one-year guarantee on all labor, all materials. It's creating a comfort for both the staff that we employ, the expert craftsmen, and the people that work in the office. That's what we've grown on. Ace Handyman started as Handyman Matters in the basement of my house. It's going to be 29 years ago next month. And as we grew, we realized in 2019, coming under the umbrella of Ace, that really national brand locked in the trust, and we brought the reliability and professionalism to the industry. So people come to us because it's a fun, interesting, and challenging position. I believe the trades are on the upswing, and the youth are starting to, be exposed to this industry. You see it a lot. There's a lot of people who have, as first-time home buyers, haven't got access to that kind of stay-put stock, the houses where somebody traditionally would have left and move to a downsized equation. The high interest rates, the high the high interest rates and the high housing prices have created this stay put economy, and first time home buyers are going into houses that need a little more TLC than they probably planned on, and they're finding interest and passion in the home improvement industry. So I'm hopeful that this is all going to grow in the direction it is, because it's a competitive, solid, regular demand market.
Andy, both Danny and I love the Ace Hardware stores. I go to the one in Bronxville all the time. I'm guessing she knows the store on West 4th Street. Yeah. So there's one in Manhattan, obviously, as well. How does your business, which helps homeowners get access to all the services they need, work together with what seems like a mom and pop shop on the corner, the Ace Hardware, in every small town, and apparently in the largest city in America as well? How do you work together?
Well, we all love Ace Hardware from the foundation. It tends to be a 102-year-old brand that's celebrated in any market. And so when we go to do a home project, the first thing we do is we check the availability of product in the Ace Hardware store. So we're bringing helpful to people's homes through Ace Hardware. You go in Ace Hardware, you buy the materials that you need, but it's really a transition in the market where people want us to do it for them. And in that do it for them market, they also want us to buy the materials. And our first preference is always going to Ace Hardware.
Andy, I would love, before we let you go, just to get a very big picture general sense. This is a moment in policy where at least the president and his party is trying to do a really big push on affordability. What is the sentiment out there among Ace Handyman Services customers? Is there a willingness to spend, to take on big projects? Is there some conservatism? What are you seeing?
We're seeing, people staying in those really easy to fix, to remodel homes. There's cosmetic, the homes that people are staying in longer, they need carpet and paint, just simple stuff. What we're seeing is the new home buyers being pushed into more fix and flip markets, and they're using technology to contact home services. They're challenging us to make it easier to communicate with, and what we're seeing is a tremendous demand right now for projects. We used to be, I think we sit at the intersection of necessity and trust. And that larger brand that we have nationwide, the resilience of our local operators and our local experts in each of these markets has created a demand because it's easy to use. So we see people that are first-time home buyers going on for a long time, and the trade, we aren't reversing the aging in this country. So people, I think the latest statistic is 75% of people that are over 50 want to stay in their home permanently and age in place. So that brings on a whole nother level of project and demand. We see favorability in this fragmented market from being a national brand with local roots that stand in there, and the significance of this industry towards the consumer purchasing market. I think it's a behavior change, and people are using these as a line item on their budget. Repair and maintenance used to be, you'd see a handyman every now and again. Now you're starting to see people using us on a more regular basis. So I see favorability in this market for a long time to come.
Andy